Game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
Our plant be better for the first time after the shooting. There's a couple of things that had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at Ghostwood.com.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Ho, ho, ho! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-490-9877. That's 800-490-9877.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premier-rated credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Sun and clouds for San Jose, 71 the high temperature.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Blake Snell, he stinks. Steiny did have a point. He was right all along. Oh my goodness. I told you guys the series was not over. In fact, Dodgers might be cooked. They might be. Don't do that. They're going to come back and they're going to win in 7. Stop. They're not. Just stop. Stop. It's never over. I think that 18-inning game might have hurt them way more than it hurt the Toronto Blue Jays. Mark Willard, the kiss of death. Do me a favor. I coined that. Don't tell. No, I coined KOD Willard. Stop it. Stop it.
Now it's come full circle.
6-1. You became the very thing you swore to destroy. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Blue Jays 6, Dodgers 1. Now heading back to Canada. Oh, Canada, as the Blue Jays hold a 3-2 series lead, and they can clinch it on Halloween. Is that correct? All Hallows Eve? Be pretty incredible. You know what else is incredible, Joe? Not only is your hat, shout out Callaway, you look fantastic. Carter, Sam, good morning to all you lovely people. And all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. I don't know what the cat's for, but thank you. Major League Baseball is incredible. And I'm saying it for the wrong reason. You saw something this morning that came across your timeline, not World Series related, not NBA related, not NFL related. It's Major League Baseball Players Association related, and it got you really fired up. And normally, I wouldn't start a show this way, but you're so damn passionate about it, I got to let you have the floor. What's going on?
You know, there are a few things in this world that I just truly, utterly despise. There's obviously heinous acts that people can do that we don't even need to name them. But when you exploit families and children and you basically create a scam business under the guise of coaching or youth sports, it drives me insane. And this morning I wake up to this particular headline on ESPN. Feds investigate for-profit venture that MLBPA, that's the Major League Baseball Players Association, sent millions into. And Tony Clark, who represents the Players Union, basically put together this entire, what he called was a youth baseball for-profit business that would be funded by the players of baseball, the Players Union. And Tony Clark,
great beard.
This guy had his daughter on the payroll. Obviously, they wanted to find a way to basically circumvent all of the other youth leagues and tournaments that are out there. So for those that have their children in youth sports right now, like I look at, my buddy Rocco's got 2 young daughters, right? They're playing CYO, which is their school league. They're playing volleyball, they're playing soccer, they're playing basketball, and then they'll also play on their little, soccer team, right? They're separate club soccer team. Everyone plays on a club baseball, club basketball, club volleyball. This is not exclusive to any one particular sport.
Up in the club.
I go to Rocco. Hey, Rocco, where are you guys playing this weekend? Oh, we're playing down at Sunnyvale. Oh, we're playing at Fresno. Or we're playing. Every weekend, and it's not just all these, individual sports.
A lot of money on gas.
It's just every weekend, these teams, these club teams will have you driving hours away, spending unbelievable amounts of money just to get into these tournaments. All right. And then you'll have charging of the parents who drove them an hour and a half. Hey, give me $10 to get into this AAU basketball tournament. Hey, give us $5 to go into this baseball tournament to watch your own kid play ball.
After spending $30 plus $50 on gas.
And maybe $75 to enter the tournament.
And food.
Yes, and whatever it costs for a uniform.
Yes.
And so, as someone who's been coaching for 20-something years, all right, and I'm not saying I'm better than, I'm not saying that I do things smarter than or whatever, or I'm not trying to even be holier than thou, but there is nothing worse than what I have seen youth sports devolve into over the last 20 years. And what it's devolved into is the last people we care about are the children. And the people who are making the decisions at the top only care about lining their pockets. The morals and what is motivating individuals is just... It's backwards. It's the money, the money, the money, the money. You want to play on my club team? Pay us money. You want to go travel? Pay me more money. You want to enter this tournament? Pay me more money. Oh, you've now upgraded to this particular division. Now you need new baseball bats. Pay more money. Oh, your son's going to play shortstop, but he's also going to play first base, outfield, and catcher. Well, now you need 4 gloves. Oh, we play on turf this weekend, but tomorrow we're going to play on grass. You need 2 pairs of cleats. The money it costs, for example, in just baseball, is out of control. It's become golf in terms of the finances. And I think a lot of sports are this way. Basketball is this way now, where you got to pay a ton of entry fees. My niece, who's 19 years old, she could have traveled every single weekend for 10 straight years. And when I mean travel, I'm talking about Atlanta, Texas, Reno, LA, San Diego, Arizona. Every weekend you go to these airports and it's filled with people with lacrosse gear, basketball gear, chasing the almighty dollar because you have people at the top of the pyramid telling you if your child misses this game this weekend, well, they're going to fall behind. When in reality, you're completely full of crap. And when I see that Major League Baseball is a part of this, it breaks my heart. Now, are there some youth programs out there that do it the right way? Absolutely. Absolutely. There are probably way more youth programs out there that do it the right way that we don't give enough credit to. But when I open the phone this morning and I look at this ESPN article and I see that $4 million has been spent over the last 5 years for youth baseball and we have nothing to show for it, there's no free gloves, there's no new park, there's no clinics, there's no nothing. And Chris Iannetta is getting paid $150,000 to do a scam webinar. $150,000.
I haven't heard of that name in a minute.
Joe, we had 75 players in our baseball program last year. $150,000 could have paid every single child to have new gear. It could have paid for cage time. It could have paid for field time. We could have entered into a zillion tournaments all year round for all 7 teams. We could have had new uniforms, and I would have probably had $100,000 left over. What are we doing as a society? And as I have a platform this morning and I'm over here and I'm ranting and raving, I just ask those who have influence, are you a part of the problem or are you part of the solution? The question is not, how can we get your kid to the next level? The question is, how can I make your child feel more confident? How can I make your child have some friends and some memories? How can I make your child be able to understand how to deal with authority and how to deal with losing and how to be a good teammate? And how can I make your child love the sport? Not how can I get them to their high school varsity team? Yes, of course, that's one of the many things I'm trying to accomplish along the way. And I just feel like youth sports has devolved into a money grab, and it pains me.
So for those of you who are just joining us, just waking up, what's Jasky talking about? The latest from ESPN. Jeff Passan and Don Van Natta Jr. released this article this morning. Feds investigate for-profit venture that MLBPA sent millions. MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark founded Players Way to fix what many in baseball see as a broken youth baseball system. Years later, the for-profit company has spent at least $3.9 million and is now under federal investigation, ESPN has learned. So there's that right there. And I'll say this. I keep waking up and hearing about the feds in sports when the World Series is going on, when the start of the NBA season is going on. What's next? The last thing I need is another Kash Patel, 30-minute soliloquy about, the Gambino crime family and, doing puns for America to see in regards to the sport. I just want to watch the sport, man. I just want to enjoy, the Blue Jays being up 3-2 without waking up and seeing another incident or swindling or grifting, as you were saying yesterday. And it's unfortunate. And I knew this is near and dear to your heart. That's why I wanted to talk about it. And we're going to talk about the actual sport today, too, because there is a big thing happening in the Bay today, Joe. As you know, Tony Vitello, new San Francisco Giants manager, being introduced in front of the media. He's going to talk. He's going to answer questions. I can't wait for that. I know Sam's going to be there. I know a lot of you're going to be watching. We're all going to be watching. I don't know if we're going to have it live here. I'm not going to speak out of turn, but we're definitely going to be reacting to it. And we're going to be talking about it and questions that want to be asked. But, you're waking up seeing this. This is what you don't want. The broken youth baseball system. I think we could all agree it is broken.
It's not just baseball. Basketball does it too.
The youth sports system in general.
Exactly. Soccer. And again, I want to make it very clear. So like my little nieces, they play for the Glens, right? And the Glens is a great program. It's a great soccer program. It really is. And they really do care about the kids. Like I watch some of these men and women coaches and they've got their arms around them. They're boosting their self-esteem. Like that's what this is about. And I look around, and there's many, many more. That's just the one I know. I'm not as tapped in on soccer as maybe some other people are who are nodding their heads. It really bugs me. For example, Richie Rich, who calls into our show. You know where I met Richie Rich?
Where'd you meet him?
I met him coaching, face-to-face, coaching his son and a bunch of young kids from Livermore. And he's a guy that clearly cares about his kids' friends and all of them. And he's a good coach and he's just a good dude. And he's out there and he's volunteering his time. He's not making no money. He's out there volunteering his time so that all these kids could go play baseball and have opportunities and experiences that they can go right back to. My buddy Jim and a bunch of the boys, they went down to LA this week and they did one go-away tournament. Okay. And they got an opportunity to send, and it's because of the fire department. There's a program, Flame, that helps kind of donate money and take care of some of these kids that can't afford stuff. You know what the funnest part of the weekend was for a lot of these young boys? Yes, the baseball was great. It was them at the hotel Saturday night playing in the pool, having fun going down the water slide, being young boys, being 12, 13, 14, hanging out with their bros, right? Like, I know that everybody wants to get to the next level. Everyone wants to be the next Victor Wembanyama. They want to be the next Paul Skeens and all that. The reality is you're probably not going to be that. You know what you want to do? Have a lifelong connection and love with the sport like I do. You know, I live for sports and I love sports, and I'm able to share it with my young son and my grandfather who's 90. And that's the connective tissue for all of us. Now, look, of course, I played throughout my life. You know what I remember about all my coaches? Like Steve Phelps taught us. Steve Phelps was one of the great coaches in San Francisco history. Taught us drills and all these different, we'd go station to station, whether it was baseball or basketball, and he would always go, Mr. Shasky, Mr. Hay. He would call you Mr. You know what he taught me? How to be a young man, how to be respectful to my coaches, how to treat my teammates, how to not show emotion to an official, how to respect officials. I remember those lessons. I remember how I used to throw my glove down because I get real angry because somebody else would make an error. And he would pull me aside, get down on a knee. He would look me in the eyes and he'd be like, hey, dude, that guy made a mistake. So what? You got to figure it out. And I just think there's too few of the actual life lessons being taught at some of these corrupt situations like this one. $4 million. Joe, I ask you, $4 million. $4 million. Think of how many ways you can affect baseball in a positive way with $4 million. We don't need Chris Iannetta doing webinars. You know what I need Chris Iannetta to do? Give us 30 minutes of his time in front of 500 kids on the field.
And who is Chris Iannetta?
He's a former Major League Baseball catcher. And I'm picking on him because he's one of the names that was identified as somebody who, was a part of this and was paid handsomely for that. It bugs me. And I'm sorry. It's like one of my huge bugaboos in sports. I just think we've lost the plot for youth sports. You have to choose at 9 years old exactly what sport you want to play. Oh, really? Because Steph Curry is a 3-sport athlete in high school, and so is Patrick Mahomes. And I don't know if you see this guy by the name of LeBron James. He played high school football too.
Tom Brady.
Maybe he should play. Tom Brady was drafted in baseball. Maybe he should play every single sport. And then gravitate toward the one that you like if you're good enough to be able to play at the next level. If you're good enough.
The Florida-based business Players Way has generated barely 6 figures in revenue since its founding in 2019, while the union said it has put $3.9 million into the company. 2 sources with knowledge of union finances who have talked with investigators told ESPN that the amount is closer to $10 million into the company. So, that's not a good look. It's an awful look. It's the World Series right now. And whenever you have a headline that says feds investigate and then you have MLB attached to it, it's not a good look.
No.
It's just not. That's not what you want right now. I don't want the feds talking about the NBA, MLB. I want that. If we talk about separation of church and state, can I have separation of feds in pro sports? That's what I would like to have, right? As we're doing this whole debacle with college, the NIL, all of it. There's a lot of blurred lines happening here when it comes to the finances, the money, all that. But when it trickles down to I just want kids in the inner cities in Oakland and San Francisco to just, can we help them out? That's it. And that's what this system apparently was supposed to be about. And that's already failed.
You know what we want? We want access, and we want open fields. We need volunteer coaches. We need what we don't need. Honestly, what we don't need is more money being poured in so that a bunch of people sitting at desks not doing anything are raking in dough.
Yeah.
That's what we don't need.
It's called a pyramid scheme.
It really is. And I think about the best coaches in my life, all right? Coach V, I know you're out there listening right now. When I went through different spots in my life, he was there for me and told me dude, you're better than this. It had nothing to do with sports. I remember a halftime rant. He went crazy. He was reading off everybody's grades when the grades came out. And he started kicking chairs. I cannot believe that you guys are wasting your parents' money to come to this school and you're failing.
It's like Coach Carter, man.
It had nothing to do with the team. It was more he was blown away because his father, worked his ass off for him to go to private school. Yeah. And he was like, your parents don't have this money and you're out here and you're failing like this. And like all these different seminal points in my life, he had my back. It had nothing to do with coaching. I think about someone like Ron Isola, who was an absolute legend at Reardon in basketball for years and years and years and decades. As I see him at Pete's Coffee, we don't talk about sports. And like, yes, we do, but he's like, how's your family? How are you doing? You know, he's coaching a C team in CYO because his granddaughter or grandson or whomever might be on the team. And he's doing it because he loves it and he wants to see these kids have fun and he's laughing and goofing. It's one of the greatest coaches in California State history. Okay. And I just think about all these Reggie, Racer, all these different guys, the Schneiders, who had a seminal impact on my life as a coach. And it's like this much, I guess I go real tiny here. It's like this much about the actual fundamentals. And yes, they taught me the fundamentals. That's why they were great at what they did. But it was like this much as I go real wide here on life lessons and how to treat people and how to carry myself in society. And I just think we've lost the plot.
Well, you're talking about coaching, and the Giants are going to introduce their new manager, Tony Vitello, to the media today. There's going to be an introductory presser, I believe 11 a.m., and I'm very curious to see how that goes down, the questions that are asked. And if you have a question that you would like to ask Tony Vitello, Giants fans, what would it be? One question, 888-957-9570. And you brought something up on the show call yesterday, and I thought it was very interesting how you're viewing this Giants offseason. And with the introductory presser today, Tony Vitello, the Giants find themselves in a position they haven't been in quite some time. And we're going to discuss that position on the other side. Shasky Spadoni here. You can hit us up on YouTube where we are streaming, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Hey, we got a hell of a guest list that I'm going to reveal on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out to the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 of the Bay Area's coolest American-made and powered show cars and trucks of all years. Good Guys Autocross racing action, a metal-crunching Hayward Firefighters Charity Demo Derby, Nitro Thunderfest, and more. November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with Premier Ready credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he's still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That's easily the most jankiest rejoin we have. And I don't know why we haven't spliced it a little bit better. But you know what? That's fine. Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs every single week. And you can find it on the Odyssey app, which is free, or YouTube. Warriors tipping off in Milwaukee, a.k.a. Milwaukee, which is, of course, Algonquin for the good land, as you know, Joe. 5 o'clock tip, 4 o'clock Warriors live, and obviously after the game is over, we'll take all your calls and Warriors wrap up. And it's a big one because Giannis. Yeah, whenever we play the Bucks, it's always Giannis. Warriors. You guys just can't quit Giannis. I'm going to tell you at some point today, as Nick Fidell is going to be joining us 7:30, our Odyssey NBA insider, friend of the program, cousin Nick. You guys got to quit the Giannis stuff. You just got to quit it. You just have to at some point. All right? Quit it. You're not getting him. You don't need him. You don't need Giannis.
Stop. So I want to make it clear.
Giannis needs the Warriors. The Warriors don't need Giannis.
Okay,
all right?
Okay. All right. So
what? Oh, God.
I'm supposed to just quit Giannis?
Quit it. Quit it. Get it out of your system.
All right? I'll bag it for later.
You don't need him. You got Jimmy Buckets. You got JK. Why do I need Giannis? What has he done? Huh? What has he done the last handful of years? I'll tell you what. Diddly poo.
Well,
in the
if you
Eastern
get him
Conference,
for nothing,
which sucks. All right? You know who doesn't suck? Tommy in Livermore.
What's up, Tommy?
We're talking about the feds investigating a for-profit venture.
And there's news that Petaluma Little League, there was some alleged embezzlement going on in Petaluma as well.
We got feds investigating Major League Baseball. It's all, and we're going to get into the actual like San Francisco Giants portion in just a second. I want to put a bow on this conversation because Tommy's been very patient. And we're going to be...
It's just, everything's filed under skill development. And the reality is it's under like straight up pockets getting stuffed. And I know that's what it is.
And I know it's near and dear to your heart because you
it just makes me angry.
Well, I know, but for the people that don't know, hey, might be tuning on for the first time. Jasky's very involved in the youth coaching level, whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball. Hell, he might dabble in soccer with the World Cup coming up next year. You never know. All right,
I'll watch soccer.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not good enough. I don't understand the fundamentals well enough to be able to teach
He'll
it.
put the shin guards on, but you know what? You know well enough to put people around you that know the game. How about that?
Fair enough.
Tommy Livermore, what's up, Tommy boy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Tommy?
Shasky, you spoke straight to my heart, man. When you were talking about all this travel baseball for the kids. My son's been in travel baseball based out of a team in Tracy.
Okay.
I live in Livermore, and I'm calling out all the coaches and all the travel baseball organizations for our youth because they're not being honest to these kids and these parents about how it's going to take them to the next step. Right? They're teaching these kids that they've got these scouts pouring out to these games and these tournaments. And my son believes that. He's 14, right? And when we go there, these scouts are not there. They might show up like once in a, more than once in a less than once in a blue moon, but it is not happening like these coaches are telling these kids, right? And my son's 14. He thinks he's got a fast track to the MLB, right? And I'm having the hardest time trying to get him to recognize, right, it's going to be student athlete. If you want to get somewhere, you better think that you need to get good grades and get into college, right? You want to get scouted by a college when you're in high school.
Yes.
Do well, right?
They'll find you if you're good. Can I ask you some questions? Because you sound like you're very level-headed, and it sounds like you're a great father. I mean that. I don't know you, but that perspective is well. Let me guess. It's Twin Creeks one weekend. It's Manteca the next weekend. It's up in Ripon the weekend after that. How many travel tournaments do you think you've participated since, let's just say, April?
Oh, man. Probably 10. Probably 10, maybe 12. But, yeah, so, I mean, it's this also kind of harming my relationship with my son because I'm not with my son's mother. I haven't been since my son was 1, right? And she lives out in Manteca. But yeah, it's harmed our relationship because what the coach is telling our son, she's also believing that, right? So I'm in this battle of, basically losing time with my son, right? Shout out to all the coaches who are coaching for the good reason,
yes,
right? And they're trying to have fun. And they haven't fallen into, the lie of like this is going to put your kid in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Think about it right now. What is he in 8th grade? What's he in 8th grade?
No, he's a freshman in high school right now.
Freshman in high school. So, okay, you got to play fall ball. Fall ball's wrapping up here. And then,
thanks, Tommy.
What are you going to do in the winter? Are you going to do cage time? Yeah. Well, you better pay for individual cage time, and you better have your individual trainer during the winter because, tryouts are in February. It's all year round. There's like always these justifications. And again, he makes a good point. There are a lot of good, like really wholesome coaches that do care about people. That, like I always ask, I was going, all right, so you paid this coach, let's say thousands of dollars as a parent. Jeez. Has that coach ever asked, what kind of grades is your kid getting? Is he struggling in social studies?
Telling you, man, I watched Coach Carter the other week. He said it first. He's like, hey, they're student athletes. Student comes first. Samuel Jackson. This should have been an Oscar-worthy performance. No, I'm serious, though. That's a local story. Richmond High School.
Joe,
he's doing that. Like, come on, man.
I don't know. I like that. That father seemed like he had really good perspective.
I'm not one to talk, though. I sucked. I was just a horrible student.
Here's what I always say, like this thing.
Bad.
If you're good enough, they're going to find you. It's 2025.
Yeah.
You don't need to have a social media account for your 8-year-old. You don't need to also, be showcasing everything. Now, look, if your son wants it or your daughter wants it and you want to hey, for example, my kid loves hitting the ball off the tee, all right? It might change to piano, right? And then one day it might be the piano. And I might feel like, oh, well, he just wants to do piano all day, every day. Dude, I get that too. But also I would say to him hey, maybe we just go swimming one weekend and be a kid. You know, maybe you and your bros just go to the movies this weekend. Everything in moderation. I'm not saying that you're not going to try to feed into it. And I think this is where it gets difficult, especially like I don't know anything about the piano world. Can you do too much piano to where you get like arthritis?
Carter does. The Chickering family is very prominent in the piano realm. Am I right, Carter? I'm not wrong.
Jonas Chickering did invent the piano.
He didn't. No, he did not invent the piano.
Look it up.
Oh, so is that is that your great, like, what?
He's a distant relevant relative of mine.
Okay, wow.
Right, so
invented the piano?
I mean,
this is the greatest story I've ever heard in my life.
I'm serious. Look it up.
Is Johann Sebastian Bach also related to you? Mozart, Beethoven?
No, I mean, like, really, it's not like he's my great-great-grandfather. He's, like, really distant relative.
Well, I know. Well, how distant we talking? Like 500 years? When was the piano invented?
Like, I'm barely more related just because my last name's Chickering.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
how.
All right. That's it. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm more well versed in the piano key necktie that Mugatu invented. Shout out Zoolander. Before we put a bow on this sports story, I do want to get into.
People are fired up. I'm surprised.
Well, you know, it's the youth sports, man. There's a lot of parents that we talk to get up early, have kids. Hey, I'm going to be diving into this shortly because Benny's just at that age, 5 and 6 years old. He's start doing t-ball. That's about the age
It's
they start
hard
getting
to navigate.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm just learning about it.
So like my buddy Scott hits me up, and Scott, I don't mean to put your business out there, but he hits me up. His son, I think his son's 4 or whatever. He's like, "What tea do I get?" And I sent him what tea to get, and he's like, "All right, what this?" And I said to him, I explicitly said, "Do not buy him an expensive bat."
No.
He's 5 years old. And he's like, "Oh, of course." And I'm like, no. Every family says that. And I say it to him all the time. Stop spending $300 on the bat. Make sure till they're like 12, 13, 14, that they like love the sport before you're investing in it.
Can I get a metal bat for a 5-year-old right now, Joe? Should I start there? Does he need one?
Joe, my son is so obsessed. I took him to Dick's Sporting Goods to get my other nephew a glove. He grabbed a 24-inch 15-ounce bat, metal bat, and he wanted it because it's a big. He's 1.5.
I was gonna say, but should I start now? I'm asking like personal.
I would
questions
start
now.
with like a foam bat
Yeah, he
and a
can do-
ball.
yeah, he can do that. Yeah.
But work on that, build up some speed,
good.
and then buy a $25 Dick's Sporting Goods, the
They have them at
smallest,
Target, too.
lightest bat.
Yeah, the
It
Target
doesn't
ones,
have to
yeah.
be a brand. It's literally the
Easton?
Dick's Sporting Goods brand. Buy a $25 bat. There's no difference at that age. Absolutely no difference. They don't even know if they like it. They don't even know what they are. They think they're a transformer or a dinosaur. They don't even know.
Megatron? I don't think they're watching Transformers these days anymore, are they?
A Hype Fire bat is like $350, $400. And I see people buy brand new bats and their kid grows out of it or it's not even legal. And it's the amount of money is just.
Well, Joe, as we discussed.
I feel for these parents that don't know. If you don't know baseball, you're like walking blind.
They have 12-month-old baby basketball jerseys, remember, as we discussed, that are $80.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's that. Let's put a bow on this conversation before we dive into the Vitello presser. And I don't wonder if Giants fans are even fired up about that. Mike, Pacifica, what's up, Mike?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, morning, gentlemen. So I run Pacific United Soccer Club youth organization, and you're spot on about a lot of what you're saying there, Shasky. But there's also a lot of, you got to separate. There's big, what I like to call corporate youth groups, right? And it is more about money, and the kids are more of just a number to them. Like, but there's also smaller groups like ours that our fees, we try to keep them more reasonable, but we are paying rentals for fields to school districts and cities, and it just gets out of control, and especially since COVID. All those fees have doubled and tripled. And when you're in districts, especially school districts that are underfunded, those fees are even more.
Can I ask you a question?
And then you also have, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, so like when I see that $150,000 goes to Chris Iannetta, who's a former catcher, for a couple of webinars, how much could your program, you coaching kids, how much could you put, if I gave you $150,000 for your program, like it's unlimited the amount of like stuff that you could do with that money to truly help the kids. Am I tripping on that?
Yes, but to give you an example, so we were just doing our budget stuff.
Yeah.
I spend probably close to over $100,000 in just rental fees
Oh my
for
God.
fields.
Reservations?
And I have, 400 kids in my program, with about 30 or 40 teams.
Wow.
And that's a community-based program where we really focus on how do we make those kids better versions of themselves.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's Mike in Pacific. I hate to cut you off, Mike. We are up against it, but that was some really insightful stuff.
Find out what his name, like rewind it so I can reread that out, because he seemed like a really good dude.
Absolutely.
My brother's in Pacifica.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Giants introducing their new manager today. Giants fans, you fired up about it? On 95.7 The Game.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it. Want to meet your customers where they already are? With Facebook and Instagram ads from Odyssey Digital Services, your message shows up right in their feeds in real time. From eye-catching videos to can't-miss offers, you'll reach real people where they scroll, shop, and explore. Whether they're just browsing or ready to buy, your brand stays front and center. Don't just advertise, connect. Turn thumbs into customers with Odyssey Digital. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com to launch your campaign today. Let's grow your business, one scroll at a time.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick Six is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick Six is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Blake Snell.
Here comes going game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's on the first pitch of game 5. Davis Schneider into George Springer's shoes and doing a great impression. Now Vlad Jr. hooks the ball down the left field line. They've got back-to-back to start game 5. 3 pitches in, 2-0 Toronto.
Joe Davis, Fox Sports, 6-1 the final for the Blue Jays that got the party started in that first inning. They didn't look back. 3-2 series lead for the Blue Jays heading back to Toronto with a chance to wrap it up mañana, which is All Hallows Eve, a.k.a. Halloween. And, it'd be disaster for the Dodgers and jubilation. It'd be a treat, if you will, for all Giants fans. And, wouldn't it be apropos with the Giants colors being orange and black that they are due a treat on that day, Joe? It would be poetic in a way, right? Watching the Dodgers lose tomorrow in heartbreaking fashion.
They're going to win. They're going to win game 6. They're going to win game 7. I'm going to maintain my stance.
I try to do the reverse jinx. I don't hate it.
What are you doing?
I don't
Stop
hate
that.
It's okay.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to stop it.
You get so mad about the reverse jinx.
The Dodgers are winning it all.
Okay. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bears for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
Toronto Blue Jays don't have a bad uniform.
No, they're all pretty clean.
No, they're amazing.
Yeah, they're all pretty clean. Yeah. I like when they bring out the maple leaf on the hat. That's pretty cool. They should do that tomorrow. Why not? Tony Vitello, Giants manager, getting introduced today. Joe, you're fired up about it. I know you're really excited. It's been a couple weeks, though, so I think I'm wondering where Giants fans are at. It's an introductory presser. The season hasn't started. We're knee deep in basketball, football. We're excited about those things. Tell me why Giants fans should be watching this presser and why they should be pumped up about this guy being a new face for the orange and black. Why should they be pumped up, Joe?
I mean, why not? This is like a whole new era. They're doing something that's completely outside the box. And honestly, I don't think it's that outside the box. I actually don't at all. I think it's really smart.
So why it is outside the box is it's a historic hire in a couple ways. First and foremost, this is a guy coming from the college level, has only had, college level type of experience. He hasn't been a major leaguer. He hasn't coached at a major league level. That is why it is a historic hire. Now, we've seen this in other sports. NBA, NFL. You think Billy Donovan, right, with the Thunder. He goes from the Florida national champion, Tony Vitello, a national champion, right?
Brad Stevens.
I think more recently.
Larry Brown.
I think more recently, a guy that flirted with came. Dan Hurley didn't go to Lakers, but was flirting with them, right? You've seen it in the NFL. But with the NFL, there was almost always some sort of an NFL connection. I don't know if there is a tried and true coach that went from only college, like Bobby Petrino maybe? Did he have any NFL experience prior to that?
You have to understand that, like in the 60s, college football was bigger than the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
So you had a lot of guys that were going back and forth between the two.
The brands were bigger for those programs at USC and Alabama.
And in the
those.
70s, 80s, and 90s, it blended. You had John Robinson and Bill Walsh going back and forth.
Yes.
From college to the NFL to back to college. You had, Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer, Pete Carroll. I mean, you can go right down the list. So, I think it tends to be a little different. And obviously, each one of these sports presents unique differences between college and the professional level. I think one thing that's happened over the last 20 years, especially in baseball, the landscape has changed dramatically. I mean, just look at someone like Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens' numbers are better in Major League Baseball than they were in the SEC.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
I've seen a lot of different, money conversations regarding this. The salaries in the SEC this year for baseball were higher than the salaries in AAA, AA, and minor league baseball, single A, the whole year. Like, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
There was an article on The Athletic basically saying that
it's also a joke that how they treat some of those AAA, AA, single A players, like the lodging, all of that. There's conversations there we're not going to have today. No, seriously.
I think the infrastructure,
some of the A's, some of the Pilots, some of these organizations are an absolute joke from what I've seen in the past. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but please continue.
Well, I mean, look, You've got to find a way to field a 25-man team, and then you got to find a way to house them, and that's on them, and then you got to find a way to finance them, and do you have revenue? Like, Correct. It's a whole separate thing. Like, here's a great example. My nephew was going through this entire thing. Like, back in the day, had he been drafted 20 years ago, you're probably going to the bigs, right? Now, my nephew's pitching for Arkansas. You can look him up, Joey Lorenzini, all right? He was getting quartered by Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, etc. He's going to make some NIL money, and he's going to play at one of the sickest stadiums you've ever seen. So what would you rather do at 18 years old? You want to ride the bus to and from San Jose Municipal, and that's a big city. You could be in the middle of nowhere. You want to be on a minor league bus living in some random house with a bunch of people you don't know?
Depends.
Where you have to work out on your own?
It depends. Am I coming from a third world country and that's like a luxury for me? There's different levels to this. Yes.
Sure. But I'm talking about the kid born in America.
Okay.
What would you rather do, right? Would you rather go to college and play on an SEC campus, make good NIL money, maybe 50 grand, 40 grand, like that's what they're getting, and get all my meals paid for, have the greatest weight room you've ever seen. Like the weight rooms in the SEC for baseball, they're different for baseball and football. They're better than any weight room in Major League Baseball, okay? And so, I just think the times have changed. The money in college is through the roof right now. And so The Athletic did an entire article, and they're saying that when it comes to developing players, it has never been more close, the SEC and AAA minor league fringe players in terms of the development because of the infrastructure of the money at the college level. Now, we could argue about what they do well and what they don't. College level, the season is significantly smaller. College level, you're only dealing with a 3-man staff. College level, you're dealing with guys who you do control their fate in your hands regarding scholarships and playing time, and they don't have agents and things like that. You have to obviously navigate boosters. You have to navigate families. You have to navigate young men, doing mistakes, and they're not professionals, right?
The amount of control is vastly different.
Way different.
Yes.
Way different. Now, the transfer portal has given the player a little bit more power, but as we see, things go back and forth. So there's a lot of new that he's going to be approaching in MLB. All of that I acknowledge. But you're telling me, and I'm just using a name who coached in the minors forever. You're telling me Steve Decker, who was a minor league coach for the Giants forever, telling me he didn't have a quantum leap going from AA to Major League Baseball if he had been hired?
Sure.
And he had a cup of tea in Major League Baseball, but that doesn't mean that he's unfloppable. He could still flop and be a terrible coach. We see it all the time. Gabe Kappler had experience and got ran out of Philly.
Yeah.
Gabe Kappler played Major League Baseball and got ran out of Philly. Gabe Kappler had a lot of accusations of things that he was a part of when he was with the Dodgers and got ran out of Philly and got hired by the Giants.
And had one of the greatest regular seasons ever.
And then what happened?
And then he didn't. And then it all fizzled out.
I think there's boom or bust with any of these hires, whether they have experience or they have no experience. Like Kurt Suzuki right now was hired by the Los Angeles Angels.
A 1-year deal, apparently, too. Do you see that? It's like a 1-year deal.
It's just insane.
Oh, my God.
Like, let me ask you.
Zach Manassian's brother, Perry Manassian over there, the GM.
Who has a higher bust rate, Kurt Suzuki or Tony Vitello?
Ooh. Probably the Kurt Suzuki, because the Angels have sucked way longer than the Giants.
I'm just meant like just in general. The guy with no experience.
But I'm going from a franchise perspective.
That's a good point.
I think it's the Angels have not done anything for the last... Seriously, since they've won the World Series, they haven't done anything.
You're probably right.
Maybe the 2 greatest players. No, hell that. They're 3 of the greatest players this century's ever seen, and Pujols, Mike Trout, and Shohei Ohtani have nothing to show for it.
I would counter. You're taking them. It's interesting. 'Cause I would counter like... I think their bust rate is exactly the same.
Maybe.
Both could flop.
Maybe.
Both could be good. I don't know. Like, we'll see.
I think Vitello, compared to Suzuki, might be better. I'm actually glad the Giants, because they were also sniffing around Kurt Suzuki. Glad they didn't go with that higher. Yeah.
Like, who knew Mike Matheny was going to be great when he first stepped onto the job? Like, I don't know. They're just roll the dice, you know?
Again, those 2 guys, too, as well. Why do we always go to? The catchers, right?
Yeah.
Bob Melvin, former catcher, right? Bochy, catcher. Like, they love the catcher.
Yeah, but I've also watched Bud Black, who pitched forever in the bigs, just be mediocre.
Mid, right?
Right? So, like, to me, like, this thing about, like, oh, he's got all this to learn. Look, there's going to be some things. He's going to have to build an unbelievable staff. That's my number one question. Who's on your staff? Like, and if you're a part of the hiring process, how deep do your connections in Major League Baseball go? You know, I think Harbaugh, one thing I have to give him a ton of credit for, whether it's John or Jim, they hire unbelievable coordinators and assistant coaches. Kyle Shanahan hires unbelievable coaches and has a very vast network to pull from and draw from.
And why is that? Because he was a football lifer in the NFL. His dad working on all these different staffs, all these different, having good relationships with all these different owners, general managers, teams, what have you. That's where Buster Posey has to come in. That's the guy that has to network. Manassian alongside him. Those are the guys that are going to have to build this staff around Basilio, who I'm sure has some trusted agents that he wants to bring along. Absolutely he does. But this is where Buster... Like, he's putting his neck out for this guy, Basilio. You have to also put Basilio in a position... Vitello. I was getting my paisans confused here because Basilio is the guy we had on. Vitello, this is where you have to, put him in a position to succeed if you're Buster Posey and, find out. Like, Matt Williams is not going to be the third base coach. I think that much we do know. Like those relationships, the bench coach, like, those are the ones where you're going to start building up this staff and helping him out.
Can I throw something at you? Like, he worked at this station. He works at the other station now. But, like, I hear FP all the time go like, the bigs is not for development. What Major League Baseball are you watching, doggy? I don't know. Like, let me ask you this question. Because he'll say things like this, like, you don't develop at the big league level. You need to develop in the minor leagues. And I'm like,
Do you see that team up north in Sacramento, what they're doing?
Yeah.
You see what they're doing with developing all the best young players in baseball?
Yeah.
That's literally what they're doing up in Sacramento. Nick Kurtz is one of the best players in Major League Baseball. What they let him do this year, Joe? Develop.
Yeah. Well, like, let's look at Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
I don't know. Casey had an okay year this year, right?
Yes.
All right. Had Casey ever played second base in his life?
Not that I know of.
No,
in his life? Never.
He said he never
a little
played
bit here and there.
Okay.
And then first base. He had never played first base. Was he developing at one time 2 positions, but then later on in the bigs? Was he developing at a unique position?
Yes.
Yeah. Big time, right?
Absolutely.
Big time. All right. Let me ask you this. Is Bryce Eldridge going to be developing over the next couple of years at the big league level?
Yes, you would hope so if he does get called up. Yeah. If he's getting called up. Yeah.
How about Jung-Hoo Lee, who just completed his first full big league season? Was he developing the last 2 years at the big league level?
Absolutely. This was his redshirt season. There was up, there were downs, there was in-betweens, and he was developing.
How about a guy like Elliot Ramos, who we all, like, we could see he's got skills, needs a lot of seasoning still at the big league level. Yeah. He played 7 years in the minors. He doesn't even know when to tag up. For Christ's sake, he doesn't know when to tag up. He didn't know the infield fly rule, okay? So I am going to push back on this whole, like, the bigs, you don't develop at the bigs. The new modern baseball? Yeah, you do.
Well, in fairness, this Giants team right now, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Odyssey app, community live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're talking Tony Vitello, introductory presser, San Francisco Giants manager, getting announced today to the media. And it's funny you say that because this team was so unbuttoned when it came to just the fundamentals at times last year. It got me questioning. I was like, Bob, you've been doing this for a long time, bro. Like, I get it. Some of it's on the players, but also you got to hold the players accountable. And that's where I'm going back to Vitello. You know, he's been teaching these guys the fundamentals at a college level that maybe some of the Giants players actually need a history lesson on. Now, there's a balance there. You can't be this young hotshot guy coming in and saying, hey, you guys don't know the basics. You guys need to get
I don't expect him taking Rafi to the side and teaching Rafi how to swing a bat.
No, but having the pulse on the individual player is my biggest question. Because that would have been the case for anyone. That would have been the case for if it was like Yadi Molina, Kurt Suzuki, whatever. Having the pulse on this clubhouse is going to be my biggest question because that was clearly missing from Bob Melvin last year. He just did not have a pulse, whether it was on all the players, individual players, what have you. The pulse was lost, and they can, the Elliot Ramoses, the Logan Webbs, the Matt Chapmans, they could wax poetically about how they feel about Bob Melvin. The proof was in the pudding. The guy just, it wasn't working. It wasn't working. And I want Vitello to come in there, and I want to feel like who he is. I want to feel the Vitello pulse, if you will, on this team in the offseason through spring training. And that's another thing. Guy's never done spring training before. I'm curious to see how that's going to look.
Look, I understand why people think this is a giant risk.
Yeah.
A wild, reckless risk. I get it. I ask you out loud, as you see the Cleveland Guardians send out this message to Kai Correa saying, wow, thank you for everything you've done. And fans were going crazy that he's leaving the team. He was on the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, former Giant assistant coach. Yeah.
Kai Correa is now considered one of the better defensive, individual, and team infield coaches in baseball. Kai Correa had 0 Major League Baseball experience. Didn't play, didn't coach before the Giants hired him.
Nope.
And now he's coveted.
He is.
Highly coveted. Highly coveted. Did Bill Belichick play in the NFL?
No, he did not. He did not.
Did Bill Walsh play in the NFL?
He did not.
Okay. Now look, having some experience as a coach, because Belichick cut his teeth in the 70s as a coach, as a special teams coach, getting in there, none of those guys did. Now, I just think baseball has been so insular regarding MLB, professional baseball.
Sure.
Tony Vitello has been coaching for 28 years. 28 years. His dad was a coach. Coaching is in the DNA of the family. He has been in a dugout his entire life. Now, there's going to be a lot of new stuff that they do at the big league level that he's going to be learning on the fly. But if you believe in this guy's evolution as a human, meaning his ability to adapt to his environment, then I think that he'll kind of figure it out. And this is where I think you need to surround him with people who do have that experience. Sean McVay, when he was a brand new coach with the LA Rams, he hired Wade Phillips to be his DC.
Smart.
They need someone like a Wade Phillips to this equivalent on that bench alongside him.
Tony Basilio joined us the other week. And who's Tony Basilio? He is from Fox Sports Knoxville, 105.7 the FM out there. And he dives in all things Tennessee sports. University of Tennessee, football, baseball, all of it. And he has a relationship with Tony Vitello. And this is what he had to say with Sam and I when Sam was filling in for you the other week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, on what Vitello was like, first and foremost, as a person.
I've never been around a guy that's like a human nerve like him in coaching. He is real. This guy does not speak in coach speak. This guy's not going to put you to sleep at a press conference. This guy is who he is. He's very comfortable in his own skin. And that's part of what made him such a rock star around here, because you're in a world where, especially in the major college game, these people all share agents. They're all robotic. He's not. He refuses to be.
Okay, and I think that's what people think of. Oh, college guy going straight to the pros. Is he a rah-rah guy? He's talking to a bunch of kids. These are going to be grown men and adults. He's saying, no. He's not the coach speak guy. He's like, we got to do better as a team. that is how you lose a fan base first and foremost quickly, is when you're struggling early and you just go to coach speak. Fans could read through the BS. You might think we're dumb.
I think the players do even more.
The players do, but specifically I'm saying like the fans when they're speaking towards the media, right?
Yes.
They read through BS very, very quickly. Or even worse, Joe, they tune you out.
Well,
how many fans tuned out Bob Melvin at any point last year?
I think the players did.
We did.
Everyone did.
They're just tuned out. It was a tune out.
You're talking about buy-in. I think it's more, if Rafi and Adamas, if they buy in, and Chapman, obviously, if they buy in, everyone else will buy in.
Yep.
And what will require them to buy in? Just be genuine.
Yes.
Be genuine. And if they believe that you actually just know what you're doing, I don't think it matters whether you've got, decades of MLB experience or not. Like, I really don't. Either you can help these guys or you can't. Either they like you or they don't. Like, I don't think it's that deep.
Here's more from what Basilio had to say about Vitello. A lot of Italian names this morning. I love it. On what kind of manager the Giants are going to be getting in Tony Vitello.
You're getting a guy that's going to be a guy that does not call himself a manager. He's going to call himself a teammate. That was his approach here with his team. You're getting a guy that's not going to throw these professional players under the bus. He's going to treat them professionally. You're getting a guy that's going to be very much a stickler for details and is going to want his team to play good, hard baseball.
Details is what I heard there. And that was where the Giants were lacking a lot last year on the base pads, in the outfield. Just attention to detail was lacking with a team that has a lot of talent.
I keep coming back to this.
Come back to it.
The guy who has the most credibility of anyone with the Giants is Buster Posey.
Yes.
I don't think anyone would question his baseball IQ.
No, he's a Hall of Famer.
Like, ever.
No.
Do you think any of the top dogs on this team would question Buster Posey?
His baseball knowledge, no one would question.
So if I'm Buster, I'm walking into that clubhouse. I'm like, guys, this is who I like the most, and I love him. And I think you guys will too. I think right there, you're going to have more buy-in on day one than you would have had Farhan. And I'm just going to use him as an example. If Farhan walks into the room and tries to make that same conversation, I think it's falling on deaf ears. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and there is a way to talk to the players that I just don't think Farhan Zaidi, he just never translated. And I don't want to crush the guy because it's a difficult skill. We make it sound like it's easy to be able to just talk to players and they gravitate towards you. Some people, they either turtle up or they just can't communicate in a way that's relatable to a major league player, a collegiate player, what have you. Hell, I struggle to talk on the radio sometimes and just get out sentences, if you will. It's a very unique skill that I think Tony Basilio, he's a radio host, but Vitello is uniquely equipped to do because he's been doing it for so long, Joe. And when guys like Basilio, guys like, that's a radio host that talks to him, talks every day, guys like Buster Posey gravitate towards a guy like Vitello, you know what? There's something there. And it's intriguing at the very least for me. That's why I like the hire, first and foremost. People are saying they either I love or hate it. I like it from a sports talk radio perspective because it's interesting. Mm-hmm. It's fun. It's new. Yes. Is it combustible? Absolutely. It could blow up in their face. But you know what? I'd rather go out swinging than go with another retread, just ho-hum hire.
I just think that fans view it different than how the players view it. Very few players are like, oh, Jason Kidd's my coach. Like, let me Google him and find out exactly who he is. Most of the NBA players didn't know that Jason Kidd was a Hall of Fame player, that he was coaching. You know that, right?
Well, early on, he started coaching like the Nets, like KG, and those guys knew who he was.
No. Giannis literally said that he had to Google who Jason Kidd was.
Giannis is also, he's from Greece. He watched Akeem Olajuwon.
Have you seen the Giants dugout? Have you seen
No, I know.
Some of the guys in the Giants dugout don't know. Like, they didn't even know who Barry Bonds was when they were talking to him. Like, they do these spring training videos. My point going is, guys gravitate to who can make me be a better ball player.
Yes.
And then later on, they're going to find out their resume or what they've done or whatever. Do you really think what made Bruce Bochy special was that he was a sometimes catcher for the Giants and the Padres for 5 seconds? Or Tommy Lasorda played on the Brooklyn Dodgers for like a year?
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. more of your calls, more of your texts. We got Tony Vitello's introductory presser happening today, 11 a.m., correct? That's when it's scheduled to start. So we'll have all that, the pre, the post. We're doing it all. I don't know if we're taking it live. I'm not going to say we are. We are? Yeah, thumbs up. We got the thumbs up there. Okay, good. We'll take it live, and Steiny will have a reaction then. I'm sure you'll have your reaction. Sam's going to have a reaction. We're all going to have a reaction to it. And what would be the question you want to ask Vitello or Buster Posey, quite frankly? By the way, I have some questions to ask Nick Fidell in about 18 minutes about the Golden State Warriors. What am I missing about this team that shouldn't make me excited about them? Because I'm really excited about this possibility of Jimmy, JK, Draymond, and Steph being your solidified starters. And we'll mix in a Quentin Post, we'll mix in a Brandon Pajemski. But those four playing at this level, like, sky's the limit. It feels like. We'll get Nick's thoughts on that. Plus, we're going to look back on when the Jimmy Butler trade went down and some of the fan reactions at the time as the Warriors are taking on the Bucks, 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to cars4kids.com. That's cars with a K.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered.
Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Spartans football is under the lights this Saturday at CEFCU Stadium as San Jose State takes on Hawaii. Presented by Habits Law. Want to be part of the action? Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game, courtesy of Habits Law.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
It's kind of apropos as we're talking about Vitello. We're going to pivot to the Warriors here in a second, but the latest from Jeff Passan, breaking news from the MLB realm, the Washington Nationals are finalizing a deal to hire Blake Butera, however I'm pronouncing it, 33 years old. Butera is going to be the youngest manager in MLB in more than 50 years. In 4 seasons as a minor league manager in the Rays organization, his teams had a 258-144 record. So, there you go. The pieces and the dominoes are falling around the managerial landscape of Major League Baseball as the World Series is still upon us. Jays get the win over the Dodgers yesterday. They're up 3-2 in the series, heading back to Toronto for Game 6 tomorrow with a chance to end it. All right. Speaking of a manager or a head coach that I don't think we're talking about enough, Joe, the job he's doing, Steve Kerr. And you know who he thinks is kind of a head coach in waiting, if you will. And let me know when we get the sound, boys, of what Draymond Green had to say on the Draymond Green Show, an Odyssey podcast, as you know, because I know Steve Kerr has talked about Draymond Green. If he wants to be a coach going forward, he could be. Now, I don't know if Draymond wants that, although it'd be good feeder. Well, let me ask you. You think Draymond would be like a legit, like good coach in the NBA if he wanted to be? You think he has the temperament for it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The issue is I think he would have a really tough time with players not giving 100% effort, even though he's guilty of not giving 100% effort sometimes. I do think that try-hard guys tend to struggle with effort level of people that are infinitely talented and don't try as hard. Larry Bird's talked about this. Like, he had a really difficult time, trying to connect with guys like, I don't understand why you can't play harder, Right. And I do believe Dre, I think he'd be great. Honestly, I really do. I really do think he would be great. In fact, if you're asking me long term, I think he'd be a great Warrior coach down the line.
Oh,
I really do.
I like that.
I actually really do.
Okay. All right. By the way, we're talking the Warriors right now. The Warriors Summit that we're going to be having is next Thursday, November 6th, a week from today, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing another Warriors season. We're going to be doing a little bit different this time around. Going to be 9 games into the season, just to give a little different flavor, if you will. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6. Again, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Prizes to give away, drink specials, and your chance to meet all the hosts the same day. 1 week from today, Thursday, November 6th. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. We'll see you there.
So why would he be a great coach? Number one, this guy was taught by Tom Izzo, so he understands fundamental basketball at its highest level. He has worked himself into one of the greatest players. I mean, let's call it what it is. Like, he's going to end up being a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
That means you're one of the greatest players to ever play the game.
One of the greatest defensive players of all time. Steve Kerr, who played with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, says Draymond's the greatest defensive player he's ever seen.
Right, and then you play for Steve Kerr, who I think his accolades kind of speak for themselves. You played in a variety of eras. You played in like the old, slow, walk it up era, and then you ushered in the new, pass the ball around, space and pace, positionless basketball era. He's found a way to, he's maniacally obsessed with tendencies. I don't think we understand how much Draymond dedicates himself to study. And what I mean by study, it's like, hey, I know Sabonis likes to do X, Y, and Z over and over and over. I'm taking that away. I'm going to beat him to the punch. I'm going to beat him to the spot.
No pun intended.
I did not mean to do that.
No punch intended.
I'm beating him to the spot.
That's a fork.
Because I know he always wants to go to his left, for example. Like, I don't know. I think he's maniacally obsessed with the details, and I think to be a great coach, you have to be maniacally obsessed with small things and details and whatnot. He understands defensive sets, offensive sets. I think he knows what it was like to be a reserve. I think he knows what it's like to be a star. I think he knows what it's like to be an aging player. I think he has great perspective.
I think that's very well said in regards to Draymond Green, and we're talking about the Warriors right now. Nick Fidell going to be joining us in about 7 minutes. Nick Fidell, our Odyssey NBA insider, joins us every single Thursday. I had to move up a little bit today. That's fine. By the way, we have a great guest coming up at 8:30 because people are waking up. You can talk Niners, you can talk Brock Purdy. Oh, we're talking Niners Giants. And who better to talk to than, I don't know, Super Bowl MVP Phil Simms. You want to talk to him? 8:30, Phil Simms.
I love Uncle
joining
Phil.
the roast. Love that Uncle Phil. Love Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince. All Uncle Phils. My own Uncle Phil. Shout out Uncle Phil Edge. Yeah, his last name is Edge. It's pretty cool. Philip Edge. He was from England. Well, not was. He is from England. He always say, Joey, how you doing? What are you watching over here? Joey, can you go get a bag of chips out of the garage? There you go.
Out of the what?
The garage. They don't say garage over in England. They say the garage. I love him. Yeah, he introduced cricket to me at a young age.
Oh.
Yeah, he did. The wicket, if you will. You ever play cricket? It's fun.
No,
it's fun.
I've seen it.
It's fun.
Carter
Very fun
Park,
to
I've
play.
seen it.
It's very fun to play.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what's going to be a very fun game to watch today? It's going to be Bucks Warriors in Milwaukee, 5 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. We got Warriors live at 4. And Giannis Antetokounmpo is probable for the Bucks. And you know who's questionable for the Warriors, though? Just keep a little note in this, is Moses Moody dealing with right thumb soreness. This is the same hand and thumb that he had surgery on this past summer. Obviously, kind of plagued him throughout the playoffs. His shot didn't look very good. Found out it was his thumb, needed surgery. That's sore right now. Questionable tonight against the Bucks. That's it, I believe, on the Warriors injury front. I expect everyone else to be available. And I expect more of Jonathan Kaminga in the starting lineup. Now, it gets me to this. We all saw it earlier in the week. And if you didn't, well, shout out to you. The Bleacher Report article, because the Bleacher Report has to talk about Giannis all the time. And can we just quit this? The Giannis trade rumor to the Golden State Warriors, is it ever going to die? Seriously.
Why do I have to quit it?
Because the Jimmy Butler era is here.
Yeah.
It's been great. Why do we need Giannis?
Well, maybe he wants to come here one day.
One day? When is that? This year?
I never close doors.
Okay, he wants to play with Steph. The only way that's the only way he's coming here is to play with Steph and Curry.
All right.
He's not coming here if Steph's gone. Sorry. That's not the case. He's not doing that. So if he wants to play with Steph,
I never say never.
The only reason to come here would be to get rid of Jimmy Butler. And I'm not getting rid of Jimmy Butler right now if I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. I'm not giving away Jonathan Kaminga, Pajemski, Moody. I'm not selling the farm and gutting my team right now, which might have its best depth in God knows how long, for Giannis Antetokounmpo, a guy that can't get out of the first round in a bad Eastern Conference.
I love you.
Please.
You sound insane.
Why?
You never close the door on all-time great players, all right? You always leave it open
I'm out.
No matter what.
Done. Don't want anything to do with Giannis Antetokounmpo right now. If it means getting rid of JK, Jimmy, and everything else in 3 or 4 first-round picks. Miss me with that.
Yeah, see, okay, when you add that caveat of what the actual cost is.
That's what it would be.
Well, that's what Bleacher Report says.
No, that's what it would be in reality, because there's no way that Milwaukee.
How do you know?
Oh yeah, here's Giannis, and we'll take Jimmy Butler, 35 years old. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, and if you're in fantasy land, great. You can buy some stuff down the street that'll make that happen.
As I learned with the Jimmy Butler situation, Jimmy would have went for 2 or 3 first rounders if it was a year prior. They got Jimmy Butler for a steal. Things happen in the NBA. You never know. I never say never. Today, am I doing that Bleacher Report, whatever deal you just presented? No. But again, I never say it's Giannis, Joe. I mean, you always have to be open-minded.
You know who's open-minded to anything and everything? It's Nick Fidell.
Oh, look at him. It aged so well. What team is Oubre on this year?
He's on the Sixers, who are balling right now.
Oh,
yeah, no,
still on them.
I think Kelly Oubre is having like a good year too so far. It's early. Yeah. Hey, Nick. On the River Islands guest line now is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fidell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and also he covers the Warriors for The Athletic. Nick, let's just bring you right into the conversation. Can we stop with the Giannis talk? Like, can we enjoy what the Warriors have right now? Everyone wanted to get rid of JK. Warriors fans are trying to trade Jimmy Butler in the offseason. Things are going great right now. Why can't we just enjoy what we're watching, Nick?
Because that's not how sports works.
Thank you.
Everybody's always going to wonder who's the best guy, who's the next guy, who's the star guy who's going to be out there possibly in the future. So it's never going to stop. But Warriors fans absolutely should enjoy what they have, because what they have right now is a team that is really, really good, could potentially get a lot better, and everybody needs to take a deep breath because so many different things can happen throughout the course of a season.
Thank you. I think the story of this season, it's a couple of games in. I don't want to pretend like it's a month or 2 months, but it feels like Kaminga is the story of this season early on. And to me, it's all of the little things. He's making the simple passes. They're using him on high pick and rolls to be the trigger man going downhill, either laying it in, making a great quick decision. I love the way he's taking on a version of the old Klay Thompson role. Go guard the best perimeter player out on the edge by yourself. Good luck, and try to make that guy work for every single penny he gets. Kaminga's been brilliant, Nick. I didn't see this coming.
I don't think a lot of people did, Joe, and I will give him all the credit in the world, because the way he's playing night to night right now makes this team better. It makes this team look different, and it gives the rest of the group confidence that they can hit a different level. When you watch Kaminga this year compared to what we saw the last couple seasons, it seems like he's bought all the way in, and he's just kind of going with the flow, instead of when he got out there, it was like, all right, I'm going to go get mine. And what he's doing, to your point, is he's filling in the rest of the gaps. The defense has been better. The rebounding has been better. The passing has been better. he knows how everybody else is trying to play, and he's trying to do what else that he can to help them. And by doing that, what it's done is it's made him play the best that he's played in his career. I think the biggest key, guys, is the consistency. Because what did we all agree with Kaminga? Always. The talent was there. You just weren't sure what you were going to get night to night. At least to start the year, you know what you're going to get, and it's been really, really solid for this group.
How big of an impact on Kaminga's fit with this team right now is attributed to Jimmy Butler?
I think Jimmy has calmed him, Joe. I think Jimmy on the floor has been the guy that has given him the ability to kind of do what he needs to do in time. And like we were saying, Kaminga has filled in what has helped everyone else. But I think off the floor is what is noticeable when both guys continue to speak day to day through the first month of the season. Jimmy went through the contract stuff in Chicago. Jimmy's been in the league for a decade and a half now. He knows what it's like to believe in yourself and not have everybody else around you believe in the vision that you've got. So in a lot of ways, he's a perfect person for Kaminga to learn from because he's lived through what he's going through. I think all these guys really like Jonathan. The issue always was, does he want to be there? And if he is there, what are you going to get when he's on the floor? And I think having Jimmy around has really stabilized him in both areas, on top of what Steph and Draymond do every day. Just seems like Jimmy's more relatable specifically to Kaminga because he's lived through a lot of the same stuff. So it's really been a perfect fit to this point. As we all know, a lot of different things can happen throughout a season. So let's all take a deep breath, enjoy what's happening if you're a Warriors fan right now. But guys, as I'm sitting here watching night to night, if you have Kaminga playing at this level and you have Steph and Jimmy offensively doing exactly what they have done for so long, and then you add on Draymond, who is still unbelievable defensively, and you continue getting Horford into the rhythm that he's in, then, oh, by the way, here comes Pods a couple nights. Moody has a good game. Quentin Post the other night's hitting threes from all over the place. You're going to get Melton back at some point. This is a really deep team. And you can make a move around the deadline. I'm sure Mike Dunleavy is going to see what else needs to be filled as the course of the season rolls around. But this team early on with a hellacious schedule coming, 10 of the next 12 on the road, looks like a team that is going to consistently get better throughout the year if it can stay healthy.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fidell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, just like Draymond Green's as well. Welcome to the Odyssey family. Not only
we're
Nick
teammates.
Fidell, that's right.
Nick,
all
me
of us.
Me and Dre, we're teammates.
Oh, just you. Okay.
Yeah, me and him. We're going to do a crossover pod. Just ask him about it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Praying.
Hey, Nick. Let me ask you this. What's it say about this Warriors squad that within the first 5 games, they have beaten 4 of the top 8 teams that were coming out of the West last year? Nuggets were the 4 seed, Lakers were the 3 seed, Clippers the 5 seed, and obviously the Grizzlies were that 8 seed last year.
Spadone, they're good. The Warriors are really good. I thought that if they could get things together early and find a rhythm, that they'd be in good shape. And I think they're even better than I thought they'd be at this time. Now, as anybody who's been around this team the last couple of years will just say, all right, let's pump the brakes a little bit, because they did start 12-3 last year, and then they went 3-12, and it was up and down. And yeah, when Jimmy got there, they were really good, but then Steph went down in the playoffs. Jimmy wasn't feeling good. We know what happened. If this team can continue to keep most of the core guys healthy and avoid that major injury, they've got a shot. And we will continue to hammer this home all year, because all you can ask in the NBA, especially with a team that is as top-heavy age-wise as they are, is to have a chance. And Spadone, what they've proven over the course of the first couple of weeks here is If they are healthy, they're going to have a shot. Steph is still Steph. That is an incredibly high level that he's trying to live up to every night. And we hit on Kaminga. But there's something else, guys. When things aren't going well for this group, and Steve Kerr said this the other night after that Clippers game, but he's been saying it for months now since Jimmy got here. If things go bad, you give the ball to Jimmy. He slows it down. He gets to the line. He knows how to get his offense going, and it gives them a completely different look. So if you're believing that the Warriors have that chance, you're believing that not only Steph can stay where he's at, which is incredible, but you're trusting that Jimmy Butler knows exactly what he needs to do to get that team out of their lulls that they go through offensively. I think he can, and it's why I think anybody who doubted this group to start the year, their eyes are starting to open up a little bit when they watch, and they're going, oh, okay, they can hit you in a lot of ways offensively. The defense is starting to come around. If health stays where it can, this can be a dangerous group.
Nick, I want to pepper a couple things at you here and just do a little back and forth. How many games do you think you've been to in person as a reporter over the last 15 years? If you just a rough estimate.
Oh, man, I mean, we're probably looking at a couple thousand, maybe a little less than that, because you got to figure at least 100 a year, especially when teams go into the playoffs. And I've been doing this now like 16 years.
Okay.
So
how many places have you lived? You've lived in the Bay. You lived in Chicago, Minnesota, New York, and Florida, correct?
There was no Minnesota. I was just up there a lot in a lot of hotels. But, yeah, at the Bay for about 4 or 5 years, Chicago for 10, New York City for a few years, in Florida.
All right. So each of these areas, whenever I travel, I realize how different just nightlife is, and whether it's existent or it's non-existent. Michelle was just in New York, and she's like, I couldn't get over how late everything was open and how everyone is eating so late. The entire ethos of New York is nighttime. The Bay's not really like that. You know, we're not up late. So when that game started at 8 o'clock the other night, and we didn't have a tip-off till 8:15, it's not like a New York 8:15 tip-off, and it felt sleepy to me. I was sleepy on the couch. Obviously, I was tired because I got to wake up early. But independent of that, I didn't get the same buzz from the crowd. Your feelings as someone who's been to thousands of games, was an 8 p.m. start, was it as weird as I felt it was on my couch?
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, it was weird. It was definitely weird. The players, they didn't seem to be bothered by it because – guys, the NBA is such a strange existence. You're playing late at night. Your whole body clock is shifted. So an extra hour the other way, it's not going to bother them much. But there's no doubt. Chase, for all the consternation before it opened, oh, it's never going to be as loud as Oracle. Oh, it's never going to have the juice that place did. It can get pretty damn loud in there when people are into it and Steph is going off. There were only a few times that you felt that the other night, and that game was dragging a little bit because it started so late. But, Joe, any conversation about the atmosphere, I'll point you back to the league. The league took the money. The league thought business is business. I understand. But when you're starting a game, forget 8:13, because I looked down at my phone when the ball went up in the air. It was 8:13 Pacific. It was 11:13 on the East Coast. And I know people in the Bay are sitting there going, all right, whatever, we're on the West Coast. Fine. Do you know how many people are on the East Coast? You're sitting there trying to stay up and watch a game with Steph Curry. So I never understood it when they started announcing it. I understand it even less now.
Okay.
Covering these games late. I don't think it's good for the NBA in general, but money is money and business is business. To your point, though, the atmosphere absolutely took a hit because I think everybody's looking at their phones or their watch and they're going, what the hell are we still doing here so late?
So you bring up the league as a whole, and I'm playing ball last night, and the ball gets, hit down the line, and and a guy gets a home run, and one of my buddies yells like, "Hey, Chauncey, make a play on that one," basically saying that I gave him a home run last night. To the people you talk to in league circles, the whole Chauncey Billups thing. No, I'm dead serious on this. Like, I am not a holier than thou. You guys want to gamble, I'm fine with it. I don't drink. I know we're going to advertise drinking everywhere. I also understand there's going to be a segment of people that can't handle their liquor. It's going to cause issues, whatever. I'm not a holier than thou individual. Gambling is here to stay. I don't care that everyone's in bed with the gambling thing. But when I see the Terry Rozier footage and I see what he did, it's like, you got to come down hard on those guys. And you got to let people know, hey, Miami, you have traded for someone who is throwing games. Hey, get him out of the league like ASAP. What is the fallout for Adam Silver? Just the people you talk to, I feel like this guy's got to step down. This Chauncey Billups thing is bizarre. That's a whole separate thing. There's the poker aspect. I'm talking about the Terry Rozier stuff. The fact that they didn't announce that this guy was throwing games, I think this is a bad look for him. I don't think it's recoverable.
It's certainly not a good look by any stretch, Joe. I don't think they're going to get to the point where they're going to force him to step down over this. What I would tell you into what you're asking, when you start planting the seeds to the public paying audience that's following your league every day, and you leave open at least the shadow of doubt that games aren't always on the up and up, that attacks the credibility of everything you're trying to build. And I've told you guys this, especially as I've been out of the league now, at least on a day-to-day basis. The last couple of years, I'm back in it around the Warriors. People in the Bay are so lucky on top of Steph and the success that the group has had. But they're like in this bubble that is unbelievable because so many people are so into this team and there's so much passion around this team. I say all that because it's not that there aren't NBA fans all over the world and certainly all across the league. It's just that when you watch the regular season game, I mean, it is just not that interesting. The regular season product on the whole in the NBA is not that compelling. Certainly not the same as when we were growing up. The difference out here in the Bay is people get to watch Steph and they get to see Jimmy and Draymond doing their thing. And there's an intensity around every game they play. That does not exist everywhere else. So I think on a much deeper and broader level, the issue for me as a fan of the league and somebody who makes their livelihood covering the day-to-day aspects of the league, Joe, I'm really nervous because I'm 42 now. My friends, our entire text chains are pictures of somebody's like 4-year-old or my 8-year-old did this. And then it's like, hey, are we taking the Gators plus 7.5 on Saturday? It permeates all our discussions. Mm-hmm. And then I say, hey, guys, I got to go watch this game. They're like, the NBA. They're like, regular season NBA? Are you kidding me? People just, at least in my circle, my friends who I grew up with, they are not following the product. And when they start to see those stories pop up, the Rozier thing, the Chauncey thing, they're like, oh, are you kidding me? I mean, they may flip it on in the playoffs. It just doesn't have the same pull like it used to. The social currency. For the people that I know. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Talking with Nick Fidell, who covers the Warriors for The Athletic and is our Odyssey NBA insider. So, Nick, what do they do then? Like, I feel like they've tried to combat it, right? You're trying to make things more interesting. The NBA Cup, it's still in its infancy stage. It's been a couple of years. I don't think that's translating like they wanted to. When it's like, the Europeans have their Carabao Cup or their FA Cup and stuff like that.
Is that a real thing, the Carabao?
No, it is. Like they have like in like tournaments with other teams throughout their actual like English Premier League, and they have the Champions League. They have all these different leagues and tournaments throughout the season where they take breaks. They have European or Euro qualifying. They have World Cup qualifying. They have all this different stuff happening. But for the NBA, they added, the 9/10 spots. So you can have play-in teams, right? You're trying to make it more exciting for other teams to, give a damn and not tank, but you still have teams taking. I think early on this season, though, maybe it's early, 5 games, I found some of these teams and games riveting early on. Wemby.
Oh, my God.
Hell, I know it's the Lakers without Luka and LeBron. Like, Austin Reeves going at, like, the Julius Randle last night. I thought that was fascinating on ESPN. It was a primetime game. Like, they're trying to make it more exciting, Nick. You think it's working?
I personally don't, but that's because, again, I'm listening to my friends in Orlando and Chicago who I'm used to talking to on a daily basis. And they're like, are you kidding?
Bulls are 4-0, though. Bulls are 4-0, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Orlando's got a squad.
No, the real Bulls are not 4-0. The Sacramento Kings, they're not 4-0.
I was going to say, look at the Bulls' schedule. Get back to me in a couple months when things start to turn. But, guys, the problem for the league is there shouldn't be as many games as there are, but they're never going to cut those games because of the money that's involved. So what can you do? What I would argue on top of the gambling, and this goes to the whole conversation we're having right now, the worst thing that happened to the NBA was load management.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely terrible because you don't know who's going to be out there on a nightly basis. When you lose that, I think it's been eroding for a while, but when you lose that and you wonder how hard are they going to go when they are out there, then you add on the Rozier stuff. We've seen a few of these betting scandals pop up in the last couple of years. Then you go, well, uh-oh. So, Spadone, to what you're asking, I don't know what the fix is. I don't know what's going to make somebody who's not a fan of whichever two teams are playing that night tune in. The reality is probably the gambling, which is why all these leagues are pushing so hard with it. The problem, though, is when you go back and say, all right, well, there could be some issues here. When we're pushing this so hard and we're taking the gambling companies' money, I don't know specific to the NBA what you do. The best answer is you continue to cultivate personalities that people are drawn to and want to watch each night. The problem, though, guys, and this brings it all full circle, especially in the Bay, is that I don't see anybody who is going to be able to carry that mantle that Steph and LeBron have for so long.
Yep.
And whenever they go in the next few years, I think the league has a much bigger issue because you have very, very talented players, but you don't have the player right now or players that are going to draw people in every single night. I know there was a lot of hope around Wemby.
Yeah.
He's awesome. It just doesn't seem like
big men never
the
connect.
Interest level is translating with clicks and ratings to this point.
You don't think Wemby's going to be that dude? Everyone's obsessed with this guy. You were just talking about him the other day,
but
Joe.
overseas players don't connect with the American audience.
No? Jokic? None of these guys are connecting, Nick?
No, liking a player and them resonating to the level of Steph or LeBron James, like, they're just different, dude.
Well, they're two of the top 10 players of all time. I guess what I'm saying is, like, why can't Wemby be that guy then is what I'm asking.
Look,
why can't he
Tim
be?
Duncan didn't resonate during the Kobe era.
But he's not as this similar to what Wemby is.
No,
Wemby
I know, but I'm saying that he won 5 championships for crying out loud. Like, just the audience determines who resonates.
Sure, and I know Shai Gilgeous does not.
It.
Yeah, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander clearly does not.
No, they don't. I want to ask you about Steve Kerr because we can have a separate conversation. I want to ask about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr did not coach in the Olympics this year. Obviously, there was a lot of time off for him. He's getting pulled in 1,000 directions. And I just think we underestimate how much is on these guys' calendars every single day when you do stuff like the Olympics in the summer prior. He looks refreshed. He looks like he's pulling all the right strings right now. What have you noticed different from Steve Kerr this year? Like, forget the X's and O's, just as a person compared to years past.
Joe, I think it's a good point because I think he got some time away from everything. And when you're as talented as Steve is as a coach and you've had as many different years that just extend and extend and extend, and the Olympics is a really fascinating point because when you can step away and you just get away from all of it, anybody who's taken time off work and then goes back into it feels a little bit better. I think it's the biggest thing that people forget is they watch all these teams. Sometimes these are human beings. I know Steph looks and plays like Superman a lot, but Steph's got 4 kids. He's got all the worries that so many different people have as they're going through life. There's a lot of different layers behind the scenes. So specific to Kerr, I think he's just feeling good. And it's a lot easier to feel good about your situation when you know your team is really good. And Joe, they're really good and they're really deep. and he has a lot of different options. So to what he keeps saying, if somebody doesn't have it going that night, he can go to somebody else. And if somebody does have it going, he can ride them a little bit longer and not feel like, if I don't play this guy, he's going to get really upset. I mean, Kaminga, it really is kind of the perfect example of why this season has started the way that it is, because I know I was sitting there as the year started going, what happens if Kaminga doesn't play well? Or what happens if he plays big minutes one night and he doesn't the next night? How will that impact everybody else? He's playing well. The Warriors look great. Kerr's making some really strong moves. Everything is clicking right now. And the only thing I would say, guys, as we continue on this journey with this group the next few months, no matter what happens in the next few weeks, if you're a Warriors fan, just take a breath. When you have 10 of 12 on the road early in the year, there might be nights where they look flat, and hell, they looked really flat in Portland the other night. But that was the third game in 4 nights. So I'm telling you right now, as we start this moment over the next month, I am not going to read too heavy into if they go into the tank here for a couple of games, because there is so much left to go. They have some flaws they got to work through. They're like every other team in the league, but the Warriors are in a good place. These guys are feeling good about where they're at. And I think, Joe, the key to this group right now is they genuinely like each other. And that is huge. There's a freshness there. And I think it speaks to not only what Kerr is feeling, but what the group's feeling as well. There are new guys they're trying to integrate into what they do. They know the talent is there, and there's a reason to believe it's going to grow stronger.
Feels genuine, kind of like when Nick Fidell joins us here on the Morning Roast every week, every Thursday. Hey, Nick, you're in Milwaukee. You going to Indiana tomorrow?
I am taking the drive to Indianapolis. That should be an experience.
So hold on. Indianapolis on Halloween night. What is Nick Fidell doing? And please, for the love of God,
dress as Kelly Oubre.
Well, no, please, I was going to say Mark Sanchez. But yeah, don't do that. Don't pull Mark Sanchez in Indianapolis. I'm just saying, don't do it. I'm giving a PSA out here for Nick Fidell. I'm protecting him, Joe. That's what I'm doing. But what are you doing for Halloween night? What are you dressing up as?
I'm not going to dress up as anything. I'm going to go have a good steak probably at St. Elmo's and call it a night, because I got a lot of work to do. So I think you look at 42 on Halloween in a different place, a little bit different than you might even at 22. So, Spadone, I'm staying out of all the trouble.
What's the worst nightlife, Milwaukee or Indianapolis?
Indy. Milwaukee's fun. You can have a few pops.
Yeah. All right.
Marquette is in, my niece is at Marquette, and it's in downtown Milwaukee right near the stadium, and I heard it goes off.
Okay. All right. Hey, Nick. Good stuff. You know, Milwaukee is actually pronounced Milwaukee. It's Algonquin for the good land. That's a Wayne's World reference. I'm sure you're aware of. Thank you. Yes. Hey, good stuff, Nick. We appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Love you, buddy.
There he goes. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fidell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and obviously he covers the team for The Athletic as well. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, which leads us now, Carter, to the injury report. Moses Moody, questionable for tonight's game against the Bucks. Moody's experiencing some soreness in his surgically repaired right thumb. His availability could be a game-time decision. The good news is all the other Warriors veterans are expected to be available. And for the Bucks, Giannis Antetokounmpo is probable to play despite a knee injury. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You know, with the Warriors in Milwaukee and all this Giannis talk and all this Giannis chatter the last couple of years, I want to revisit a trade that we're going to look back on potentially, Joe, and say this is the trade that saved the dynasty. Jimmy Butler. Let's revisit how fans were feeling just back in February and revisit it now. Because you're going to laugh, you're going to cry, you're going to get angry with some of these callers. And it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry. Deep three from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks. Today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Halfway home here on a Thursday. We're rolling, baby. Just had Nick Fidell, our Odyssey NBA insider, and our Warriors insider, as he covers the team for The Athletic. Bucks, Warriors, tonight, Milwaukee, 5 o'clock tip, right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll have Warriors live starting at 4 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs. And then, of course, after the game is over, taking all your calls all night long. Giannis expected to play. And we can't quit that guy, I guess, Joe. You just, it's like it's Brokeback Mountain. I wish I could learn how to quit you, Giannis, for Warriors fans. They just can't quit him. Bleacher Report can't quit it. You can't quit him. No one can. You got Jimmy Butler. Be grateful that you have Jimmy Buckets and Jonathan Kaminga and his emergence in your lives right now. Just be grateful. How about that? So I'm opening up this 8 o'clock hour. You like that? Huh? We got Phil Simms joining us in about 25 minutes. Super Bowl MVP.
I don't even know what to do. You just threw a dead fish right in my lap. I don't even know what to do.
I just told you. Don't worry about Giannis anymore, Warriors fans. We're good here. We got Jimmy. We got JK. We got depth. And we're only going to get more of it. When Melton comes back, when we got Seth Curry joining the team, all right? Depth is the name of the game, and we got it here in the Bay, all right? You like that? By the way, this is what I teased as well. Did you know?
Brokeback Mountain?
It's
that what you teased?
Academy Award-winning movie.
Never seen it.
Okay, there you go. Ang Lee, Jake Gyllenhaal, and R.I.P. Heath Ledger was great in that performance. February 5th, 2025. You know what happened that day? February 5th, 2025.
February 5th, 2025. Me and Carter ordered, Phil's or Pete's delivered to the station, probably?
No. That did not happen.
That was on the 7th.
Yeah, that was on the 7th. On the 7th day.
On the 7th day, he rested.
There you go. Jimmy Butler was traded from the Miami Heat to the Golden State Warriors on February 5th, 2025.
That's what happened?
That's what happened on Feb 5. Do you remember how you were feeling that day? Go back. That whole week was nuts. That was our first shows together was that week. Me being in the A-chair. We had, the Super Bowl that was coming upon us. We had Luka to the Lakers, De'Aaron Fox going to the Spurs. I think we had the Sacramento Kings becoming the Chicago Kings, if you will, with Zach LaVine coming over. So there was a lot happening. All right. And then there was rumblings. Kevin Durant. Could there be a reunion? KD going back to the Warriors. Oh my God. We had Anthony Slater on, our NBA insider, our Warriors insider at the time, and saying, yeah, I'd lean towards, it could be happening. 55% chance it could be happening. And then it didn't. And then you were feeling like, oh my God, is Mike Dunleavy in over his head? Are we not going to get anyone? And then it happened. You got the Shams bomb, whatever you're calling it, and Jimmy Butler.
Whose show did it break on?
Ooh, that's a great question. When did
Willard and Dibs.
Willard and Dibs it happened on. Okay, Willard and Dibs.
Bastards.
And the reactions were everywhere. Do you want me to give you some of the taste of what was happening that day when it went down and the day after? Let's just start off with this.
Okay.
All right. This is Jimmy from God knows where calling in. We're going just through callers.
Parts unknown, like Yoda.
Here we go.
Hey, what's up, boys? How we doing today? Somber day today.
Oh.
No, we're excited. Talk to Goo.
No, we're not.
Wow.
Dunleavy's got to go, boys.
What?
This guy, what are we doing? When did we go from the Golden State Warriors, an NBA team, to the Golden State Warriors, a retirement home? Why can't we sign guys that are on the south side of 27? We're picking up all these old gummers. We may as well trade out the seats at the end of the court for lazy boys and pick up an Insure endorsement. The problem is, boys, is that we're taking on guys that are too old.
Okay.
So I love how the phone was ringing while he was calling.
He's a big businessman.
So bizarre.
So
it's like an Inception phone call.
So or Jason Bourne, right? As I'm watching all.
So
the
that
Bourne
was
trilogy.
the day. That was 2/5/2025.
That was the day after because it was Steiny and Goo when it happened, right?
Okay.
So 2/6. All right. So we have all the different shows, all the different callers, just people being pissed because they got older. Andrew Wiggins, they could hang in the Island Youth, all that.
Has anyone uttered the name Andrew Wiggins since the trade?
I've forgotten about him. He's still
Remember the consternation about you can't trade him for this guy and you can't trade him for this guy and do we have more? I want to hear more.
Joe, we had segments in March saying we have not forgotten a all-star faster than we forgot about Andrew Wiggins.
Well, Jamal McGlure online too.
That's fine, but I didn't even it didn't even register because Jimmy Butler had been such a perfect fit and the Warriors were just the best story in the NBA as soon as he came to Golden State. But wait, there's more. Here's a guy named Dennis.
I hate to rain on your parade, fellas, but that's the worst trade I could ever think the Warriors making.
Whoa,
I've been watching now.
Wait a minute. We gave away Robert Parrish. What are we talking about? We gave away Spreewell. We gave away Hardaway. We gave away Chris Webber for Daniel Marshall eventually.
Jordan Poole for Chris Paul?
I mean, Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, the worst trade ever?
Hey, I'm talking about today's. It's the worst move they could have made.
Okay.
I'm 70 years old. I was a ball boy for the Warriors. I've been watching them for a long time, a lot longer than you two.
Wow.
And hey, it's a horrible trade.
Why?
Horrible trade. Because you just got a lot older. Now you're stuck with this guy for 3 more years, and you got an aging group. These guys aren't going to the play-in. They're not going anywhere, and we're going to have to watch this now for the next 3-4 years. I don't know what you guys are smoking, but you ought to change your brand because this is the worst thing they could have.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Hey, they went to the second round.
Wrong. He said they're not even a play-in team. They went to the second round of the Western Conference.
Hey, I love when Dennis gave me his credentials. I've been watching the team a lot longer than you've been alive.
Right.
It's like, all right.
So you've seen a lot more losing than we did. Wow. There you go.
You know
That's
what,
just
though?
the fact.
I appreciate his passion.
No, he was great. Hey, Dennis, if you want to give us a call back, if your tone has changed,
I feel it, though.
That's fine.
I've been wrong about a lot of things.
So we're just reliving it and the Jimmy Butler experience.
Dunleavy's like, he's got to be laughing in his car right now. I want to hear more. I want more.
People were pissed, dude. Like, I just don't, I think we're all looking at it now and saying, oh, we knew all along. No. People were not happy when this thing went down. Here's another one.
Yeah, give me another one.
Oh, wow.
Tiny.
Hey.
Guru. Make it make sense to me.
I can't.
Make it make sense to me. We got older? Are you kidding me? We traded Wiggins when he was playing his best basketball. I cannot compute. I am breaking in half. Somebody please tell me how this makes sense. I cannot wrap my head around it.
That noise he did, is he a cartoon character?
No, he turned into, what was the character in Phantom Menace that everyone hated?
Yeah, the King of the Gungans.
Oh, yeah.
Boss Nass.
Dude,
yeah. Just isolate
Bo
that,
Nix.
like whatever lip thing was that he did. Bro.
Ooh, motorboating.
Hey, Sam.
No. Listen how. Hold on. Listen
You
to
and
the start of
Spadoni,
this.
Brokeback Mountain, and doing motorboating. There's a lot going on right
What are
now.
you talking about?
I mean,
You have a
jeez.
problem? You know we're in San Francisco, right?
The amount of texts I've gotten over your reference to Brokeback Mountain is alarming.
How many? How many texts? I want to hear the number here.
Okay, let's see. So one.
Just dribble shot penetration right there.
3.
This is how it started, that call, real
4.
quick. Hold on.
Oh.
Can we isolate that? That's the start of the call. We got one more?
Bro, we got a lot of.
There we go.
Now, I can't say that I'm heartbroken that we lost Wiggins, but Matt from Oakland that just called a minute ago, he broke it down. He was like, man, he's not a killer. We need killers.
Yeah.
Right? So, at the same time, you got to say Jimmy Butler is a murderer, though.
He's not, by the way. He's not.
Metaphorically.
On the court, murderer.
Now, if you're looking for real murderers, they're playing in the poker game with Chauncey, allegedly.
Oh, my God.
By the way, we call
that was a positive one, by the way.
Taking a dive now is called pulling a Chauncey.
Hey, that's not bad.
Or a Terry.
He was right, though. Like, Andrew Wiggins did not have that killer instinct. Jimmy Butler has brought that to this Warriors team, has he not?
There's no question.
Not even close.
Dude,
these are so great, by the way.
I remember yelling at, I think I accidentally yelled at you, but it wasn't accidental because you deserved it. But I yelled at you guys like, Wiggins, Jimmy's so much, I learned my lesson. Jimmy's so much better than Wiggins, it's not even close.
Well, I've been on that, so don't even yell at me.
Wiggins had the greatest, dude, just like Cody Ross had a great series, Andrew Wiggins had the best 2 months of his entire career. It was much longer than Cody Ross. But that was not who he was through the entirety of his career. Nor was it through his entire of his Warrior tenure. That was an unbelievable 2 months, and he'll never replicate it. You won the deal.
People at the station like to attach their names. Like, this was always my guy. Like, I heard Dibs the other day saying, no, Will Richard is my guy, because Brandon and I sat down and talked to him. We had, Mark Willard.
Wait, Dibs is claiming Will Richard?
Yeah, no, it's okay. That's fine. That's his guy. Dalton Connect
Not
at one
Todd
point.
Golden, the guy that recruited him to Florida.
Dalton Connect when he was at Tennessee. That was Steiny's guy. Now I guess it's VJ Edgecombe. Is Steiny's guy.
Wait a minute. Steiny liked a white guy?
White.
Basketball player?
White.
Wow.
He looked pretty good yesterday, by the way. Mark Willard. He liked both Jimmy Garoppolo. That was his guy. And now, Brock Purdy. That's his guy.
Well, you can't have both of them as your guy.
He did. Jimmy Butler's Spadoni's guy. I've always been the biggest Jimmy fan at this station from day one. I said they needed the leadership from a Jimmy Butler, and you know what? I'm proven to be right. I am going to pat myself on the back right now about that. Jimmy Butler, the trade, we're reliving it. Here's another one.
All right, guys. Hope your days are going all right.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I just think this is a god-awful trade. And I think it stems from the fact that nobody wants to look honestly at the fact that just Steph is declining. He's been inconsistent at best. If you look at how the season's gone, every game, if you watch every game, it's the same thing over and over again. It's the starting lineup comes out, we fall behind, and the bench rescues the game. Every single game. Jimmy, we basically know Jimmy's not going to fit into this system. And somehow everybody forgot about the future we saw just before JK went down. Like things were looking pretty good. So what we have is Jimmy's unlikely to stay healthy. He's not going to fit into the system. And Kaminga's most likely, as Steiny said, he's going to ride the bench because Steve has been looking for reasons not to play him since he came, basically. And Steve is obsessed with 5-guard lineups. I think there is zero chance we even make the playoffs this year. And we're going to end up with a Jimmy Butler contract that we cannot move. And even though we didn't lose Kaminga in this trade, because of that contract, we won't pay him and we'll lose him over the summer. And just last thing here, my opinion has been the only trade that we needed to make was to get Mike Brown and fire Steve Kerr. and maybe send Buddy Hield out for nothing. Like, just wave Buddy Hield, and we'd already be a team.
He was the hero of Game 7 in Houston.
Dude,
Buddy
I love these
Buckets.
calls. I love these calls.
I
love how, like, when I have an opinion, it gets, like, frozen in carbonite and people rehash it at every single turn. Playing some of these calls is great. Like, he was right about some things and way wrong on others.
This is fun. People want us to start doing them on the Boxer and Gerson Work and J. Sex line. Do this with quarterback takes from callers. From you. Can we get a Brock Purdy contract day one? Because a lot of people are, I guess, backtracking the Brock Purdy stuff. By the way, we got Phil Sims joining us in about 14 minutes to talk about 49ers Giants this Sunday.
If we're going to go the worst take of the 49ers season, it's you defending Jake Moody, and then immediately after week one saying, yeah, actually, I think we need
I said he had the opportunity to lose his job, and you know what? I was right. He had to have the opportunity to at least lose it on the field.
Apologize to Jake Moody.
I never said apologize. I said, you know what? Hopefully that Raider game, preseason game, will give him confidence. And
I need more. I need more Jimmy Butler takes from the day of the trade.
How did Jake Moody do last week in that loss?
I don't care about Jake Moody. He's not on the team.
He's on the Bears, though. You're going to see him again. It might matter at one point.
Look, good for him. I'm rooting for him from afar. I don't care about him, but whatever.
Is this the same one I just played, this bottom one, or did I not play this one yet? Because there's so many of them.
No, I want them all. Just start playing them. We'll go right away. We'll turn it off.
Let's do it. One more.
All right.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You know it.
You know what? I think this trade stinks. I really do. I just didn't like it at all. And mainly because, don't get me wrong. I understand everybody's, liking Jimmy Butler's skill set and the fact that he's, been to the playoffs to the pinnacle at some point with the NBA title, but he never captured it. I think the real reason why he's not in Miami is just all the drama that he brings. And I just don't like the idea that, if Jimmy, for whatever reason, is not satisfied with the situation, he's going to bring that same drama into the locker room with Golden State. And I think it's just going to be a distraction, not to mention the fact that we gave up two-way Wiggs. I don't like that. Wiggins gave you defense as far as also scoring. I also think that if Butler gets injured, because he's shown in the last couple of years to be injured, more so than maybe. And so if that happens, now where are you going to be? Okay? Well, now you got a person that's making the money he's making, and he can't contribute because he's hurt. And so I look at the fact that had we kept Wiggins, had we went after Cam Johnson, that would have been a little bit more stomach. I could stomach that a little better because of the fact that, once again, you're not going old. Okay? You're looking at the future of the Warriors. And I just think 2 years down the line, I don't see it.
We just saw Cam Johnson. I'm asking Warrior fans, dead serious. Right now, today, they say to you, hey, Cam Johnson's traded for Kaminga.
Not even close.
Now, listen to how many calls we took last year. Trade Kaminga for Cam Johnson.
Exactly.
And then attach a pick to it.
We had people at the station that were clamoring for it. Scam Johnson, please. The guy looked like a scam in that first game against the Nuggets. God.
Would you rather have Jimmy Butler and this Kaminga or Andrew Wiggins?
Oh, stop. You're insulting my intelligence with that question. What is Andrew Wiggins even doing? Does he even care about Miami Heat? Does anyone even care about that team, that franchise?
I don't know. I got to hear more. Some of these calls are just, I forgot how people felt in real time.
I think this one's my favorite so far.
I can't say that I'm heartbroken that we lost Wiggins, but Matt from Oakland that just called a minute ago, he broke it down. He was like, man, he's not a killer. We need killers.
Yeah.
Right? So at the same time, you got to say Jimmy Butler is a murderer, though.
See, murder? There you go.
Does he have any more?
Oh, Carter's got all of them. He's got all of them.
Carter's got his finger in the air.
Can we get our reactions, too, as well, leading up to it and then after it? Can we find
I was going to get Steiny's negative reaction to it, which I will pull for you. Yeah.
Let's get that.
Wait a minute.
I've got a nice metaphoric one here if you want me to play it.
Matt Steinmetz didn't like something?
Yeah. Shocker.
Get the breaking news sounder.
Steiny did have a point. You got one you want to play right now, Carter? Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Play it. Why not?
You know why we all miss Wiggins and why this thing? Wiggins is, when you don't have a prom date, but you have a friend who's really nice and pretty and is there and supportive, and you're like, yeah, we're going to go together, right? And it's comfortable and it feels safe. But then Jimmy Jimmy Buckets, which I'm glad that guy thought of that name because now we have something to call him. Jimmy Buckets. Jimmy Buckets is the new person in school that transferred in, right? And you're like, whoa, who's that? And all of a sudden they want to go to prom with you. And so this is going to end one of two ways. You're going to have the best prom ever, or you're going to get dumped at the or it's going to be like the movies where you get, dumped and everybody ends up laughing at you.
Is that guy okay? It took him a while to land the plane. Oh, my God. The prom date? Are we getting dumped in front of everyone with Jimmy Butler? I don't think that's the case.
Dude, I was looking at old pictures recently. And some of these old prom pictures are just, man, they're funny.
Oh, no.
A capsule in time.
By the way, we're reacting to how Warriors are feeling at the time of the Jimmy Butler trade versus how we're feeling right now as, sky's the limit with this team. It feels like, at least in the Western Conference, they're...
To a guy who's never...
Please.
No. Please. I don't think you meant to do that. You're cutting it up.
I did not mean to do that. So let me get Steiny for you.
I needed
to
a
guy
life.
that's actually a teaser. To a guy that's never... Oh, I can't wait.
But if Travis Schlenk had made the move.
Oh, Schlenky. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. By the way, Phil Simms is going to be joining us in about 8 minutes to talk some Niners Giants. God, Joe, we haven't even really talked about that rivalry. That's an old school rivalry that's near and dear to your heart, right? Niners Giants, come on, man, we got to get fired up. We got Phil Simms, MVP, joining us 8 minutes. Can't freaking wait. But I'm loving this Jimmy Butler.
Joe,
the Renaissance.
Actually, no, the 2025 New York Giants versus the 2025 49ers is not like the 1990 Niners, 10-1 versus the 10-1 or whatever, 11-0.
13
New
years
York
ago. Come on.
No. This is not like the 2011 NFC Championship game. No.
Not even close?
A lot different. I mean, you're playing a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart. It's fun.
Hey, he's got swag, dude. Jackson Dart's must-see TV these days. You seen him?
Look, he's fun.
Seen the little turtleneck that he's rocking,
He's
little
fun.
dance moves?
I remember a game that probably most people don't. I think it was 2004. Niners went to New York and got sacked 8 gazillion times with garbage Trent Dilfer as the quarterback who married John Brody's daughter and then took the number 12 out of retirement and wore it and got sacked a gazillion times against the New York Giants, and we looked absolutely awful.
And Trent Dilfer just got fired recently as head coach of University of Alabama, Birmingham. So
no way.
He did.
Did he really?
Comes full circle. Hey, Shanahan, did you ever consider drafting Cam Skattebo?
Yes, we did, and we loved him. He was awesome.
Oof. Glad you considered
Wait a minute.
I'm glad you considered drafting him.
He admitted that out loud?
Yes, we did, and we loved him. He was awesome.
We loved him. Well, then why'd you take Nick Martin, who can't suit up? Why'd you take Jordan James in the 5th? Why do they do this? Why do they do
Yes, we did, and we loved him.
Why does he do this? What?
Remember when they said that about Patrick Mahomes, too?
Yes, we did, and we loved him. He was awesome.
We're keep that one on the board forever. Every 49er that was linked to a player that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch loved. Oh, you got to laugh through the pain, right? You got to laugh through the pain. That's what we're doing right now. We're actually just laughing through the joy and the pain the callers were feeling at the time. I'm sorry. Did I make you upset? I'm sorry. The joy has been sucked from your face. Did I upset you?
I mean, Cam Skattebo was a perfect fit for the Niners. I know he's hurt now, but he was a perfect fit for the Niners.
He was. It would have been been the perfect heir apparent to Christian McCaffrey, it feels like, with what Cam Skattebo was doing prior to the injury last week with the New York Giants. It was an awesome connection. And I guess there's more ligament damage they found out there. That sucks. I hope he can get back to what he was doing, which was just being a fun watch. And I hope this game on Sunday is a fun watch and we don't have to come away from it again saying, there's another injury. We can revisit this memory lane of the Jimmy Butler trade when it went down because we want to get Steiny's reaction in real time to it.
When I was growing up, there were 2 names that I've despised. And people could say Lawrence Taylor, and they could bring up the middle linebacker, Otis Anderson. Or whatever. I hated Jim Burt for knocking out Joe Montana, and I hated Phil Simms. But since doing radio, I have now learned to love Uncle Phil Simms. And I can't wait to talk to him because this guy, he's just a football savant.
He is. And he knows a thing or two about quarterbacks getting hurt, quarterbacks filling in, Jeff Hostetler on line 1. I'm sure he is very tapped in on what's going on with Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, and it's all coming up next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry, deep 3 from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 American-made and powered show cars and trucks. A special indoor truck show. Cruiser-Rama and vintage trailer display. A huge swap meet at Fender Midway. A free family fun zone, live music, and more. November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Jimmy frickin' Butler! I'm not crazy about it. I'm not.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky.
Morning Show.
This ought to be good.
I like how that sounds like it was recorded in a closet.
With a gun in the back of his head. Record this now.
Steiny and Goo joining us tomorrow, by the way, as they do each and every Friday, 9:45 for the crossover. Get the lay of the land on this Warriors team, and we're going to be talking with Phil Simms here momentarily about Niners, Giants. We got him?
So we got Patrick Willis being recorded by like a tomato can, and we have Steinmetz in a closet with a gun in the back.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
God.
We need Phil Simms to do a rejoin for us. Maybe he'll do that. Former New York Giants quarterback, Super Bowl champion, MVP. He's also getting a bobblehead this weekend. That's what it says in the bio. Phil Simms, you're getting your own bobblehead this Sunday? That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, it is good, and good to talk to you guys. I know you're having some fun. That's great and all that. The bobblehead, they weren't sure that they can make the head big enough. So.
That's some good stuff.
The Giants are throwing stuff almost every week because they want to keep the fans going. I understand that. And lately, things have not gone well for the New York Giants.
Well, neither for the 49ers. Record-wise, it would say so, but both these teams, it's been plagued just by injuries, Phil. I mean, Scatterboot last week, just brutal to watch. Malik Neighbors, right? You look at the 49ers, they haven't had Brock Purdy. George Kittle was out for a while. Now you're going to be missing Nick Bosa, Fred Warner throughout the year. Bryce Huff, all of a sudden out there too. The bodies that have been going down, this year, but specifically with both these teams, has been crazy.
It is crazy. I'm looking at your roster right now for the San Francisco 49ers, and it's all red. My God, it's unbelievable. And, I look at the injury report each week, and I just go, I'm going to quit doing it because, hell, everybody's hurt. 25 guys are listed sometimes on the team being, they only did limited practice. Whatever all that means, I don't know. But it's just the state of the NFL. I don't know if there's any way you can fix it. They're bigger, faster, stronger. The game is spread out more than ever before. So we're going to have injuries. It's going to be a big part of every season for just about every team.
All right, Phil, one of the seminal moments of my youth, there's a variety of them involving you guys with the New York Giants and yourself, but 10-1 versus 10-1, Monday Night Football, 1990.
Right.
There's two questions I have. The first one, this is a far cry from that, but take people back then. Bill Parcells, obviously Walsh had stepped down, but it's you versus Montana. It's Monday Night Football. It's LT. It's the great of the greats. I think it was the two best records that deep in the season ever on Monday Night Football. you guys lost 7-3, but I mean, the height of the rivalry, I felt like, was right then and there.
Oh, yeah, it was a great rivalry, no doubt about it. I don't think it wasn't about dislike, it was hatred. And that's what really makes good football games. And, we were down inside the 10, I think, late in the game, and they did a great job of keeping us and thought I threw a touchdown. I'm not sure who knocked it down, maybe Ronnie Lott or somebody in the secondary dove and knocked it. I went, oh, my God, we could have been up 10-7, which would have been big time. But, hey, those games are great. Joe Montana and I, we had a little rivalry going there. And then I'm making this quick. And then one day we looked at each other and go, man, what the hell are we doing? Let's get over this and move. And we became good friends and all that. And I have a good relationship with you now. But yeah, those games, it seemed like we always played out there, except for a couple playoff games. But they were fun and a lot of good players on the field.
So, Phil, that year, you guys go on to win the Super Bowl, but you injured your foot. Now, I don't remember exactly what happened. Everybody remembers Hostetler coming in. What happened to you that year?
I don't know what week it was, maybe week 14 or 13, somewhere in there. I forgot. Maybe it was Leon Sears. No, it wouldn't have been him. Somebody in the Buffalo Bills, I was running out of the pocket. He got me from behind. He fell on me and broke my foot. And I'm going to tell you the truth. My foot still hurts today. It really does. I got a knot on that damn thing from him falling on me. I walked to the sideline, and I'm limping, and Bill Parcells goes, are you all right? And I said, I think I broke my foot. No, you didn't break your foot. You're okay. And, so we taped it up at halftime, and I had one play in the second half when I tried to move, and it blew up. So, hey, it worked out okay. We were good enough to win the Super Bowl. Of course, I wish I could have been more part of it playing, but I still like that second ring. Maybe not as much as the first one, but I like them, that's for sure.
Well, let me ask you, were you week to week? Were you just out for the rest of the year? What happened?
Crutches and calf. Crutches and a cast. And I got the cast taken off, I think, on Friday before that Super Bowl. Wow. And there was never a chance that I was going to come back and play, and I knew that. And, you just try to hang in there. Let me tell you, you guys probably – it's tough to go through the injury thing. And it's just many reasons. It's like when you're hurt, you're just not even really part of it. It's hard to be part of it once you're hurt. And so that was a tough year, or a tough ending to the year. And the Super Bowl, of course, made it a little better, a little softer. And like I said, I like that ring too.
So let me ask you, psychologically, what is Brock Purdy going through right now as he's watching Mac Jones out there? Obviously he wants his team to win, but these guys are ultra competitive. They're kind of rooting for the guy, but they're also like, I want to get out there. And what's he going through right now, Phil? You've been there.
Well, what's his status? I just see it. It's, day to day or something. They keep
no one knows.
Okay,
it's turf toe. Yeah. So it feels like what we're being told is he can play one day, but then he's not feeling good the next. And did you ever have turf toe?
No, I did not. Thank God. Because everybody I know that's had it, it's been really rough on them. And here's what, I'm not speaking for Brock Purdy. Okay, I looked him up before we went on to see the injury report, and I said, oh, my God, this is crazy, this injury report. But as a quarterback standing on the sideline, the other guys out there, you want the team to win, but you hope the quarterback doesn't play real well. That's simple. And you know what's the truth? Anybody says it's not, then, I'm not going to say they're lying, but they're lying. We want to keep the 49ers going, man. Let's keep winning, but we're missing plays because the starting quarterback's not there. And I'll say this about Mac Jones. I actually say I'm a little surprised. I did not like the way he played down in Jacksonville last year, but dang, making throws, getting rid of the football. And, he's a tough old damn. Come on. He took some hits down in Houston that were it kind of went, ooh, man, it kind of reminds me of back in the days when they could really hit you. And but he hung in there, and I thought he played overall pretty damn well against the Houston Texans. By the way, I think that's the best defense in the NFL with the Texans. They are ridiculously fast, aggressive. They got everything in you need to have the success, and they got some pass rushers on the outside. Well, Mac Jones became very good friends with them. That's all. It was early in the game, right? Will Anderson hit him, and I go, oh, boy, that reminds me of back in the 80s. Just you take it right in the chest and you go flying through the air. But Mac Jones, they got to be happy with what he's done for them this year.
Absolutely. The toughness factor that Niner fans and all of us watching this team have just become accustomed to. It's been insane. The guy's literally walking around. I think you watched that Thursday night football game against the Rams. Hell, we thought his season was over. He was laying on the turf. They went to commercial break. He comes out, obviously wins the game there. It's been an incredible story.
Was that the game? Listen, I'm not laughing because he's getting hit, but he's just a big dude too.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing. He's a little bigger than you think, man. I mean, what is he, about 6'4" or 5"?
6'4".
Or at least he looked.
Yeah, 6'3".
But that Ram game, I had to laugh a few times. I think that's the game with that uniform. I wasn't sure it was going to stay on him, man.
You saw the boxers, yeah.
Phil, why didn't you like him in Jacksonville?
Pull his damn pants up. Will you do that for him?
Well,
but it just symbolized everything about him, man. He's a little bit of a wreck here, the uniform, but damn, he's tough. He's like I said, and it's I got to be honest. I'm just going to bring it up. But if they'd have drafted him with the third pick of the draft, I think the history of the 49ers would have been different. And I would not have pulled off of it myself, but that's just me. And look, they sit there in Oregon. It's easy to say now because of what's gone on and happened. But go ahead.
No. I always felt like they should have taken Mac Jones because I thought Kyle wanted him, and Shasky's going here yelling at me. He's like, "Why are you shaking your head?" Yeah, because they should have taken him. They should have taken Mac Jones. They
I didn't hear you saying that 5 years ago.
Because I wasn't on this station then. That's why. But I wanted him to all along because clearly he liked him.
So the day of the draft, I went on the radio out there in San Francisco. And I said some things about Mac Jones. They go, well, if they take Mac Jones, there's going to be a march against it. And I went, what? And I said, oh, now we're going to start making decisions on how the fans feel. Oh, my God. The old saying, everybody hears it. And Parcells, hey, when you listen to the fans, next thing you know, you'll be sitting next to them and all that. We all hear all that stuff. But, it was a big deal. And I went on the radio. I defended Mac Jones. And, I kind of do it sometimes to rile up everybody. And I'm sure when I hung up that all the 49er fans were calling Sims is stupid. He was a terrible player. And sometimes that's why I go on the radio. I did it.
Phil, I love you.
I did it down in Miami with Tua and Justin Herbert. And I went, Justin Herbert. So I called Joe Rose, ex-NFL player. He said, 2 more hours of the show. And I said, well, how'd it go? He goes, oh, it was the best radio ever down here. And I said, oh, really? He goes, yeah. Not one person took your side. Everybody crushed you. And I laugh and I go, well, Joe, that's why I went on. He goes, yeah, I know. That's why we brought you on, to do what you did. So, but, hey, I love the job that I do now. I love watching the games. I try to watch every game every week. It's getting harder and harder because I get slower and slower because I write too much stuff down. But I love the NFL. Can't wait for Sundays. And I've also fallen in love with college football on Saturdays too. So,
Phil, you said you liked them coming out, and then you also said earlier you didn't like him in Jacksonville, talking about Mac Jones. Because I'm just curious, what was swaying all? What did you like early on? Why didn't you like him? And then what's made you kind of come back around on him?
Okay, it's really simple. Let's watch what he's doing out there with the 49ers. He's getting rid of the football. It's that type of passing game. And honestly, I think his arm is stronger now than it was when he came out in the draft. I see him making some downfield throws. I go, man, when he wants to torque it up and let it go, he can do it. But he doesn't have to do that but a few times a game. And down in Jacksonville, their offense doesn't have anything really, to me, in common with what Kyle Shanahan and they do out there in San Francisco. So, all these kids being drafted and all this, we talk about quarterbacks all the time. You got to design an offense that fits that quarterback. And I didn't think Jacksonville was a great fit for him.
Phil Simms joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line, Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky. Phil, did the Niners make a mistake paying Brock Purdy all this money?
Oh no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not the money guy. I don't like talking about it. And geez, good for him. Hell, he went the last pick of the draft. He shouldn't have gone there. He was better than that, but it worked out really well once he got a chance to play. I remember listening to the preseason games out there, and it was the San Francisco broadcast. And they were talking, and Brock Purdy was 6'4", he'd have been a first-round pick. And I'm going, oh, man, come on, shut up. It can't be that good and whatever. And as time went on, I went, oh, now I see what they were talking about. Because he does read, gets rid of the football, has good touch. He's a much better athlete than he's given credit for. And I don't know why, overall, I know it's not as bad as I'm going to say it, but the national media, certain TV shows and radio shows, they just can't get over it. How's that? He's just not that good. And then they almost celebrate when he loses. That really drives me crazy about this industry. How
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, it's awful.
Phil, your coach, Bill Parcells, basically came onto this station, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago when the Niners made the trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. And his entire thing was, hey, look, he's a little undersized. Is he going to be able to physically maintain in the league? And over time, Jimmy really depreciated physically. I mean, I know the league does that to everyone, but he really couldn't stay in there. How real is the injury thing for smaller quarterbacks? Is it just random? Is there something to it? I mean, you played the position a long time, and I know you've got the war wounds to talk about it. So just what's your overall thoughts on size and being able to stay healthy?
Well, I'd say it this way. For me, I grew up in the age where, when I was in high school, my high school coach, stand in there. I'll take you out if you, okay, I'll stay in there. College, it was the same thing. And then, for Bill Parcells, he always said, Sims, when you get cabin fever, it's over. And cabin fever means if you get a little nervous when people are around you, your career's over. So I was taught, he loved it. And staying there, I took so many big hits, but I don't know if size really is a big thing like we try to make it out to be. Josh Allen, some of these guys, they got a little extra armor on their body. There's no question about it. And Jimmy Garoppolo, it never occurred to me that he was maybe a little too small. But Bill Parcells, his whole thing was, like in the draft, whatever it is, when in doubt, take the bigger guy. He loved his team. He loved the team when big. When in doubt, take the big guy. And that's how he operated, and that's how we kind of built our team.
What about staying healthy at the position? Is it random? Because this toe injury feels so random for Brock Purdy, but he had the shoulder last year. He's had the elbow. Each one of them could be random. Is there something to, I don't know, staying healthy? Or we're just frustrated here,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think it should be taught, or probably is taught more now than ever. Just, get rid of the ball. Don't do this. Don't take the hit, because the hit's coming from, like I said, bigger, faster people now. It's crazy. So, it's knowing when to give up on the play. And Brock Purdy does a good job. Sometimes I look at him, and if he's getting hit, if he gets hit too much, of course, any quarterback's going to get hurt. So you got to just learn to get rid of it. And you got to have protection. There's so many things to it. I just watched Josh Allen play the Carolina Panthers. I don't even know if he got hit the whole game.
Yeah.
I mean, they managed the game. They won big. Hand it off, Josh. Throw the pass. Of course, he got out of trouble like 10 times running around back and forth. But, so it's random. But let me go to this real quick. When you're talking about quarterbacks, I do this every year. I watch them all. I can talk about almost every college quarterback right now. But they already said, what do you look for? I look for 2 physical redeeming qualities. Could it be size, speed, whatever, but accuracy, just something that stands out. And I think you need 2 of those to really be a successful NFL quarterback. And talking about all this too, what happened? Who was standing on the side? Who started? I'm going to give y'all a question here. Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold was standing on the sidelines of the Carolina Panthers. Who was playing quarterback?
Was it Dalton?
No. It's
Kyle
a good guess.
Allen? Kyle Allen?
Nope. I just said, I'm not going to sit there and let you suffer.
It wasn't Cam Newton. No. He was gone.
Who was it?
It was P.J. Walker.
That's right. Who ended up beating the Niners with the Cleveland Browns.
There's P.J. Walker. They got him as the answer now. And they got these 2 guys that are now solidified as big-time NFL quarterbacks. So that tells you about coaching, system, everything. They thought, well, it's just the quarterback. It's nobody else. Let's just keep giving everybody a chance. I mean, it's crazy. But, yeah, I remember seeing it and go, look at that. Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield were standing side by side just watching the game with their helmets in their arm. So
Phil,
it's a crazy position, quarterback, no doubt.
When you watch the whole league, you say you love to watch the quarterbacks. Is there something about Kyle Shanahan's offense that you think he does great? And is there something from the quarterback's perspective you think he needs to adjust? Because we've made a lot about audibles at the line, his protection philosophies, blocking, Juwan Jennings on Daniil Hunter the other day was just crazy. And he's done it over and over again. And Baldy, who we bring on, is just like, I don't know why he does this. Are there some things that you love and there's some things you hate with the Shanahan offense?
Well, I would say this. Most quarterbacks in the NFL, if they got traded to San Francisco, I'll go there. I mean, I think everybody that studies football, watches football, the 49er offense is, it's got a lot of things. They like to run the football. It's tough and all that, but it's friendly to the quarterback. I mean, that's what it is. And every year, I see throws when I watch them play going, how the hell did that guy get wide open? Well, that's because they broke down the scheme and took advantage of it. So, one thing I do moan and groan about all the time, guys that grew up with the West Coast offense thought they like to take the running back or the extra tight end and maybe most of the time, both of them, to block an edge rusher. And I just go, that doesn't work. It's amazing how many times each week I watch it and see quarterbacks take big hits or miss big plays because of that pass protection, which I didn't do one of those ever in my career because we were big on big no matter what. It was never smaller, but they're good athletes. They can handle it. No, big guys just run them over. Excuse me, got all choked up about that.
Hey, Phil, we really appreciate your time this morning. One more for you on your way out. Jackson,
I got all day. What the hell you think I'm doing? I'm sitting here in my office.
Hey, you want to come here? Come to the studio. Come fly out to San Francisco. We'll have you. Come on, Phil.
You going to pay me? You going to pay me or is this a freebie?
Well,
Phil, I love you. Phil, what about your boy Jackson Dart? You talked to him? Has he reached out to you? He's got a lot of moxie.
Oh, he's got it. This is awesome. I mean, there he was down in Philadelphia, and they had a chance. That game was not what the score told you.
Yeah.
The fumble by Jalen Hurts that wasn't because the whistle blew. I watched it for minutes after minutes trying to figure out where the whistle blew, and I had the sound. I never heard no damn whistle. You lying people.
Hey, Phil, I'm still mad about Ahmed Bradshaw fumbling in overtime of the NFC Championship game in 2011, your New York Giants. So, you know what? Miss me with you guys being angry at a play being whistled dead.
Okay, I got you. But Jackson, when I was watching training camp, I did some work for the Giants. I was down there all training camp mostly. I'm watching Jackson Dart, and there was something. He would drop back the pass. If nobody was open, he would run. Now, we didn't do that when I played. I thought, we'll just stand there and make a throw and get used to that. But what he did, and now I look back and just go, God, that was the way to do it. He played it like it was a game. If it was a game, they're not open, I'm going to make this move and run. And he's a big dude. He's faster than you think. His throwing is really good. Throws the ball. He's the guy that runs right and throws it left. Oh, you can't do that in the NFL. Who the hell made that rule up? I get tired of hearing that one too. And, how about this one? He rolled out of the pocket and he did a great job of keeping his eyes up and found the receiver down there. Well, where the hell are you going to keep your eyes? Another stupid ass. I mean, it's real. It's true. But he runs. He doesn't make mistakes as far as he picks the right guy to throw it to. And when he moves, he's looking to throw, but he is a dangerous runner. And he is up here, man, he's the light for this New York Giants football team that keeps the fans a little bit down because everybody likes the way he plays and the performances he puts out there.
I know, and that tandem of him and Scadaboo was so fun to watch, and unfortunately Scadaboo probably out for the year. That was just so brutal. Niner fans, we were talking about this morning, Shasky,
I wanted him so bad.
He wanted the Niners to draft him.
He was the best player in both games that he played, and down the stretch, he was unbelievable.
So fun.
Best player on the field in the Texas game.
And I watched him in training camp, and I got to admit, I said, is this going to work? I said, first thing I said, damn, he's faster than I thought he was. That's the first thing to judge, and he's slick. In other words, he can go side to side and do all that. He can catch the ball. That was a great pick by Joe Shane getting him, and it's amazing. It's almost like it's a downer for all Giant fans right now. You're down because of him getting hurt. because I think he was that important to the team. Their offense had to help their defense. You know, Malik Neighbors out. Now Scadaboo's out. But the defense for the Giants has been the biggest disappointment of the football team this year. It's not even close. And it's
is Abdul Carter living up to it? I mean, I know Thibodeau's looked a lot better. They got Brian Burns. Abdul, you basically got your edge rusher and your quarterback in the same draft. I would have done it. I thought it was brilliant the way they did it. I love Abdul Carter as a player. Has he showed you something?
Yeah, yes, he has. I mean, I see him and I go, wow, he's close. He's close. He gets close a lot. Oh, he flushes the quarterback. Somebody else smacks him for the sack. He doesn't get it. So, and he doesn't have, I don't know, I should probably know this, but he doesn't have what I call a defined role. They do a little bit of everything with him, and I don't know if you can be great as a pass rusher unless you get to keep doing that edge rush and really get grooved to it. You know, I watched him at Penn State a lot. I knew the Giants were going to have a chance to take him. And when I got done, I go, oh, my gosh, hopefully they get him. They do. I'm not saying he's going to be Lawrence Taylor, but this damn guy is good. He was great in training camp watching him, and it just hasn't – it's not quite hitting yet on the field, but I think it will.
Hey, Phil, we really appreciate your time this morning. This is really good stuff. We're fired up for that Sunday matchup.
Go Niners, Phil.
MetLife Stadium. Hopefully both teams could walk away Sunday without losing a player for the season. Can we agree on that? Let's just hope that's not the case.
That will be great. That will be great. I'll give a bobblehead doll to one of the 49ers. They can stomp on it and go, we hate you now.
Phil,
you're a great sport.
George Kittle's going to spike it after a touchdown. There you go, Phil. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Put this in your thing, Mr. It's National Tight End, whatever, or whatever. Yeah. I mean, boy, they built that into a damn money-making business. I love it.
Smart. Thanks, Phil.
Hey,
See you, Phil.
He is Gronk in the modern day.
Oh, yeah.
Kim.
Yeah.
I brought that up last week. Yeah.
He's great for the team, the energy. I mean, he never shuts up. Whatever about him, you love it all. It's great.
Better than Mark Bavaro, I'll tell you that.
Oh, crap. Hey, right. We got a second?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. He's not better than Mark Bavaro. Okay. Mark Bavaro, I watched the film with Bill Parcells of a preseason game. Bavaro runs a corner route. He's covered. And Parcells goes, why didn't you throw it to him? I go, so I got a little I made the right read. I go, because he's covered. And I said it with meanness. I what? And he goes, Sims, you don't understand. When he's covered, he's open. And he was right. I don't know how often Mark beat the defense, but I just would throw it. I would throw it behind him, low, high, whatever, wherever I thought he was going to make the adjustment and catch. And, of course, he has hands like a catcher's mitt, and he could catch everything, and he was sneaky fast. So, you can't talk about Mark Bavaro bad to me.
More Jeremy Shockey. Yeah.
What's that?
More Jeremy Shockey than Mark Bavaro. How about that one, Phil?
Okay, there you go.
The blonde hair, that's what I'm thinking of.
Phil, you're a great
This was awesome, dude. I'm so happy we had you. Let's do it again.
All right. Well, you got to call me to go on, so just let me know.
And pay you.
Absolutely. And pay. It pays to play, baby. Thanks, Phil. That's Phil Sims who joined us
he's great.
on the River Islands guest slide. By the way, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Phil Sims and the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 9 matchup that, again, features the San Francisco 49ers and New York Football Giants. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That was some really good stuff. I always go back to those guys that know, too. He's like, hey, if any quarterback tells you they're rooting for the guy in front of him, they're lying to you.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't hope they do well. Sorry, that's just the case. It is.
All right. So, Mark Bavaro, you guys are a lot younger. Do you guys even know?
I know the name.
Okay.
But yes, I don't remember him.
Frankenstein, tough, tight end, playing on the Meadowlands turf, just an unbelievable gladiator. Number 89, he had a couple different face masks, but the cards that I used to collect, it was basically like a defensive end style one.
I can see it. Yeah,
where
right
it's
here.
like a 3-bar where it comes down. And him catching it, just plowing a normal linebacker. Mark Bavaro was a Frankenstein. And his point about him being like when he's covered, he's open, that's exactly what he was. He was excellent, and I hated his guts.
I love what he said right there about George Kittle. He's the modern day Gronk, as if Gronk Gronk is still relatively young, and I know he's retired a couple years ago, but it's true. Like, when people talk about the greatest tight ends of all time, and people want to say Travis Kelce, but he's not a complete tight end. So that's why I don't say he's the greatest. Yes, he is listed as a tight end. He's a glorified wide receiver in that Chiefs offense.
Well, and we just pass. Like, the numbers now are so out of control regarding passes. Like, I'm going to look up Mark Bavaro. I bet you. All right, here we go. Mark Bavaro. How many touchdowns? Just guess.
I already know, so I already saw it. But
39.
Which is, again, but it wasn't a passing league. It was a run-first league back then.
He was one of the baddest dudes on the planet.
Yes, he was two-time All-Pro. I'm looking at it right now. Two-time first-team All-Pro.
Yeah, he played on a team that ran the crap out of the ball with Otis Anderson after they made the trade from the Phoenix Cardinals, or whatever the Cardinals were called at the time. Like, they were a defense-first team.
So whenever I talk about tight ends, it's a good point. I'm glad you brought it up. He was a monster. Phil. Yeah, Mark Bavaro, but like George Kittle. And you saw in that run game a couple weeks ago with McCaffrey going off, and he's looking a step slower. He's also getting older. He dealt with a hamstring injury this year. He's still incredible when he gets the ball in his hands, but he's more Gronk than Travis Kelce ever was. And I think Rob Gronkowski is the greatest tight end of all time. Those Patriots teams, even on that Bucks team, he is. You talking about Frankenstein? That guy is Frankenstein.
There's a lot of great tight ends. Like, Tony Gonzalez was great for 15 years. Yes. Antonio Gates was. They're all so unique, and
I think. But I think Gronk and Kittle are the complete package: blocking, pass catching, running with the football. I think those two at their peak are the two greatest tight ends of all time.
Well, that's a different question. I mean, at their peak or whatever, that's different. Like, because I was like Jerry Rice. Not only was he the greatest ever, he was the greatest ever for a long time. Right. Part of what makes Brady the GOAT is Brady was great for a long time. So, like, I don't know. It's the tight end one is really tough because I just think the era we're in now, to think that like Antonio Gates played football, he played in the yesteryear, but he also played in the modern era the same way as a Mark Bavaro, they just didn't. And like Antonio Gates was awesome.
Yes,
like full-time awesome.
Hall of Famer.
He was freaking amazing. I love Antonio Gates.
Absolutely.
But like Mark Bavaro is just totally different. Just totally different.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, and always live on the Free Odyssey app. Coney live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Like, like the original Kellen Winslow was amazing. And another all-around player. So, like, to think like a guy who played in the late 70s through the 80s, like the style of play is going to translate to 2015 tight ends, or now 2025, tight ends. The game's just so different.
And the first iteration of that was probably a local guy, Dave Kappler for the Oakland Raiders.
Amazing.
5,200 receiving yards, 52 receiving touchdowns. He was kind of that first iteration of those guys you're talking about.
And they threw the ball.
Yeah, him and Kenny the Snake Stabler.
Yeah, different from that particular time. Like, it's
goes
just
to the post.
Man, there's just
you love memory lane, man. You love
Phil Simms. Look, I gotta understand. Phil Simms, like, I hated the New York Giants growing up,
and he hated you guys. Did you hear that? Phil?
I hated him.
Hated Joe Montana.
I hated Parcells. I hated Marshall, Pepper Johnson. Carl Banks. There's so many. Like,
did you hate the defensive coordinator at
Otis
the time?
Anderson used to hold the ball. Otis Anderson, I have all his cards when he was a Cardinal too. He would hold the ball like this, and he would run on that turf like with the ball out like a loaf, like a loaf of bread. And he was a beast, dude. He was just an absolute monster. He'd have the big stiff arms. LT was ridiculous. Like, they drafted specific players just to stop LT. Guy McIntyre and Steve Wallace were drafted just to stop LT. Look them up. Like that, Bill Walsh literally drafted specific players to create a scheme to slow down the greatest defensive player of all time. And Bill Belichick, I know you guys all want to take a dump on him. I get it. Last couple of years have not been good. Bill Belichick on the sideline, red New York Giants coat, where he's got the tight pants, the khakis, and the hair, and he's designing all the schemes. He's the brains. That little tiny twerp is the brains behind that entire fearsome defense that used to just crush the Niners at all times. We never had good offensive games against them. They killed the Niners in a playoff game.
And we were so close to having Niners-Patriots once upon a time in a Super Bowl, Joe. But who got in the way?
Yeah, Eli Manning. Mario Manningham. Ahmed Bradshaw. Him complaining about a play being called dead. Miss me with that.
Game. I wanted to get his thoughts. We had him on for damn near 30 minutes. He was great. If you missed any of that interview with Phil Simms, Odyssey app, it's free, and also on YouTube. I really wanted to ask his thoughts. It's like, what do you feel about the tush push? Because I know he was about to unleash on it. So I really wanted to. We just didn't have time.
If you were going to ask me the two losses that they're all hurt. Like, I'm not trying to compare them all. Like, the two losses that to me for those particular teams now as time has passed still are the top two losses. It's the New York Giants in the rain. The first year of Harbaugh, that team should have won a Super Bowl. It's just.
You think they're beating that Patriots team?
That's the best defense I've ever seen.
Okay.
Hands down. Best Niner defense they've ever had. And to me, that was the Carlos Rogers Pro Bowl year. Like, if Ted Ginn Jr. shoots up in that game, they probably catch one of those punts.
I'm having a hard time picturing Alex Smith defeating Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. I know it's the defense.
No, Joe, you don't understand. You don't understand.
You lost Nick Fidell.
That team was closer to the Denver Broncos when they won it with Peyton at the end. It was closer to the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah. That was one of the greatest defenses ever. Look up their rushing numbers. They didn't give up a rushing touchdown for 25 games.
They were insane. That whole game was just hard hits after hard hits. Defense. It was
the height of Willis.
Yeah.
The height of Navarro Bowman, Alden Smith, the height of Justice Smith before he tore the pec and the labrum, the height of Ray McDonald, Ahmed Brooks. That's the best team. Whitner and Golson were ridiculous combo at safeties. They had a young Terrell Brown. They had Carlos Rogers. Tremaine Brock was like a random player on the bench who ended up being a good player for them. Their special teams unit was Blake Costanzo and exactly. You're laughing. Blake Costanzo.
I remember that name. It's
the Tony Montana squad.
I haven't heard it in a minute. Costanzo.
Their offensive line was the best offensive line they had over the 3 years. Kendall Hunter was healthy. They had every piece. Delanie Walker and Vernon Davis. That team was loaded. They were one wide receiver short, right? To being great, because it was basically we're throwing to Brett Swain at the end there. They got Randy Moss the next year. That was the team. That one, and then the Super Bowl overtime loss. Those are the two, to me, that just kind of rise. All of them hurt. They just kind of ever so slightly rise above all the losses.
Is that your favorite Bay Area team that didn't win it all? Was that your favorite squad?
93 Giants is pretty close.
Okay.
And then 2016 Warriors is pretty close.
All of those,
they're all right there.
All right. I kind of like that.
I can't choose one.
Yeah. Your favorite, team or year when your team didn't win it all. I think a lot of people go to that Giants-Niners game. That's a championship game.
When I hear young people the 2021 Giants.
Oh.
Get the hell out of here. The 1993 Giants would have wiped the floor with the 2021 Giants. I don't care what the records were. We had two 20-game winners. Billy Swift and John Burke. I don't know. I could go on and on and on and on. It's just.
I know.
Tony Montana.
Hey, Kyle Shanahan, what do you need to see from Brock Purdy in order for him to suit up and start?
That he feels confident he's ready to go based off how his toe feels. I mean, he's going to look that way most likely getting out there. I mean, he's not going to, if he gets out there and he's hobbling around and stuff, he won't be out there. So he's got to go out there and go through the practices and stuff and really let us know how good he feels, because it's hard to know what's going on with the toe, and they're really iffy things. And something, last time we felt like he was feeling pretty good, looked pretty good in practice. In the game, one hit and set him back 5 or 6 weeks, whatever this has been, 4 weeks. So it's kind of a sensitive situation, and hopefully getting some reps in practice and stuff will give him that confidence that it's better than it was last time.
Just the whole word salad of we don't know. We don't know. That's literally what he's saying right there. We don't know. It's iffy. It can feel good. It cannot feel good. We don't know. He'll tell us. Does Brock know if it's going to feel good or not? One day just
Phil telling you yeah, you're rooting for the team. You're not rooting for the other quarterback. I love how real he is.
It's facts, though. You think he was rooting for Hostetler
but no one
to
wants
ball
to
out?
say that out loud.
Yeah, he's saying he wished. Not saying he wished that because he said he's like, hey, I like that first Super Bowl ring more than I like that second one. That's just a fact. Seriously, that's the case.
Jeff Hostetler.
It's hard to root for the person that takes over for you. It just is. It takes a special person to wrap their arms around. When we had Drew Bledsoe on, man. Yeah, you probably was feeling some type of way, but you know what? And I like how his perspective was dude, I made millions of dollars in my career. Don't feel sorry for me. Don't feel sorry for this guy at all. And he was the mentor. And, I like his perspective was hey, that little bleep owes everything to me. I'm the one that took him under my wing, if you will. And the rest is history. And, Hostetler, I think he ended up being the Raiders quarterback, and they went to a playoff game and got blown out by that same Bills team. So it's kind of funny how things shake out. And then Phil Simms dealt with foot injuries and knee injuries and ankle injuries, kind of the rest of his career. So Phil's just so great. because I never saw that version of him when he was with Jim Nance, when he was the color analyst doing those Super Bowls. I like more unfiltered Phil Simms. He's been great, man. He's been great.
Could you imagine what he's like at Thanksgiving dinner after a couple of pops?
Chris, with his son?
Oh, my God.
Chris, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, please.
I know what I would like is for him to drop off. I don't know if Chris has kids, but if Chris has kids, dropping them off to youth practice, and Phil is watching practice from afar, because I get a lot of grandfathers that drop their kids off, and I can't even. Could you imagine being the coach, the youth coach of his grandkids?
Could you imagine? Because Kyle Shanahan and Chris Simms, like best friends going back through Texas days. Could you imagine a car ride with Mike Shanahan in the front seat, Phil Simms in shotgun, Kyle and Chris in the back seat, and both of those old vets in the front saying, "You guys don't know crap. Please,
you guys are soft.
You guys are soft, right?"
I do love how he said. I know there's there's always a time and a place, but big on big.
Yeah.
When it came to blocking philosophy, Baldy's kind of been like talking around it for the last couple of years, but he's like, every week I see it from other coaches as well, and it drives him nuts.
He also said something I thought was interesting. He always looks at quarterbacks coming out of college. They have to have 2 elite attributes. That could be size, that could be strength, that could be speed, that could be accuracy. How would you define the 2 greatest attributes of both of these San Francisco 49ers quarterbacks? One being Mac Jones, one being Brock Purdy. We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, get this, wait till you hear what Draymond Green had to say on the Draymond Green Show, which you can find on Odyssey, about his altercation with Santi Aldama. You are not going to want to miss this. Spadoni, Shasky, it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans. We'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. Visit the Lowe's Pro Desk to get started today.
Well, Joe Shasky's here, and I'm with my friends at Ceremony Ford, because they're bringing the heat this month with deals that will blow your mind. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. You heard me. An all-electric Mustang with style, power, and range for under $300 a month. That's not a typo. That's a steal. And if you're not feeling electric just yet, no worries. Ceremony Ford's got hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock, and they're ready to roll home today. From F-150s and Broncos to Escapes and Explorers, they've got every model you could want, and the team make it look easy. No games, no nonsense. They're not messing around. Just good people who know how to take care of the Bay Area drivers, just like they did for me. And you'll find them right off at 280 at Ceremony Boulevard, or check out the full lineup 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Steph and Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked in on 95.7 The Game. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day? Draymond Green, Warriors back in action tonight. 5 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Greek freak Giannis Antetokounmpo is probable to go. Warriors Live starting at 4 o'clock, and we'll take your calls after the game with Warriors wrap up. Again, nowhere else you'd rather be talking Dubs than right here on 95.7 The Game. We were just joined by Phil Simms talking some Niners football, Niners Giants this Sunday in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And he had some thoughts on Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. What's it like, being on the sideline when you're a quarterback that's won before, has been in a Super Bowl, and has to watch someone else kind of take over? Well, he did that with Jeff Hostetler, as Brock Purdy's watching Mac Jones do it right now. So if you missed any of that, find it on YouTube or on the free
Do you see who's lurking?
What? Who?
In the chat?
No.
Steiny?
Oh, God.
Sniffing around? We still want Giannis? Should we play Steiny's take the day the Jimmy Butler trade happened?
If we have it, we have some of the great, we're going to revisit some of them because they are hilarious. And the guy that I always looked to when that trade went down was Draymond Green, because we were all thinking it, How long is it going to take for Draymond and Jimmy to fight each other?
The Suspendables.
The Suspendables.
Coming to a theater near
the Combustibles, whatever it was. It was the tag team matchup. The Dudley Boys, right?
The Dudley Boys.
Get the tables! That's what we all thought it was going to be. If you like WWE, that's one of the all-time tag teams, by the way. Devon and Bubba Ray.
Oh, no question.
Sam would be Spike. He'd run in there with the glasses on. Be perfect. Spike Dudley. Who's doing pretty well, actually, by the way, these days. Spike Dudley. You can't even recognize him. I think he shaved his head. It's pretty crazy. Here's just one of them. As we're revisiting the Jimmy Butler parade.
Gibbs dressed as Edge for Halloween.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Did he have the hair?
Yeah.
Okay,
he was really good. Or maybe it was Matt Hardy. It was one of the two.
Okay, Matt or Jeff Hardy. One of
Yeah.
them all. Yeah, the Hardy Boys, all that. With some of the great tag team. Edge and Christian, obviously. This is just some of what we played when the trade went down for Jimmy Butler back on February 5th. This was the day after it took place, and people weren't very happy. Like, right now, the Q rating for Jimmy Butler couldn't be higher in the Bay, but I think we have short-term memory of how it went down back on February 6th.
No.
I got to play this one because this was on the roast. This is what Dennis had to say about it.
I hate to rain on your parade, fellas, but that's the worst trade I could ever think the Warriors making. I've been watching that.
Wait a minute. We gave away Robert Parrish. What are we talking about? We gave away Spreewell. We gave away Hardaway. We gave away Chris Webber for Daniel Marshall eventually.
Jordan Poole for Chris Paul?
I mean, Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, the worst trade ever?
Hey, I'm talking about today's. It's the worst move they could have made.
Okay.
I'm 70 years old. I was a ball boy for the Warriors. I've been watching them for a long time, a lot longer than you two.
Wow.
And hey, it's a horrible, horrible trade.
Why?
Horrible trade. Because you just got a lot older. Now you're stuck with this guy for 3 more years, and you got an aging group. These guys aren't going to the play-in. They're not going anywhere, and we're going to have to watch this now for the next 3-4 years. I don't know what you guys are smoking, but you ought to change your brand because this is the worst thing they could have.
We were smoking that good. It was a great move. Dennis, why was he so mad? Why was he so mad?
Hey, bro.
He wants to be a ball boy again.
Well, he's like, they're so old. He's like, I'm 70. I was like, well, you're old. Shouldn't you be happy that they got older? Old. My God. Old on old crime.
The top rope.
Jesus. Just come on, Dennis.
Do you have any of our takes from that day?
Yeah, do you? You have any of our takes from what we said?
Well, who cares about that?
Oh, thanks.
I'll look.
Thank you.
It's just one of you guys being like, told you guys I was right.
Yeah, well, that's just what we do in this business, guys. Come on, get with the program. Yeah, come on.
I don't do that.
Here's some more.
All right, guys. Hope your days are going all right.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I just think this is a god-awful trade. And I think it stems from the fact that nobody wants to look honestly at the fact that just Steph is declining. He's been inconsistent at best. If you look at how the season's gone, every game, if you watch every game, it's the same thing over and over again. It's the starting lineup comes out, we fall behind, and the bench rescues the game. Every single game. Jimmy, we basically know Jimmy's not going to fit into this system. And somehow everybody forgot about the future we saw just before JK went down. Things were looking pretty good. So what we have is Jimmy's unlikely to stay healthy. He's not going to fit into the system. And Kaminga's most likely, as Steiny said, he's going to ride the bench because Steve has been looking for reasons not to play him since he came, basically. And Steve is obsessed with 5-guard lineups. I think there is zero chance we even make the playoffs this year. And we're going to end up with a Jimmy Butler contract that we cannot move. And even though we didn't lose Kaminga in this trade, because of that contract, we won't pay him and we'll lose him over the summer. And just last thing here, my opinion has been the only trade that we needed to make is to get Mike Brown and fire Steve Kerr. And maybe send Buddy Hield out for nothing. Just wave Buddy Hield and we'd already be a better team.
This guy's Steiny at the end. No, Mike Brown is in New York now. You're keeping Steve Kerr and you're keeping Buddy Hield, who was a hero for the Golden State Warriors in a first-round series that went 7 games against the Rockets where you desperately needed Buddy Hield in every single one of those minutes in Game 7 where he was, again, the hero. We're reliving the Jimmy Butler trade right now.
Okay, you got a new one?
We got another one?
He's put his finger up.
Okay, let's give him a minute. Here's
right.
one more that was... We just need to isolate the first part of this one because it makes me laugh every time.
Oh, wow.
Steiny.
Hey. Steiny got aroused.
Guru.
Oh, my God.
Make it make sense to me.
I can't.
Make it make sense to me. We got older? We got older? Are you kidding me? We traded Wiggins when he was playing his best basketball. I cannot compute. I am breaking in half. Somebody please tell me how this makes sense. I cannot wrap my head around it.
By the way, Andrew Wiggins, his stat line so far this season, he's played in 3 games.
How many has he missed?
I don't think any yet. He played in 30 minutes. He had 21 points against the Hornets. Wow, 144, 117. Look at those pesky Miami Heat.
Here's a new one.
Yeah.
Or from that day of the Jimmy Butler trade.
Go.
Upper management is trash. They got to be trash. If we didn't lost all those players, didn't pay some players, now Kevin Durant don't want to come here because of Draymond Green and his antics. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Warriors fan, guys, but it's like I don't even really want to watch the game. I'm not watching tonight because I feel like
go ahead.
I feel like Wiggins is way better than Jimmy Butler. And another thing I want to say to you guys, if Kaminga was here and say we were 6 or 7 games over 500, would have they made that trade? That's what I wanted to ask you guys. If Kaminga wasn't hurt, and we was like 6 or 7 or 8 games over 500, and Kaminga was averaging around 24, 25 a game, and Wiggins, he been playing his best basketball in the last 2 weeks, what is the GM thinking about? They made the trade because the Lakers made a trade, Dallas made a big trade, and Warriors feel like they one of the top franchises, so they had to make a splash too. That don't make no sense what they did.
Okay, how many games did it take for Butler to play to where we didn't hear the name Wiggins ever again?
Honestly, a couple weeks, and then it was, a couple, like
one. Carter had 1 finger up, like not when the coach puts up 4, like for the automatic walk. He put 1 up.
No, then we heard the name, but we didn't. We saw the first game. We didn't miss him
at all.
Well, no, they lost their first game.
I've never seen a Wiggins jersey out in the wild.
No one. Why?
Always live.
Always live on the Free Odyssey app. Thank you, Mark Willard.
Where were Willard and Dibs?
I think they were at Chase Center because that was All-Star Week, right?
Gotcha.
So I think they were broadcasting from Thrive City out there, maybe at Splash, where they like to be at. Andrew Wiggins, we have not forgotten a champion and All-Star faster than him.
He's played good for 2 weeks. We know he's been like on a milk carton for the last 2 years. But these last 2 weeks.
He'll always be a legend here. You know what? And as Jimmy Butler never wins a title here, Andrew Wiggins will be remembered more fondly because he did. He was the second best player on a championship team. That cannot be refuted. Can Jimmy Butler be that for the Warriors? That's the expectation. This season, it's looking like maybe he could be. But again, keep stacking the wins. I just never bought into the fact that Andrew Wiggins was going to catch lightning in a bottle again like he did for that stretch. You saw what he was. He was a solid player. But he didn't have that killer instinct like Matt in Oakland or whoever was that caller that called months ago said you needed. And you needed a kick in the pants in the organization and on the court. And you needed someone that could help unlock Jonathan Kaminga. And Jimmy Butler's done that. Has he not?
Yeah.
He's been that guy. Andrew Wiggins was never going to be that guy. And that's okay. That's fine. He's out in Miami.
Well, they won the deal.
Yes.
Look at KD left. You got D'Angelo, right? Remember? You worked out the deal. Then you traded D'Angelo for the pick that would be Modi and Wiggins.
Yep.
All right, you won that deal.
Yes.
And then you got the best 2 years or year, whatever, 2 months out of Andrew Wiggins. He made an all-star game. You won the deal.
Yeah.
And then when you were done with him, you used his finances and a 20th overall pick, which I think it turned into the 20th overall pick, to get Jimmy Butler. Took a couple games for me. I was like, yeah, Jimmy's way better than Andrew Wiggins, and I haven't thought twice about him.
Oh, wow.
Do we have any Steiny takes?
I got one right here. This is Matt Steinmetz's reaction.
Oh, I got to hear this.
When it went down.
I mean, I don't know what I need to say. I just...
You're not by yourself, man.
I don't... So now you bring Vucevic in.
Yeah.
Okay, so your core is going to be 34, 35, 36, 37.
You can't run from that. It's just who you are.
Well, I don't like it. I mean, I don't like it at all.
Well, they did not bring Vucevic in, so that's a moot point at that point, Steiny. But he didn't like the age factor, and that's In fairness, that's like the ultimate question this season still. Is those three guys, and health-wise, can they stack up against the youth that is in the Western Conference?
What age does Steiny like? He doesn't like old people. He doesn't like young people. What age does he like?
He likes the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are all young.
Maybe he just doesn't like people.
Yeah, well, that's fair. People suck. They do. I'm actually with Steiny with that.
Did he like the Oklahoma City Thunder like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago?
Well, him and Bonte both knew that the Thunder were going to come. He knew that. They
only had 8,000 picks.
They knew the
over 4
Minnesota
years.
Timberwolves were coming. They knew that.
Okay.
Well, the Timberwolves don't look very good early on, and Anthony Edwards is out for a while with a hamstring injury. Anytime you lose to the tandem that is LaRavia and Reeves, yikes, in your home building. That's not a recipe for success.
So is the move now in sports, I'm not ripping anybody, but is the move now in sports like, okay, who's the worst team in the NFL right now?
The
Raiders?
The Titans. It's not close.
It's not even close.
I'll say Jets.
Not this year, and probably not next year, but eventually the Titans are coming. Just put that out there. Okay. So that way when they do arrive, I can be like, told you, Titans they're coming.
You're trusting a team that fired Vrabel?
No, there's two things I know for certain. Is that the Titans are going to stink for a little while, and the Raiders will always suck.
There you go. Not always. They do have 3 Super Bowl trophies. The Warriors Summit is Thursday, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing another Warriors season. We're going to be doing a little bit different this time around. We're going to be 9 games into the season at that point, which gives us some games to react to. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We'll have great prizes to give away, drink specials, and your chance to meet all the hosts on the same day. That's Thursday, November 6th, a week from today. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. We'll see you there. Can't wait for that, Joey. What are the conversations? What are the questions we're going to be asking a week from now, you think? What are the questions going to be asked?
It's just, I don't know. 3 Super Bowl. I remember one of my boy Kyle's a big Raider fan. They'd be like, the winningest team in the history of the NFL. I haven't heard that one in a while. We've won in every decade.
No, that's not the case.
Yeah,
well, they went to
the
Super Bowl in 2 decades ago. So
they got a dope stadium.
It is a dope stadium. There you go. That's what they're
just
yeah, I'm telling you. Hey, they got Tyler Lockett though, so that'll help things.
Did they?
Yeah. Hey, Larry and
He's
Lafayette.
about as old as Pete.
Hey, Larry and Lafayette. You guys missing Wiggins?
Larry and Lafayette. Hey, Larry, how you doing, buddy?
No one loves the
Well, I'm
phone
doing okay. I think we are going to miss Wiggins' defense a lot. And I agree with you guys about the ages. This is going to be a real problem to me. And I don't know how Jimmy Butler's going to do when Draymond's defender is in his face along with his own. Because we've still got that hole where Draymond is not being guarded by anybody. We're playing 5-on-4. You know, they've got the advantage on us.
Okay, Larry and Lafayette. No one's missing Wiggins. I promise you that right now. In 2025, we will not be missing Andrew Wiggins. If he even doesn't play for the Heat at any point, I don't think the Heat are going to miss him that much. Jan, Mountain View.
What?
How did Jan feel about it?
No way.
Yes, I'm in on Jimmy Butler, and I'll tell you why. He brings a different style of play, and he's more in the mid-range, and we need what happened last night is they were smoking too many layups when there was an 11-point lead in that last 2.5 minutes, and it's very upsetting to see that. And Curry, I even heard him post-game last night, and he said that he's willing to work with Jimmy and bring him on board and, even look at their playbook to get some new, different style of play to get this team turned around and straightened out. And I thought that was quite encouraging. And he said, I want to look at that playbook and I want to study it and I want to see where I can get better. And this was Stephen Curry talking. So I think it's worth giving him a chance and seeing where we end up at the end of the season.
That's right.
Dude, Steiny, you don't know basketball. Jan does.
Oh, heck
Jan
yeah.
does know basketball.
Heck yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I know we have skillet hands, but give me some like cooking. I'm cooking something here because Jan was cooking.
That's right.
Oh,
Sizzling.
heck yeah.
Yes.
That's right. Her and Pat Spencer, her favorite player. Love that. Jan in Mountain View. Well, bring it on, man. I love that. She is one of my favorite callers.
Dude, Jan in Mountain View was the most spot on of all the callers on that day.
You know who else knew that it was going to work out and he had such confidence to say we're going to win the NBA championship. Well, they didn't win it that season, but that's okay. We're not going to hold it against him. It was Draymond Green. He was very happy about the move.
Yeah.
You guys remember that during the TNT broadcast? Yeah. He's like, I know we're going to win a championship. Maybe he didn't clarify this season, so maybe he's like opening it up. Maybe he meant next year.
No, he did.
Okay, well, I'm trying to...
I'm pretty sure he said this.
Yeah, but like Steiny, if you say that, their age is going to catch up to them. Eventually, if you say it long enough, eventually you'll be right. So if Draymond just keeps saying, I think we can win it this year, eventually he'll be right.
He's right about this. The latest from Draymond Green on the Draymond Green Show via Odyssey. Find it there. Free Odyssey app. Download that bad boy. Draymond Green, now our teammate at Odyssey, talking about Jonathan Kaminga. And this is really interesting stuff. It's not about the offense with JK right now. It's about the defense. Take a listen to what Draymond had to say about it.
JK, the way he's defending, we told him at the beginning of the season, if you want to do it differently, become all defense. And he's taking that challenge. That man guarded the out of Ja Morant on Monday night and then guarded the hell out of James Harden on Tuesday night. That is elite level defending. He's picking up guys full court. He's pressing up and using his length as they get into the paint, doing a better job of learning to defend without fouling, although he's pressuring. The reads that he's making on the offensive end, the passes that he's making, he's so poised and under control.
So everyone's just singing the praises of JK offensively, but defensively, it's where it's at right now, man.
I've been talking about this for about 4 or 5 days. He's taken on a version of the Klay Thompson role from 10 years ago. Not offensively, but defensively, meaning I'm manning up whoever your best perimeter offensive player is, and that's who I got. Y'all get out of my way.
Okay, and basically, Draymond Green said, get out of my way to Santi Aldama the other night against the Grizzlies. He said it to JJJ the other day, and this is what he had to say about those interactions. Okay. It's a little long here via the Draymond Green Show
your
on
boy,
Odyssey.
Santi Aldama. You remember you said there are players that you like, and you like him, huh?
I do like Santi Aldama. I think he'd actually be really good on the Warriors if they had him. Yeah, you disagree.
We got no room for him.
Yeah, well, okay.
Especially if Draymond don't like him.
You love Quentin Post now, huh? You big Post guy?
I'm still...
Who do you like more, Santi Aldama or Quentin Post? Draymond Green on the altercation.
I don't like either guy.
Just about this week's games, I know everybody had, just wanted to hear about the Aldama situation. And he's a guy who always talks. Every time we play them, he talks. He likes to mix it up a bit. I'm all for mixing it up a bit, but what I don't like is guys that talk and act like they want to mix it up, and then you get a little baby foul and you fall out grabbing your neck, grabbing your head like you dead. And I just disagree with fronting like that, because even if you get the call, he did, you got the flagrant one. All right, cool. Y'all get the ball back and you get 2 free throws. It's almost like you just sold your soul for 2 free throws. You just laid out on the floor, rolling out like you dead, just to get up and walk to the bench and walk to the free throw line. What happens is you lose all respect. So now you're a sucker, and we can't unsucker you because you just act like a complete clown. Because you listening to some dumbass coach that's telling you if he foul, you sell it. But now you got to play while everybody looking at you like a sucker. And that brother went from a plus 15 to ending the game at a plus 2 after he did that sucker. And so I always tell guys, hey, man, don't never play like you're a sucker. Because once you play like a sucker, guess what you are? You a sucker. And there ain't no unsuckering you either. So I thought it was clownish of him to do that. He made a complete clown of himself, and I also made a clown of him when he missed them 2 free throws. You can't fall out like that and then go miss the 2 free throws, champ. I mean, not champ, kid. So, and then obviously everybody saw me get into it with my young fella, Jaren Jackson. We didn't really get into it, but Jaren really pissed me off. As y'all know, that's my young Spartan dog. It ain't no hard feelings, no love lost. Which I would never say anything crazy disrespectful to him like I was saying to Aldama. Because that's my young fella. I did tell Jaren to shut up. Because, you come to the rescue of a clown. You're a Spartan dog. We don't rescue suckers. We stay sucker free. So I had to get that trip a little bit. But like I said, as y'all know, that's always going to be love. That ain't changing one bit ever. Bleed green. That was that. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
Oh my God!
So I'm so glad.
You.
It's so good. Like Sucker Free was what we used to call SF, right? That's Rapid Forte. Here's the new Edition 10 song on my contract. Basically, Sucker Free City is SFC. That's what everyone. So for him going sucker, and then eventually dropping the actual Sucker Free, just so well done, Draymond. I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad you're a member of the Odyssey family currently, and it's just God, he was just spot on there.
Unsucker you. Well, I've never heard that term.
Here's
and it's
the problem.
Hilarious.
We've got guys with no shame in the league. And like I talked about James Harden. He's got no shame. Like there's no shame. I'm gonna flop and Carter, what was the video you sent me the other day of the youth basketball player that I had already seen where he's flopping his way down the lane as he's dribbling to try to sell the call? We have an entire era of soft basketball players who are trying to foul grift their way for a couple free throws. Play basketball, dude.
Don't blame the players. Blame the league. Blame the refs. Blame the organizations that put these guys in positions.
No, Joe.
What? He's an MVP. He's a Hall of Famer.
You didn't play pickup. Rim don't lie, my friend.
God.
Rim don't lie. When Aldama
you think James Harden's going to suck at pickup basketball? You think he can't go on in the court and dominate?
It's unbecoming of James Harden's talent to play in the way he does.
75 player of all time because of the way he plays.
And he will never get credit from the OG crowd because of the style of play.
Okay, you don't think Draymond Green has respect for James Harden?
No, I think that they're all like, come on, dude, play basketball, dude.
You don't think Steph Curry and all those guys don't have respect for James Harden?
No, actually, I don't. I don't think Rick Barry does. I don't think Michael Jordan does. No, I don't think the all-time greats.
Those guys might not, but the current
You're
players
asking
do.
me, and I'm telling you, I don't think they do.
Okay, those guys might not. I'm telling you, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant have a tremendous amount of respect for James Harden.
And I think that they all probably roll their eyes when he sells.
Aldama's different. He's not on the level of a James Harden, so I don't buy that comparison at all.
Okay.
Aldama's different.
Joe, you've caped up for Harden all week. Stop it. His style of play is not.
Like it. That's okay.
No one is absorbing that style of play. Everyone despises it.
I'm telling you, he got to be a Hall of Famer because of that style of play. And you don't like it.
No, he would have been good regardless. He doesn't need to do it. The way that he plays is so dramatic. He's so good. He doesn't need to play that way, which makes it even worse.
What play would you like? What would you like him to do?
Just go up and shoot. Stop leaning in and lunging in.
He does that a lot.
It drives everyone crazy.
He dribbles. He shoots. He averages triple doubles a lot.
And he'll never win a championship.
Okay, probably not. Is that his fault? Or it's because he was in the greatest era of basketball when it came to the Western Conference?
Style of play also factors into this. Like the way when you touch the ball and you're the only one touching it and you're forcing it to your teammates at the end of possessions, you're making it difficult to play as a team. So, yeah, I think it's the way that he plays regarding the officiating, and also ball-dominant players, all right, can put up unbelievable numbers. And he is a great player. He is a great talent. You're never going to win at the highest level consistently in the playoffs playing that brand of basketball. It's tried and true.
Okay. Luka Doncic plays similarly, was just in the NBA Finals 2 years ago. Was the best player on that team. I'm just telling you.
He actually shared the ball in that entire playoff run. It was Kyrie and him and Gafford and Lively and all of those players playing like a unit. It was the first time he actually adjusted his game and didn't foul grift his way and complain on both ends of the floor simultaneously. And then also sharing the ball. Sharing the ball is how you win in the playoffs. Yes. It is tried and true.
Absolutely. And I think Harden averaged a lot of assists throughout his 10 years. Has he not? He shares the ball a lot.
When you have the ball in your hand.
Is he passing it or is he not if he's averaging 8+ assists a game?
If you think his style of play is sharing the ball, I think you're actually being lied to by the numbers. When you have the ball in your hand and only you can dribble and you can shoot and then you pass it to someone at the end of the shot clock and they knock down a shot, that's not the same assist as me, working the ball around, finding a backdoor cutter and throwing a guy open. Those two assists are not created equal. So just because you're stat accumulating does not mean you are a great passer. I think you guys we got to understand the game of basketball a little better than, oh, wow, he had 8 assists. Yeah, you dribbled the ball for 47 minutes. You took 32 shots. I'm glad that you had freaking 8 assists. A more balanced player might have had 15 assists.
If you're the best player in your team, I don't mind you taking a bulk share of it. If you're the best player on the team, good. You can shoot more. That's literally how it is in basketball. If you're the best player on the team, I'm fine with you shooting a lot. I think Kobe got a bad rap for this because of his percentage. He's like, hey, I'm the best option. I'm not passing it to you guys. I'm going to shoot. Luka Doncic, I'm the best option.
I don't think Kobe and Harden are comps at all.
No, but there are guys that are labeled as ball hogs and throughout their career.
I don't think Kobe was a ball hog. He actually shared the ball. He made the willing passes. He played with a great passer in Pau Gasol, a great passer, and they shared the basketball. I actually completely disagree.
He's led the league in multiple years in assists, James Harden. But I know
again, just because you lead the league in assists doesn't mean you're a great.
That's fine. That's on you.
It doesn't mean you're great. Doesn't mean you're great at that.
It just doesn't mean he's a great team. You just don't think he's a good teammate. You don't think he's a fun watch.
I don't think that brand of basketball is good basketball.
I don't think it's a hot take for people to like him, though. Harden has fans out there. I know you don't like that. That's okay. JC's in San Francisco. What's up, JC? Is this the JC coming from Galilee? What's up, JC, San Francisco?
Hey, you can hear me. You can hear me, right?
I got you now.
Okay. You guys got to me quick, and I have to back up my guy, Shasky. Harden is... I remember watching the Clippers Nuggets.
Oh my God, JC's and like that, he's gone. He remembers watching the Clippers Nuggets.
Got to back up that service.
He's got to back up there. That's tough. 888-957-9570. I don't even know how we got on the subject. What happened? How did we get here? Santi Aldama? Is that how we got?
Talk about guys you can't unsucka, then obviously you're going to get to James Harden at that point.
Well, I just don't know why. Santi Aldama's on the level of James Harden, so I just don't get the comparison.
There ain't no unsucking you either.
Thank you. That's such a good drop. You hate James Harden so much.
No, I hate flopping, and I hate when Curry does it too because he does it at times. No, but some guys, their entire game is predicated
done it his entire career.
on
he might
selling
be the best
to get to
player
the line.
Ever. Well, LeBron's done it forever.
Yeah, but LeBron also plays hard. LeBron shares the ball. LeBron also shares the
He's
ball.
Also ball dominant. He does it all.
Yeah, but I don't think that he plays in the same fashion as James Harden.
He also invites contact.
Exactly.
But Luka does not invite contact at all.
And neither does Harden. Harden will slow down.
A skinny Luka's
after
different.
he crossed. See, the other night he did it 3 times. He crossed over Kaminga, was in front of him, slowed down, and then stuck his leg out to create contact to just flop backwards. Bro, you already had him beat. You were going to just rise up and shoot. Just rise up and shoot.
What did he look like in that first round series?
That's why Chris Paul is another, like Chris Paul does the same thing where he slows down after he has his man beat, and it drives people crazy.
Pods kind of does it.
Pods does kind of do it, and it drives me nuts. That's a great call, Carter. I don't like when you do the unnatural, I'm waiting for the whistle. Play ball. The whistles will come if you play ball naturally.
He didn't get to the line that many times in the playoff series against the Denver Nuggets in that first round last year. 6 of 6, 5 of 6. Didn't get any free throws in game 3, game 2. That is, not really a lot of free throw shooting for him in that first round series last year when they lost in 7 games to the Denver Nuggets. 32 points in game 1, which is that loss in overtime, tough loss. He was incredible though. 18, 20. He wasn't the reason I think they lost that series. I think a lot of people put it on him.
Joe, it's hard to get rhythm when you don't touch the ball.
Yeah, no,
it's hard. Like, let's imagine you're playing with Harden.
He's Kawhi Leonard, who's the best player on that team.
I'm Harden. You're one of my teammates. Over there. Stand over there. Stand over there. Wait. I'm waiting for the double team to come. You come screen for me quickly. I'm dribbling. Hey, Joe, 2 seconds left the shot clock. Hit that. Yeah, it's fun to play with.
That's really how you feel like James Harden does all the time?
Watch him.
I don't think he does that. And when I watched him in the playoff series last year, I like watching James Harden play.
Is there movement?
I like watching James Harden play. Puts the team on his back, hits big shots. He's hit big shots against the Warriors. He's not made big shots against the Warriors. It's a losing battle. That's
pounders.
I don't like ball pounders. You don't have to. That's okay. He made a livelihood off of it. He's an MVP.
It's why Trae Young, I can't watch Trae Young either. There are certain players in the league, and Luka is going down this rabbit hole.
And Luka has played in NBA Finals. Yeah.
Just to make clear,
played
too,
this way?
The Harden numbers from 23-24, where he was leading the league in assists. Remember what team he was on? He was on the Sixers, and guess who he was passing to? The league MVP.
Good. He was feeding the MVP.
Who also takes some of the most horrific shots. Joel Embiid,
Hey, the Sixers are good this year. Sixers are good. Kelly Oubre.
I can't buy into them ever.
You're not buying them.
I just can't trust them.
No, I'm not buying them either. But you know what I am buying? You know what I'm buying, Carter? Fast 5. Oh, boy. What a show. Hey, Phil Simms. Can we just have him every day? Why not? Just talk about life with Phil Simms. It's good. Like, that felt like I was talking to my dad in a way, the way he was talking about sports and how it used to be and sports hate. And bring back sports hate. Come on. More hatred in sports. Too much lovey-dovey, Joe. Too much.
All right, from my boy Pat Dunn.
Like your hate for James Harden.
Well, I mean, it's earned over 15 years. Shasky, a little PR is needed here. My 12U Petaluma Panthers are taking on the Napa Saints Sunday at Santa Rosa JC at 4 p.m. Both teams are 8-0. All 8 wins in the league are newly formed 10-team NBYFC League. I'm assuming this is football. My team has outscored our opponents 44 touchdowns to 7 on the year. Napa's numbers are pretty good, too. Napa has won 19 straight games going back to last year. My son and Tooch's son play on the team. Let them know. I just let them know.
Let them know.
Shout out to 12U Petaluma Panthers facing the Napa Saints, a slobber knocker.
Oh.
Sunday,
Throughout the record
4 p.m., JC Santa Rosa.
Let's go. Napa know-how, baby. But shout out Petaluma. Shout out all the youth out there.
I wonder who Steiny's rooting for in that one.
And Steiny doesn't. Steiny's not
rooting for both teams to lose.
Where's my just?
I mean, I don't know what I need to say. I just
you're not by yourself, man.
I don't. So now you bring Vucevic in.
Yeah.
Okay, so your core is going to be 34, 35, 36, 37.
You can't run from that. It's just who you are.
Well, I don't like it. I mean, I don't like it at all.
I don't like it at all. That's going to be put on the gravestone of Matt Steinmetz. I love Steiny, though. I really do. We're going to have the crossover.
Steiny, by the way, I've heard him, because I was going rage baiting on this, and he agrees with the style of play for Harden. It's just not going to win consistently in the playoffs when sophisticated defense are going against you. You have to share the ball.
He's 36 now. I would hope he's not the best player on the team. What's up, Carter? What you got?
I saw a cool fact yesterday that I want to share with everyone, which is this is the first time in the history of Major League Baseball that the start of the season will be out of the United States and the end of the season will be out of the United States.
Oh, that's a fun fact.
And
Because
both
started in Japan.
had the Dodgers in them.
Yeah, started in Japan, right?
Started in Tokyo and will end in Toronto.
There you go. The America's
that's a trip.
America's
cool.
pastime is international pastime. Isn't that right, Sammy?
That is true, and my final thought is it's pretty simple.
Well, hello there.
That's not the final thought. No, my final thought is simply let's go Blue Jays. I think that's a message we can all agree on. Today we are all Canadian. Let's go Blue Jays. Let's bring this home tomorrow.
You guys are going to be dressed up as Blue Jays fans tomorrow, right? For Halloween? Go buy a jersey. If you got one Blue Jays jersey to buy, is it Vlad Jr.? Who are you getting? Joe Carter?
Me?
Yeah, who you getting?
All time?
Josh
Roy
Donaldson?
Halladay.
Roy Halladay?
Roy Halladay is like...
Halladay's a good one,
Joey
too.
Bats, Jose Bautista?
Joe Carter was great. I mean, I'd get the Danny Ainge.
I kind of like the Jose Bautista one where he follows like a million
19?
people. Yeah.
I like their numerical font that they choose, and I'm surprised more teams don't go with that.
Yeah.
Where it's got like the line inside the line.
It looks pretty clean.
I don't even know what that's called.
The line within the line? We should ask White Mike about that. Maybe he knows. My final thought is, again...
White Mike getting major run on this show.
It's a great name. He's international man of mystery. My final thought, hey, just be grateful for Jimmy Butler. You don't need Giannis, Warriors fans. You know what? You're better than Giannis. You don't need that. You don't need that drama in your life.
Oh, wow.
Steiny.
Hey.
Guru.
Oh my God.
Make it make sense to me.
I can't.
Make it make sense to me. We got older? We got older? Are you kidding me? We traded Wiggins when he was playing his best basketball.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry. Deep three from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiar, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 2025 Crosstrek 2.5i Premium for just $238 per month. Just $238 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $29.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month payment. Acquisition fee $650. MSRP $30,177. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles a year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number S8268128. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick Six is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick Six is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers? The celebrity guests Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yes.
Know that it's a serious situation. What's up, Evan? How you doing, buddy?
Well, first and foremost, yes, everyone knows that. So thoughts and prayers with Goo and the Johnsons family. But I don't think you're so happy just because I'm in. You had an amazing afternoon that I know the people want to hear about.
Well, it was a wonderful, wonderful concert. I got to see Billy Idol yesterday, and I'd like to thank the boss for allowing me to get out of here at 1:30. He did me a big favor. Now he's put me in a bad spot with my teammates because they think I quit on him at the end of the day yesterday. But no, it was Alice had a private concert with Billy Idol at the Battery in San Francisco, about 50 of us. It was just incredible. The guy's incredible.
What was the best part?
Oh, man, the best part was how intimate it was, how down-to-earth the guy was. Jane from Alice interviewed him for about 10 or 15 minutes before. He played about 4 songs for about 40 minutes, so it was quickie, an hour. Came down specifically to do this, and then he did a concert in L.A. last night. He's an icon.
Oh, it was a double dipper?
Yeah, he came up specifically to do this, and then apparently flew back to L.A. middle of the day and did a concert last night in L.A.
How old is he?
69.
You look it? You sound like it?
He looks great. He's got great head of hair. Voice still very strong, and it was a lot of fun. I got to tell you something. You're sitting there 10 feet from a guy who was just on top of the rock and roll world 30 years ago. Just part of the MTV generation that blossomed out of that station. Anyway, it was a lot of fun.
Nice, man. I'm glad you had a good time.
It was a once in a lifetime type of thing. It really was. So appreciate everybody for making concessions for me. I'll make it up to you somehow.
You don't have to.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. We got Warriors at Milwaukee tonight. We've got Tony Vitello getting introduced as the Giants manager at 11 o'clock. We are going to take that press conference live at 11. Tony Vitello is the first person ever hired as a major league manager without any playing or coaching experience in the major leagues. That in and of itself makes it pretty interesting. So we'll bring that to you at 11 o'clock, spend a little time on the Giants. Obviously, we'll get into the 49ers. And then we got a fun guest at 1 o'clock, Steve Summers. He's a Bay Area native. He's a Giants fan. He was once the PA announcer for the San Francisco Warriors. And he's been a host of WFAN for over 30 years. He's done overnights for 30 years at WFAN. And he's a Bay Area native. We're going to talk to him. He's got a book out. Have some fun talking Giants, 49ers,
this guy's probably
and
got
Warriors.
some stories, too.
I got to believe. I saw a photo of him. He looks like he's a, you know what he kind of reminds me of a little bit? Bill King.
That's so funny you said that. That was the first guy I thought of.
When you saw, that's what I thought of.
The
when
only
I saw
thing he
his
was
photo.
missing was the little mustache. But yeah, the full head of white hair, but kind of like coiffed in a way that resembles something of yesteryear. The guy's, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and he apparently he's a character, according to the boss. So we'll have some fun there. And he looks like a guy who's got a lot of interests outside sports. That's why he reminded me of Bill King. If you knew anything about the late Bill King, he was not only one of the best play-by-play guys out there, he was a Renaissance man of sorts. And that's the sense I'm getting from Steve Summers. Anyway, Warriors tonight. They play the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee.
Big game.
And I thought I was working with Goo.
Big game.
Yeah, it's a big game. It's a big game, and the Bucks have a guy named Giannis Antetokounmpo who has expressed a willingness to play in another place other than Milwaukee, but he's in Milwaukee now, and he's always had a connection to the Warriors. He's one of the guys the Warriors have targeted over the years, or at least thought about targeting. And my question now is, how desperate are you to get Giannis Antetokounmpo if you could? Would it still be a no-brainer as far as you're concerned if you can get Giannis in here? And it feels like they're equipped now more than ever to be a player if it comes to fruition. Just let's start out getting your thoughts on that, E.
Well, yes, but before we get into that, I think the more interesting part of the conversation is every time we've talked about Giannis, it always comes to a skidding halt because, and it's a fair retort, what do the Warriors really have that the Bucks actually want? But we spent a lot of time yesterday, I would say the past couple of days, talking about like the emergence of this, if you want to call it a second timeline, just kind of young core, right? Kaminga's looked great. Moody's beginning to shoot it better. Pods is playing solid and has always kind of been a guy, pardon me, that's been in the mix for past trades. I think that this is a much more this is a group that a lot of people I think would look at and say there's some pieces there now for the Warriors. And you never want to mess with a good thing. But it's interesting as we're standing here, and we'll watch the game tonight. Giannis has been unbelievable. Like, I know he's in year 12 or 13, whatever it is, but what he's done through the first 4 games of this season is nothing short of spectacular. Like, you can make a case he's been better than Wembanyama, who's been the guy that everybody's just fawned over. So we're going to see how good he is tonight. I think, Steiny, to me, the question becomes, is this more legitimate or more possible than it's ever been? And it's as much to me now as about the Warriors as it is about Giannis wants out. Like, because that was the only thing that we looked at and said, dude, if Giannis says he wants to come to Golden State, well, then we can get him. I wonder if people are looking at this younger group of players and saying, well, there's actually something Milwaukee might want back now.
You know, I kind of can't believe I'm saying this, but last year at this time, if Giannis's name would have come up, I would have said they can't get him. They don't have enough pieces. They don't have enough good pieces. They don't have enough productive pieces. But and here's the thing about it only being 5 games in. We've got to let it play out a little longer. But I got to tell you, I'm looking at Pods, Moody, Kaminga, and even Post a little bit, thinking, look, I don't know if any of those guys are a superstar or are a one, let's say, on a great team, but they're playing extremely well. And who's to say if you don't hold on to those guys and Kaminga keeps growing, that then that, once Curry's kind of winding down or gone, that's when you try to get a free agent in here who's the best player on your team. I don't know, man. I've Pods, Moody, Kaminga, and Post. Of course, I'm going to give a couple of them up for Giannis, but we're getting into the draft pick, so that always scares me. And the trade that's been proposed would have the Warriors essentially acquiring Giannis in a 3-team deal with the Bucks and Pistons. They would have to give up Jimmy Butler and Pods and explain the picks that they would be giving up in this deal.
So this was a hypothetical floated by Bleacher Report, and basically it was like, how do the Warriors get Giannis? So Jimmy Butler and I think like a second-round pick from Detroit, from Milwaukee, would go to Detroit. So Jimmy would go to Detroit. Brandon Pajemski would go to Milwaukee with a host of players that the Pistons would send. And from the Warriors, the draft capital that they would have to give up would be 3 unprotected first-round picks and 3 pick swaps leading up from now essentially until 2032. So it would be, the majority of the investment, I believe, would be in your future. It would be draft picks. But the only players that you would give up in this hypothetical are Jimmy Butler and Brandon Pajemski. Like we were talking about this before with the boss, and I thought he brought up an interesting point of, well, things are really good with the Warriors right now. And I know all the time when things are going good, you don't want to mess, again, with a good thing.
Right.
But I do wonder if people have now gotten to the point with Jimmy Butler, with Golden State of, you know what? We don't need Giannis. Like, that's not a player that I would give up those guys for. Because to me, Steiny, if you told me that the Warriors had a chance to make that deal, I'm not saying it's going to come to fruition because the Bucks are also playing good. They might not do this. But if you told me in 3 years that it leaks out that the Warriors had a chance to trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo and all they'd have to give up were first-round picks, Jimmy Butler, and Brandon Pajemski, and Giannis got traded somewhere else, I would be irate.
Would you really?
Yeah. You're telling me I have a chance to get one of the best 3 players on planet Earth to pair with Steph for a chance to go all in to win a championship and maybe some of the last years he has left in his prime, and they chose not to do that, and he still gets traded somewhere else. It's a different story if he stays in Milwaukee and signs that contract extension because you knew you could never get him. But if he goes somewhere else, and you're telling me that this deal was on the table and the Warriors said no, that's a miss. That is absolutely a miss. You have to do that.
All right, just to clarify, we would be talking about those 2 players, and for example, this upcoming draft, 2026, goes to the Bucks. 2027 is the Warriors would have the worst pick of the Bucks Warriors. The year after that, they'd have no pick. The year after that, pick swap. The year after that,
it alternates.
No pick.
Alternates.
Man, that's a lot. Let me think about it over the break and also ask Warrior fans what their mindset is you're going to watch Giannis tonight. He's a guy that's been on a lot of teams' wish lists, put it that way. But we got a team right now that's playing pretty well. Great vibes, gelling. I know it's only 5 games, but 888-957-9570. We're going to carry the Tony Vitello press conference live at 11 o'clock. He's the Giants' new manager. Steve Summers at 1 o'clock, Bay Area native who's written a book and has worked at WFAN for decades. He's going to join us. He's a fun interview. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Butcher Boy here from my friends at Ceremony Ford, where they're bringing serious heat this month with deals that'll blow your mind. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yes, you heard me, an all-electric Mustang with power, style, and range for under $300 a month. That's not a typo, that's a steal. And if you're not feeling electric just yet, well, then no worries. Ceremony Ford's got hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to roll home today. From F-150s and Broncos to Escapes and Explorers, they've got every model you could want, and the team makes it easy. No games, no nonsense, just good people who know how to take care of the Bay Area drivers just like they did for me. You'll find them right off at 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out the full lineup 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Join History San Jose on Saturday, November 1st for San Jose Roots. This free, family-friendly festival celebrates the vibrant history and culture of the city, from its indigenous Spanish and Mexican beginnings to its present multicultural and innovative spirit. Enjoy hands-on activities from the Spanish and Mexican eras of California, tours of real historic homes, live poetry, local artists, and cultural performances in collaboration with Mosaic America. This community event takes place at San Pedro Square Market. For more information, visit historysanjose.org.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thank you, Steph. I think this is Billy Joel. Uptown Girl.
Oh, stay hot, pasta.
Uh-oh. Risotto. That's Billy Joel, not Billy Idol.
I think that's who
Billy
you thought
Idol.
you were going to see yesterday.
I know. That's
originally.
Yeah, well, look for White Wedding, Dancing with Myself, or Rebel Yell.
White
if you want
Wedding. He's great.
He was fun last night. All right, Warriors Bucks tonight, and I hear a lot of people talking about strength in numbers and how Pods, Moody, and Kaminga are playing, and we're just talking about Giannis, who's maybe playing it out in Milwaukee right now, and he's expressed that he's open-minded to anything, but it seems clear right now that he's giving it a shot here in Milwaukee. Like he's playing great. What is he? 36 and 14.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Like 70%.
Yeah, but I'm hearing a lot about the vibes of this team. They're 4-1. It's early, but how urgent, or how, I guess the word's desperate, because when I think of Giannis, I think of a move that you'd have to make that would be incredibly risky, because you'd probably be giving up some pretty good players and some pretty good picks. The thought that they would have to give up three unprotected firsts and 3 pick swaps and then only give up a couple players, Butler would have to be one, and let's just say Pods is the other. It's very intriguing to me, and I hear how a lot of people would say you've got to do that if you have a chance. I'm just sitting here telling you right now, these damn draft picks are something that I get they're not promised, and you never know. But the scariest proposition to me is Steph Curry being at the end of the road, and now they're looking at a dearth of picks. Now, you can do that if you're convinced you can bring free agents in here. And maybe that's the way they'll go about it. But I would just like to be chock full of draft picks from 2027 to 2032, knowing that Steph's probably not going to be playing at this level at that point.
Well, I think they would like to be, unless they could get a player of his caliber. Like, Draymond Green talked about not wanting to give up the cupboard, right, for Larry Markkinen. I think it's totally fair. The fact that they weren't able to get Paul George and Markkinen, I think that was, Plan A a summer ago?
Yeah.
Ended up being a great thing for them. But I just remember when they traded for Jimmy Butler, which was kind of a fleece at the time just because Jimmy had to get out. They had to get rid of him. And this wasn't Jimmy's first destination, by the way. He wanted to go to Phoenix. I remember everyone saying, well, Butler, he can't shoot. He can't shoot. He's not going to fit. And there were questions about the fit when he got here, and very quickly they were dismissed because he helped them win immediately. I just think that this idea that someone like Giannis wouldn't fit here, like, to me, the basketball discussion is kind of futile. Like, he's Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's going to help you in so many different ways. That what I think I'm really wondering, Steiny, is, okay, so do you want to potentially, looking ahead, mess with what's happening here? Do the Warriors look good enough, and it's been 5 games, for us to say, this is our team, we're good enough to, try and go as far as we can, and then we'll see what happens in the future? Because to me, I think if you make a trade like this, you give yourself a better chance to win a title, but you sacrifice your future.
Right.
Right now, they have a chance to win a title, but they also have their future. They're 1 foot in, 1 foot out, which is kind of what they've been, I think, for the better part of the last, well, really since Klay tore his Achilles and KD left. I think they've been 1 foot in, 1 foot out. This, to me, would be the all-in move. And I think you just have to weigh as a fan whether or not it's worth it for you.
You know, it's funny because when the Markkanen talk was going on last year, I think we were talking about 2 unprotected firsts, and that's the trade that Draymond Green said, yeah, we shouldn't make this trade. It's too much for him. And now looking at that, I think he was exactly right. I think Markkanen's a nice player, but obviously Giannis is kind of a next level type player. He's 30 years old, but he's been in the league, 12 or 13 years already.
Yeah.
As far as stylistically and Giannis wearing a Warrior uniform, yeah, they'd absolutely have to do they'd have to play a little bit different, but I think they could do it. But I also think the best part about the possibility of a Giannis is it would allow Steph Curry it would take more pressure off Steph Curry to have to be the man this year, next year, the year, then they'd get that player where they can start to transition to Steph being a 2 to Giannis, and then he gets to decline in quotes where he doesn't have to carry the team. And that's ideally the way you'd want it done, with Giannis being the carrier at that point.
He'd be the best player that Curry's played with since Kevin Durant.
No doubt.
I mean, that's just a fact. But I think a lot of people are hesitant about it because, I don't know, is it because of Giannis's age, Steiny? Is it because he's been in the league for so long? Because I hate to break it to you, you're watching 4 35-year-olds on a nightly basis on this team. Age to me, while it is naturally a concern, the Warriors have made a declaration that age is not going to be something they consider. It's just, you don't go and sign Al Horford, who's 39 years old, bring in a 35 going on 36-year-old last year in Jimmy Butler, to pair them with a 35-year-old in Draymond Green, and Steph Curry is going to be 38 this year. You just don't do that if age is a concern.
No.
So, to me, looking at this from a standpoint of, well, he's old and he's been hurt, it's yeah, who got hurt last year in the playoffs? Steph Curry. I'm sorry, that's just the way it goes. If you get hurt, then your chances to win a championship are going to go down.
Right.
But that's the inherent risk I think the Warriors are willing to ride with by putting together this kind of team.
I mean, the guy's a great player. The guy's a top 3 player when he's healthy. I don't think there's any doubt about it. He is a little different kind of a player than the Warriors have had here, no doubt about it. But the other thing I'm thinking about is, man, you get Giannis and Draymond Green defensively, and Horford's still around. I mean, you have the makings of a phenomenal defensive unit. So I guess maybe over the course of the next few hours, I could get talked into it. But man, you better be prepared. I mean, here's the other thing. If you get Giannis, he signed through 2028, I believe. You better stay competitive. And I know the easy answer is, well, you definitely will because of Steph. But if you don't, the worst possible scenario is in a year or two, Giannis wants out of here, and you've already traded all your assets in terms of draft picks for him. And now what are you going to do? Now you're in a little bit of trouble. But, Milwaukee's playing the Warriors tonight. Milwaukee's off to a good start. And Giannis is off to a phenomenal start. So let's go. Let's start it off with Austin in Redwood City. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just want to say it's hard. It's hard to make a decision on getting Giannis just because the simple fact, like you said, his age plays a big part in hooking him up with Draymond and Jimmy Butler and Curry at 35 and up. Man, that's crazy. You see what the Warriors did with their youngins against the Clippers the other night. They ran them old legs out the gym. But, if we get Giannis and we're giving up a lot of our assets for him, it's like a rebuilding state at that point.
Well, it wouldn't be rebuilding yet, clearly, because they'd be going for it this year, next year, and maybe after that. But I don't know how long that would last.
Yeah, you're right. But how about this? Is the team better than the Jordan Poole Wiggins championship run now without no big? You think the Warriors need an extra big?
No, I don't.
Go run and get some rebounds, because tonight is going to be a big task. They can tire us out with them two big bodies that they got down there with Turner and Giannis and Portis and Kuzma. These all capable of guys of getting double doubles.
Well, you know what? They're going to have to play a big team at some point, and tonight's the night that they're going to get a bigger team.
I mean, Denver's pretty big, and they're able to hang with them.
I don't think they need a big man, an extra big man right now. They might, if Trace Jackson Davis, whatever, falls out of the rotation or something like that. But I mean, how much longer can Steph play? Like, if you get Giannis, do you feel better that Steph can play 4 more years, like at a high level?
At a high level, I don't know if you can assume that, but then again, it's like it's been 5 games. He's averaging what he averaged during 2016, like as far as his numbers, shooting splits, that kind of
Curry.
stuff. Yeah, like again, it's 5 games, and I don't think it'll keep up. But every single year, we're waiting for this guy to fall off, and it doesn't happen. I think the Warriors are assuming he's going to be this kind of player until he's not, and you have to try and give him the best chance possible, which is what, to me, this would be about. As much as, Steiny, it's yes, we can talk about should they do it, should they not. My bigger concern is this is the first time this summer that we've heard explicitly that Giannis would be willing to be dealt. Like, there's been murmurs, there's been rumors, but he said through a report that he'd be willing and his preferred destination would be New York. The point of this exercise is if you saw that this trade in 2 or 3 years comes out and the Warriors said, no, we didn't want to do it, and Giannis goes to New York City because the Warriors said no, how would you feel about it? I would feel like the Warriors would be prioritizing their future over the possibility of winning the best possible chance to win a championship.
You know what? And that you put it that way, and that makes it sound different, and it makes it more likable or more doable. And that is, up until this point, I thought they strayed during the Wiseman Kaminga years when they got drafted, but nevertheless, in the last 2 or 3 years, they've done everything. They've made it clear, everything for Steph Curry. So if that's the strategy, then yeah, you got to make this trade. You have to make this trade if it's available. And that's the other thing, that the reason this is pertinent, not only because they play the Bucks tonight, but Giannis is in a gray area right now where it could go either way. And this happens a lot in the NBA with stars, and they have to play it out and see if they're going to stay or not. But what I'm getting at is I think Giannis is more realistic now and in the next year to be traded than he's ever been in his career. And it's coinciding with, yes, just 5 games, but it's coinciding with the Warriors' young players playing as well as they've played together as a group and individually. And yeah, it might give you a little more pause to get rid of a Pods or a Kaminga, even if he's part of a deal that's not the one that looks exactly like this one. And this is where I'm being honest. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd be a little more careful about treating Pods, Moody, Kaminga, and Post as just guys you could get rid of, because they're playing pretty well right now, and they're at that point in their career. Evan Pods is in his 3rd year, Moody's in his 5th, Kaminga's in his 5th. It's like it's all setting up for them to emerge this year.
Yeah, we've already seen it.
Yeah, and I feel like I want to give that a little more of a crack, if you know what I mean.
Well, we have to, right? This wouldn't be able to go down until February. But I think that the point is, look, they play Milwaukee tonight. You're starting to hear that Giannis, like, as much as they made the move for Turner, I mean, you're going to see tonight, he's going to be out there with Gary Trent Jr., a former Warriors pick, and Ryan Rollins, who's kind of playing pretty well, and a host of guys that, like, they can't win a title. And I think Giannis knows that. And so if he wants to do that, the question is always, does he have more loyalty than to Milwaukee than he does to chasing another championship? And if he wants to do that, I think he'll eventually want to get out of there. But the Warriors, meanwhile, you're right. They've kind of, I don't know, since 2020, like they've been looking at the future. I think they still are set up nicely for the future. Like if this thing goes sideways this year, guys get hurt, it derails, they still have a chance to, I think, kind of reboot this thing quickly with the amount of picks that they have. And to your point, the emerging young guys. I wonder how this team's been playing well. There's no doubt about it. But I think the question in the past has been, well, would you flip, a Jimmy for a Giannis? And he has to be involved because of monetary reasons. But are you willing now, having seen the early returns on Kaminga's leap, Pajemski's, I wouldn't say leap, but development, Moses Moody looking like he can be a capable 3-and-D player. Those three guys, are you willing to invest more in them than you would be to look outside the Warriors? Because to me, Steiny, I would be willing to do it because I could keep two of them. Like if you're telling me two of the three I get to keep in this scenario, it'd be Giannis to Golden State, Butler to Detroit, Pods, 3 unprotected first-round picks, and 3 pick swaps to Milwaukee. They're also getting a bunch of guys from the Pistons. That's something that I would be willing to do because I get to keep 2 of the young guys. I don't have to give up all of them. It changes to me if they say, hey, we need all 3. Like we need Pajemski, Moody, and Kaminga. That to me, you're not just giving up your future and your darts that you're throwing at a draft board. You're giving up legitimate NBA talent. And it looks like emerging NBA talent as well.
No doubt. And I wonder how much, and I know it's not their primary goal, but if you're Detroit or Milwaukee, do you look and say, all right, well, what are the Warriors getting out of this? Well, they're going to get off Pods and Butler, but they're going to still have Curry, Green, Giannis, Kaminga, Horford. I don't know if I would, especially if Kaminga's playing like this, I don't know if I'd gift the Warriors Giannis because that team is pretty scary, I think. But I don't know. I can't believe I'm saying this, but if the trade, I guess if you had to make a decision on the trade today, you'd probably go ahead and do it. But I'm more than content with, let's let another month or so play out, see what goes on in Milwaukee, and see what goes on here.
Well, yeah. Look, this is a waiting game, but to me, Steiny, it's like, do you think the Warriors are in a place as a franchise where they're willing to go all in?
Yes, absolutely.
This is the move. Like it just is, I think, and I think they've been kind of waiting for this possibility. We've heard like little rumors too, breadcrumbs of this, right? They have an eye on 2027. Why is 2027 a free agency or a summer that the Warriors have their eyes on clearing their books for? There's 2 guys, and one of them is one of the players we're discussing. It's Giannis and it's Jokic. I have a hard time believing that Jokic would ever leave Denver because there's never been any sort of report that he wants out of there's a trade in mind. Giannis is the only guy that has been floated time and time again. And to me, this is the most realistic point of that discussion. I think that's what intrigues me about today and when they play the Bucks tonight.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. Hey, Father Time, how you doing?
What up, fellas? I was going to lay my case out for this, but I'll just start with, are you crazy? If Giannis is willing to come to anybody, if he's willing to be traded, and you compare Giannis with Steph Curry, you want to talk about gravity inside, gravity outside, and you get to hold on to, well, of course you're holding on to Draymond, and maybe you're holding on to Kaminga. This is done yesterday. This is like, if you could do this deal today, I know you have to wait until February. This is done. Moses Moody, Kaczynski, like, what are we talking about? This is Giannis and Steph.
Well,
so if the whole
I'll just say,
the whole game is
what we're talking about is not having a pick this year, having a lesser pick next year. No, like you're going to have 3 years where you have no picks, and it'll probably be after Curry's all gone, or at least two of them. That's the danger. That's all I'm saying.
Let me hit you with this. 2 words. James Wiseman. Talk to me about your picks. Talk to me about your second pick in the draft. If the goal in any sport is to win a championship, and you've got this player available potentially, I know it's all potential, and you give up, you want to talk about age with Giannis? How old is Jimmy Butler? Ship Jimmy Butler, ship Brandon, and win a championship. And worry about 2027, 2030 later. Go get the third best player on the planet. Who's a better player, Giannis or Steph Curry?
I'm not going to answer that.
Why?
I don't feel like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't feel like it.
Listen, I get it, Father Time. You want to finish up or you good?
No, I mean, I love your shows, what I want to say. And then secondly, I just can't believe, I know it's Sports Talk Radio. I just can't believe that there'd be any question about this. Maybe Kaminga, maybe giving up Kaminga, maybe it's not a deal breaker, but you'd have to swallow hard and feel bad about it, maybe. But right now.
You're right. Hey, listen. Hey, Father Time, we were talking about this before the show, and I said to Evan, I'm like, we might be sitting in here saying, I don't know if I do it. And if Lacob or Dunleavy were in here, they'd say, what are you, crazy? Of course we're going to do it. So I acknowledge your point. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think, too,
thanks a lot, buddy.
Appreciate the call.
Appreciate it.
I do have to explain this, maybe for some people that aren't super familiar with your stance on trades like these. This is the furthest you've ever come to saying yes to something like this.
No doubt.
So I appreciate it. This is a big step for you, Steiny.
It is.
Admitting that you would be open to it. And
you'd have to be open to it. Here's what I think. I don't think, I'm not convinced you could get Giannis. Okay, forget the picks. You're going to have to swallow hard on 2 unprotected first, 3 unprotected. That's a given. You're going to have to do that. I still am curious to whether you could still get Giannis and just give up Butler and one other guy. I just feel like it would have to be more than that. But maybe I'm wrong, and that's the thing. If it's not more than that, I don't think I could turn it down.
I think you'd be banking on the idea that the Bucks are just trying to get as much draft capital as they can, and the Warriors' picks they're pretty valuable. For the reasons that we're talking about, right? The reason why everyone wants Golden State's first-round picks is because all of their players are at the end of their careers.
Yep.
And you don't know what they're going to be. So you can make a case that, let's look across the entire NBA. Who has the most valuable picks beyond 2029, 2030, which is kind of the back end of these 3? It's the Warriors. And I think they know that, too, which is why the only way that they would give them up, and someone brought this up in the YouTube chat, I think it was Nacho, which is fair. Going all in was Jimmy Butler. I disagree, because going all in is giving up those unknown picks in which your team could be just in absolute shadow. You could be nothing at that point. I know we got to hit a break.
No, but it's intriguing, and that the trade out there that would just involve 2 players. I kind of, how could you say no to that? Maybe people think you should. 888-957-9570. All right, here's what's going on. We're going to spend another 10, 15 minutes on the Warriors, and then we're going to take the Tony Vitello live press conference at 11 o'clock. He's the new manager of the Giants. No experience in the major leagues. First manager ever hired without any type of major league experience. So that in and of itself makes this hire very intriguing and worth talking about. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Straight for Curry, deep 3 from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3 ball! ball.
Warriors Bucks today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Get low APR plus $500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab, or get low APR or up to $3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit. Cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 11/3/25.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spartans football is under the lights this Saturday at CEFCU Stadium as San Jose State takes on Hawaii. Presented by Habits Law. Want to be part of the action? Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game, courtesy of Habits Law.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Warriors at Milwaukee tonight, and talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, a guy who's always been on the periphery of the Warrior plans, it feels like. And just real quick, Evan, I'm looking at the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and we had a caller who called in earlier, and he's like, "You guys, if you can get Giannis, you go get Giannis. It's really that simple." And if there is that thought process, and it's partly my thought process too, but I'm looking at the text. The way Giannis plays, he might as well be 35. Steiny, you're peddling this fool's gold. I know you know that Giannis plays a young man's game that would age horribly in the Bay. 925, Jimmy's intangibles may be better for the team. 925, would Giannis be good for the young guys like Jimmy Butler is? 925, that caller was delusional. The chemistry they have right now would not be the same with a midseason trade for Giannis. So
I think that's all fair.
I think it is too, and that's why it's like, yeah. On the one hand, I was like, yeah, you'd have to do it. You would have to do it for Steph Curry. It falls in line with the strategy of trying to maximize his window. So yes, you'd have to do it, but you know me, I just hate the thought of putting yourself in a position without good draft picks, and there's no Steph Curry here. Now you might say, well, they'll still have Giannis. What if it goes south after, Curry, what if it goes south in a year or two with Giannis and he'd want out? Now I don't know. I don't think there's an easy answer, but I think at the end of the day, you're right. They would make this move.
I just don't see how you can't. Like, the question is if it's even going to be there in a few months, right, to me, more than anything else. But like, we're talking about the future. By the way, in the immediate future, we're actually going to hear from the Giants manager, Tony Vitello, in about 10 minutes. He has his introductory press conference, and so we're going to hear from him and transition away from this conversation. But to me, sort of my final thought on it is, Steiny, I know we got a couple calls too. The question I have is, how much closer do you want to get to winning a championship? If you think that Giannis puts you in a better position to win a title, and I get that a lot of people feel like he may not because the vibes are good right now.
Right.
But to me, with Giannis, along with whatever else you're able to keep, you have a much better chance of beating an Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series, making it through the playoffs, and hoisting a 5th championship. And that, to me, is what I'd be willing to sacrifice the long-term future for, is the best chance to win a title.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that Butler's been here half a year. He's clearly been a catalyst for turning a 500 team into a team that's got some possibility of contending. They're 27-9 when he plays with Green and Steph. And yet, yeah, you can get Giannis in here. I'd probably trade this guy who clearly has already elevated us at least a level. So that's something that that I just think is kind of interesting. This guy was traded for and has been a godsend. Seriously. Mike and Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, you guys. I'm feeling cool. Hey, it's crazy what I'm hearing right now. This trade is still open for the Warriors and the Milwaukee Bucks. I wouldn't do it because, you got this good chemistry now with Jonathan Kaminga. He's over here doing everything what the coach wanted him to do. Be a teammate, pass the ball and especially get the rebounds. You know, like I'll be watching the game in my phone, but everybody is playing together, and even Curry, Jimmy Buckets, Draymond Green, they're not playing that much minutes because everybody's getting all the minutes. Like everybody's playing together. So I wouldn't make this trade. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, like if the Warriors would have started right now 0-5, yeah, you know, like I'd probably tell myself, okay, I got to make something happen. But I wouldn't, because you're getting Giannis that can even shoot a foul two-pointer every time he goes to the line. He takes forever, though, you know? But that's just my opinion. You guys have a good one, and I love y'all show.
Appreciate it, man. You know what? One thing that would happen is your free throw shooting percentage would probably drop significantly.
It would.
Because what's Giannis shooting this year from the line? He's shooting.
Well, his career is like in the 60s, right?
Yeah, 69.3. I actually thought it was worse than that. But he hasn't been good the last 4 years. He's been 65 or under. So
let me ask you this, Steiny.
Yeah.
How many players on the Warriors right now can go for 50 points in an elimination game?
2 tops.
2?
Yeah.
You still think Jimmy can score 50 in an elimination game?
I'm giving him the respect. I'm not robbing him of that opportunity.
Well, maybe in 2025, because apparently anybody can score 50.
That's true.
Now. But
yeah, okay. Curry,
there's
1.5.
one. We've seen one do it.
All right.
Giannis would be the second. It's just like, if there's a game where it comes down to it, and I know that the caller's, he's right, like 0-5, you're not doing it. You are doing it. I get that. But to me, the question is, if this is a good to great team, could you find a player that elevates them from that into becoming a legitimate championship contender? I think already people are giving them a chance. That's fair. But it's a puncher's chance. It's not like a... To me, the chance that everyone is giving the Warriors to hoist a title is purely on the shoulders of 30. It's because of Steph Curry and the closer, and because of how great he still is. But it's not because they actually think this team is like altogether, in my opinion, better than OKC, Denver, whoever you want to put up there. It's because of Curry. If I'm giving him another legitimate, like Jimmy Butler's a star. Giannis is a freaking superstar. You could make the case that he's better than Curry at this stage in his career.
What about do you care that people are bringing up how Giannis's game will age?
How's Draymond's game aged?
Not bad.
How's his game aged? It's aged well next to Steph.
That's true.
But how's their games aged? I mean, we talked last year all postseason about how Jimmy got absolutely fried Draymond got fried by Julius Randle, about how Jimmy Butler wouldn't shoot the ball. You know, it all looks great around Curry. And I also have to imagine there might be another level of Giannis if he plays next to a guy like that.
Well, that's the part I was thinking when you said, Curry's never played with anybody as good as Giannis, probably since Durant. And I was like, man, Giannis hasn't played with anybody like Steph, even close. You know what I mean?
Yeah, who's the best player he's played with?
Who was the second best player on the
Drew
Bucks
Holiday?
champion? Yeah. You know what? And
he's a good player.
Yeah, really good player. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hey, Nick. How you doing, man?
Hi, guys. Hey, it's a lot of questions asked, 2 sides to this deal, and but I would say that if the Warriors did go ahead, I wouldn't worry about the pick so much, because they're gonna, with Giannis, they'll probably be in the finals, and they're not going to have that many great picks anyway. That being said, though, I just wanted a chance to talk about really good I feel about the Warriors this year and what they're doing, and their rebounds. So they're getting a lot of rebounds. Their defense, if it's cold up, it's all great, And who would have thought that in last game that the highest scorer would be Jimmy Butler with 21 points? Just their defense is just really plugged in, and I'm really excited about the team. But as far as Giannis, I'd love to have him. But there are, some things you got to think about. Anyway, love you guys.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call. The other thing is, I admit these first 5 games, usually I wouldn't care about the first 5 games, but they've looked pretty good. And I think I think the Warriors are in a good spot here because, the caller who said, well, if they were 0-5 right now, I'd do it. Well, if they were 0-5 right now, they probably, other teams would be looking at, but like if they're 0-5, that means Butler hasn't been good and it means Pods hasn't been good, probably. And like the reason I'm becoming more intrigued with Moody, Kaminga, and Podziemski is because they're 4-1. And, if they're 15-7 and then they're 25-14, then they're legitimate role players on a really good team, and then they have value.
Actually, Sonny, I'm starting to think that because of how much you would have to give up the future, and by the future I mean like draft picks, or maybe young players, if they're not good, you don't make this trade. Because if you can't win now, how is like, to me, Giannis is the guy that you make a move for to put you over the top.
Agree.
To go from good to great or great to elite. If you're not a good team, then you want to keep your future because you have no reason to give it. Like if the future looks bleak, I'm sorry, I want every first pick in the world. But if the Warriors prove that they're a player away this season, then I think that's something we got to consider.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And we're going to go to the San Francisco Giants press conference with their new manager, Tony Vitello. It's supposed to start at 11, and we'll get to it when they start. We'll take it live. We'll chat about it a little bit, and then what the Giants are doing here is unprecedented. And to me, that makes it obviously really compelling. And I look forward to see what a college coach can do with the San Francisco Giants because it's non-traditional and it is risky. It's risky.
Who's it riskier for? Vitello or the Giants? Or I guess
the Giants.
Posey.
I think it's a little bit risky for Posey.
I don't.
I mean, it's not risky in terms of like if it doesn't work, he's going to get fired. I just think it might not work.
Well, it might not work, but that's why I think it's riskier for this guy. He's making an unprecedented jump, and if it doesn't work out, if the team isn't good, or if it turns out he's just not a great manager, number one, I think that closes the door for all future guys trying to do this.
Yes.
Number two, I don't think he can just go back to getting a job at the number one university, like just be able to like turn things around the way he did in Tennessee. To me, he had a very comfortable position. Like I think he's putting himself out there, which is something that I respect a lot about him. I think that Posey, I mean, he's made a bunch of big moves already as the president of baseball ops, and he's just continuing to try and do things differently because I think he understands that's the only way that they're going to be able to jump over a team that right now trails 3-2 in the World Series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the press. I don't know anything about this guy, and the only thing he comes with is like preconceived notions about the college coach versus the pro coach. And you better hire a guy that understands the difference. And how does a guy understand the difference if he's never been at the major league level? I've talked about Mike Montgomery regarding this topic, and I talked to Mike about it, and he said, yeah, he didn't want to come on, but he said no. Buster's put himself out there with this hire. That's kind of the way he put it, and he was in the exact same position 20 years ago with the Warriors, and most people would say it didn't work out well.
Can I tell you what I want to hear from this guy?
Yeah.
So a lot of people have not heard him speak a word. I think unless you watch college baseball, which there's understandably not a lot of people that are interested. This guy has to be energetic, charismatic, and to an extent magnetic, I think, in order to get this position. Like Buster Posey had to know or see something that was going to make him feel like he can own a locker room full of professionals of which he has never stepped a foot in their world before.
Energetic. What were the three?
Charismatic and magnetic. I think like those are the three traits I'm looking to hear from Vitello today, because I believe if he's to win Buster Posey, who's a true baseball, Buster Posey's got 3 World Series rings. Buster Posey has been the face of a franchise or a representative. He's been the best player. He also has been an accomplished college player. So he's had a great coach in college. He's had a great manager in the pros. He himself has been a great player. You can't tell me that Vitello didn't win him over with whatever we're going to hear in this press conference. That's what I believe. Because otherwise, I'm not really sure what behind the scenes what was so appealing about this guy to make him, he wasn't the number one choice,
right?
But to make him the next best choice.
Yeah, I look at this guy and think what he needs is he better be knowledgeable and he better be authentic. This is what I'm excited about. I don't know anything about him, and as far as I'm concerned, kind of how he managed at Tennessee might be somewhat irrelevant because maybe he's smart enough to know that he's going to have to change some things. But I just look at a guy like him coming into a locker room with veteran-type players, and I think the first thing he's got to do is get their respect. So if this guy's got any gimmick to him or any, I don't know, schmaltz or what's the word? If he's not real, I think the players will see through that. And that's where I get to, I can't believe Posey would make a hire unless he truly believed this guy knew what he was getting into and knew what he was going to have to do at the major league level that was maybe different than college. Like he better be open to knowing that he's got to do things differently.
Yeah, but he has no clue.
Well, that's
no clue what those things are.
For example, when Rick Pitino went from Kentucky to Boston, he just couldn't do it. He was used to coaching college kids, and I'll just never forget. The Warriors were playing the Celtics back in that day, and the Celtics had Chauncey Billups. Did he end up getting into the Hall of Fame, by the way, Billups?
Chauncey?
Yeah. Anyway.
He should.
Yeah. Anyway, he was terrible under Pitino. And I remember the Warriors guy bringing it up the court, and Pitino is kneeling like he always knelt, and he's yelling at Chauncey Billups to push up on the guy, pressure him at half court, and just relentless.
He's a Hall of Famer.
And it just didn't work. He wasn't, like, nobody was really motivated under him. Everybody felt like they could see through him. And it's not like Pitino had no success in the NBA, because then he ended up coaching the Knicks too, and they went to the playoffs. But I'm just saying, it can be dicey, obviously.
Well, D-Lou brings up a good comp, potentially, which is Brad Stevens.
Yeah.
And Brad Stevens went from not even a big-time program. Butler was not a massive program. And not only was he a good head coach, he seems to be a pretty damn good front office executive. So, Vitello, I think baseball is a lot different because there's so many more things you have to be aware of. I think coaching in college for basketball, yes, you're moving from kids relatively to men, but I don't know. The thing that I guess worries me the most about this is that my biggest concern is that it could be Posey's Kappler hire. Like Farhan hired Kappler because he was different and because he was aesthetically pleasing, right? He talked a good game. He made you feel like he knew what he was talking about. He had an answer for every question. He always had the right answer. But clearly there was just something amiss. Like by the end of his time here, it was very clear he didn't know how to connect with his players.
No doubt.
And that can't be the same thing with Vitello. From what I've heard, it sounds like he's a little different.
All right, here we go. This is Tony Vitello, live press conference. He's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants.
I'd like to welcome everyone with us here at Oracle Park, as well as those watching on sfgiants.com, sfgigantes.com, the Giants YouTube channel, NBC Sports Bay Area, and those listening on KNBR. Last week, the Giants officially announced that Tony Vitello has been named the 40th manager in Giants history. Tony, welcome to San Francisco.
Thank you.
It's a privilege to have you.
We'll take it.
It's a privilege to have you, your parents, Greg and Kathleen, your sisters, Christine, Kara, and Katie, your brother-in-law, Rich, your nieces and nephew, and other members of your family and friends here today. Also with us today on the dais is Giants President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey, and Giants General Manager, Zach Manassian. I'd also like to recognize in attendance Giants Chairman, Greg Johnson, Giants President, Larry Baer, and members of the Giants front office that are here today. Also, we have the three Kuiper brothers I would like to acknowledge. Jeff, Dwayne, and Glenn are here today. Welcome, you guys. And now it's my pleasure to turn things over to Buster Posey.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. Today is a very exciting day for our organization as we welcome Tony as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. You know, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. Wide range of topics, and I think some highlights that I came away with from those conversations were, some of his vision, his conciseness, and plenty of other leadership qualities. I think where it really took off for me is when you start making phone calls and you talk to so many different people that have come into contact with him for years and years and been in his world. And you start to hear some of the attributes. And conversely, Tony had a lot of conversations with people in our own organization, and the feedback was all the same. It was, the response was, this guy's a winner. He has a vision to be great, and not just for himself, that's going to rub off on those around him. There's an expectation that he'll get the best from everybody that he comes into contact with. Tony's a teacher, he's a motivator, tireless worker, and someone who understands how to build culture. We believe his leadership is not only going to impact our clubhouse, but it's also going to impact our organization and our entire fan base as well. Thrilled to have Tony as our manager. High confidence that together we can build something really special here in San Francisco. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce Tony Vitello as the next manager of the San Francisco Giants. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, brother. We gonna mess up that hair? I think we should. A little more comfortable.
Tony?
Yeah. Obviously, thank you to Buster, to Zach, to Greg Johnson, Larry, all the ownership, really all the organization, and I know players' feedback was important. That's kind of where my whole deal has started, is with players. Gavin Keelan, who some of you may know, was fortunate enough to be a first-round pick here, and that's where some of those conversations exist between the college level and the pro level. And obviously, something all those players are aspiring to do is make it to the big leagues. And as this process has gone on, it's been funny. I've gotten a lot of text messages about living out your dream, or somebody said, when you have baseball cards when you're little, which I still have some. I don't know if they're worth anything or not, but did you dream, or you dreamed of being this? I never dreamed of being a Major League Baseball player. I don't know why. My skill level wasn't very high. I think it was just so far above the clouds that I never even saw it. And for me as a coach, I was just kind of trying to make my way. I got thrust into a position at a young age that I probably didn't even deserve. So I was just trying to do a good job. And fortunately, it helped get me to the next spot and the next spot and the next spot. And eventually this did become a dream. where I just kind of decided if it was, if I was blessed enough to receive an opportunity, this is something I wanted to do before I was done coaching, in general. And now I'm incredibly humbled and blessed to do so. So it is a dream come true, but it's a very recent dream. It wasn't one I had for a while. And as much as I'd love to sit up here and promise things and pound my fist on the desk and all that, and really all I want to do is a good job. And I think because of being around my dad and being blessed around winning players similar to Buster, those standards are very high. And I have spent I know it'll be a question later, I have spent some time around this organization, either as a fan or just watching or, again, through business ways. I'm fully aware of the tradition that's here and the excellence that's been brought by managers like Bochy, Dusty Baker, the toughness from guys like Baumgartner and Romo, the loyalty, which is incredibly important, word to me and my family, which is epitomized by the guy to my right, and the records that have been set by guys like Bonds and Mays and Lincecum and everybody else. And then, the one thing that always got to me was the family, the sense of family that was a part of this organization. And one of the players I coached came up during Hunter Pence's playing days and just talked about how good that guy was to everybody in the organization, especially younger aspiring players and rookies. So there's a lot to learn from the past, and there is very high expectations, very high standards to meet because of the past. And this is a challenge that's been presented to me. And again, I'm humbled and honored to be here in front of you today to take on that challenge.
Okay, thanks, Tony. With that, we will open it up to questions for the media.
You're listening to the Tony Vitello press conference with the San Francisco Giants. He's their new manager, and we're bringing it to you live.
Hello, Tony. Welcome to the Bay.
Thank you.
Now, you've coached college. You haven't played, coached, or managed in the big leagues. 56 games versus 162 plus spring training and whatever happens in October. But Buster and Tony, have you talked about how different this will be in terms, we've seen how emotional and passionate you are at the college level. Can you transfer that to this 162 game grind, or will you have to tone it down a little bit? What's the conversation between you two on that front?
I think if you ask my mom, she'd want me to tone it down. But if you ask my dad, he'd say kick it up a notch, I think it is completely different. There's obviously, we didn't waste any time. We got to the first question that everybody was maybe thinking and should ask, and it is very different. So I think the one thing about each game unto itself, whether it's high school, college, or pro, is it's kind of got its own personality, its own flavor. And you have to adapt to that particular day, especially in our sport. I mean, the one common theme that I always, when I first started coaching that I didn't like is when you win, you lose, 9-6, it's the pitching let us down. And then when you lose 3-2, it's, pitchers did their job, but the hitters didn't hit. You win and lose as a team, and every game, for whatever reason, kind of has its own vibe to it. And I feel every day is like that too. And whether it's 162, 56, or whatever, baseball is a sport that is built on sample size, and you have to be willing to separate each one as a mutually exclusive one and attack it for what it is at that particular time. So I wish I had an answer in my own head, to be honest with you, because as I first got here, I was like, man, there are a lot of unknowns and just a lot of wonder in my mind. And of course, you can ask people and draw on previous information, but until you live it out, you don't know what it's going to be like.
Sorry, Matt. John Shea, San Francisco Standard. Sorry about that. And just one more. Buster, when Gabe Kappler was here, it seems like there was a massive collaboration on how the in-game game planning and strategizing was going to come down, whether it's the bullpen moves or the lineups or anything like that. Maybe not so much with Bob Melvin. What's it going to be like now? How much will the front office be involved in the analytics department and scouting and everything else with the game-to-game, with the day-to-day planning, including in-game strategizing?
I think it remains to be seen. Some of it will just evolve naturally as as we spend more time around each other and the staff is built out. The way I look at our role is we're evaluating so many different departments across the organization. But as much as anything, the way I see us is a support system to get Tony and his staff information. We can be a sounding board. We can be think partners as well. As Tony mentioned, from my experience, any great team that I've been a part of, people are pulling in the same direction, and that's the hope and the expectation here is, we're all going to be working together. Does that mean that we're going to have perfect harmony all the time? No, it doesn't. But there's going to be things that we all continue to learn and grow together as we go through this.
We're here on the right, Mark.
Hey, Tony. Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game. Just kind of building on your previous answer, kind of person to person, I wonder if you have any concerns with the idea of kind of the energy that you would use for a college player. Like, does that work for someone who might be in their 30s and has, kids at home? Like, do you have to, from that level, kind of adjust your style, or how will you go about kind of addressing that?
Yeah, I think one thing we did well at the places I've been, in particular Tennessee, was coach guys as individuals. I've always used the example in recruiting. You turn on a TV and watch a big league game, whether it's last night or you're watching the Giants play the Padres, you're going to see 9 different stances, 4 or 5 different deliveries and things like that. So it's not an exact parallel, but just kind of use an example of it's got to be individualistic. Some of these guys are, guys that I've recruited, and, I don't know what the punishment running is, but Bryce said no to Tennessee when I was there. So we'll have a separate conversation. But no, he's a great kid, but to be honest with you, he's exactly what I just got done doing a week ago. And then you climb the ladder and you get to a guy like Justin Verlander or a Max Scherzer or somebody like that. I think those conversations are completely different. So it's an easy answer to say it's individualistic because it's kind of vague, but that's truly what it is. And then falling back on my other answer, I do think you got to come to the office and vibe it out. I think some of those conversations are a lot easier when things are going good, and when they're not, Buster just kind of got done commenting on, we'll all work together. The whole goal is to create a bond here between everybody at the top all the way down to whatever you consider the bottom of the depth chart, and all have a bond strong enough that when Alex Gordon hits a triple, everybody's still on the same page and willing to get through that moment and come out victorious. I was at that game, by the way, behind home plate. It was rather intense. Correct?
Yeah, I'll second that. It was.
Let's go right here to the right.
Hi, Tony. Justice De Los Santos, San Jose Mercury News. Question for Buster as well as Zach. When did the idea of first considering Tony come to mind? And following that first consideration, how did the process of wanting to interview him and get to know him more, how did that process evolve? And kind of for Zach as well, like what was the first question?
Yeah, well, I'll start because I'll give Zach credit. He was the one who first had the thought. I think that's credit, right? Yeah. But no, it's so I don't remember the exact time, but once the season was over, started having conversations, pretty casual to start with. A unique thing about this process was, and it's one thing that I've come to really appreciate about Tony, and honestly made me feel more confident in this decision, is this guy he was hard to get a hold of because he was on the field all the time, or he was bouncing from city to city recruiting. And just because this was on his plate, he was still full go with what his job was at Tennessee. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. I wish it was easier to get in contact with you during those times sometimes. But it's, so yeah, that's a little bit of how it played out. Zach, you feel free to add on to that.
Yeah, I would just say, as much as this feels out of the box, Tony's name has been bouncing around Major League Baseball for a while. Fortunate to sit in the draft room and Tennessee's program has been top notch, which means there's a lot of good players that we're talking about year in and year out. I've been fortunate to go watch them, and I think just the nature of this job is you're always evaluating everything. Not necessarily sitting here 3 years ago watching Tennessee play and Gilbert in center field and Dolander pitching saying one day we're going to hire Tony as a manager, but you get a sense of how he goes about it, his passion, his intellect, his care. I mean, he talks a lot about family, and those are things that we talk about. But I think starting the process, you really want to try and build as big a list as you can. There's a lot of talented people out there. And as we started to go through it, I felt like we kept coming back to this one would be really interesting, and it just got even more and more interesting as we continued to speak.
You're listening to the Tony Vitello press conference. He's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants on 95.7 The Game.
San Francisco.
Thank you.
So baseball, this is the hard question. Baseball's a dues-paying culture. They say if you didn't ride the bus in the minors, you can't get to the show. So you haven't. So I'm wondering, have you reached out to those veterans, the Willie Adameses, the Matt Chapmans, the Rafi Devers, to suss them out and earn their credibility or respect?
More just touching base, and pretty cool that some of those guys beat me to the punch and reached out to me first, but just some casual going back and forth. And I think that's where the conversations have started to this point. I think it's, normally it's recruiting in college. You're going to see people face to face. I think it's good that there's some time between now and spring training for me to maybe go out, and wouldn't be able to do it with the whole roster, but spend some time face to face with those guys, and earn their trust or their respect in a different way, because I can't go back in time and be a switch hitter or be a catcher or anything like that. So but I am very sensitive, with all due respect, to the phrase pay your dues, because like the other coaches in our league and across the country, Yesavich is, Cliff Godwin is the coach at East Carolina. He reached out last night because Max and Yesavich are embracing. It's a lot of lonely nights in a hotel, and it's a lot of phone calls, and it's a lot of text messages. It's hearing no just as much as maybe an insurance salesman or whoever else, or maybe a reporter looking for an interview that hears a no. So dues have come in a different way, and hopefully respect will be earned, in different ways. And the only way I know how to do that is through hard work.
All right, there was a good portion of the Tony Vitello press conference. He's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. And we're going to take a break here. And on the other side, we're going to be joined by somebody who knows Tony Vitello extremely well. Knoxville radio host who has a personal relationship with him. So looking forward to that. We'll come back and talk about the press conference on the other side.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Bay Area, what's up? It's your guy, Bonte Hill, shouting out my friends at Ceremony Ford. If you think you missed your chance to save on an electric ride, think again. Ceremony Ford is dropping a deal you don't want to sleep on. You can lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yeah, you heard that right. An all-electric Mustang for under $300 a month. And if electric's not your vibe, no worries, my friends. Ceremony's got a massive lineup of new and pre-owned Fords ready to roll. F-150s, Broncos, Escapes, you name it. Right now, I'm rolling in the Explorer myself, and man, I love it. And let me tell you, these folks don't play games or haggle. Just good, honest people taking care of Bay Area drivers like you and me. So swing by Ceremony Ford, right off 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out that Mach-E lease for just $299 a month at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get up to a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select pairs of wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we just heard from Tony Vitello. He's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants, holding a press conference as we speak, but we're efforting Tony Basilio, and he is a sports talk radio host in Knoxville at 105.7, knows Tony Vitello extremely well, pretty much worked with him in Tennessee. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's visit with Tony Basilio. Tony, thanks for joining us on such short notice. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure. I was laying down to take a nap, and then I realized that Tony was doing his press conference. I just got done doing my show, and you guys know how this is. People probably listening going, what do you guys do for a Hey, it's pretty tiring doing what we do, but yeah, I appreciate you guys inviting me back.
All right, how's Tony Vitello, who's never had any managerial experience in the big leagues or played? How's the adjustment going to be for him, and what kind of person is he to handle the adjustment he's looking at?
I've never met a guy as humble as him that had the kind of success around here or anywhere as he's had. Tony's a guy that would take time and make time for as many people as he possibly could. He's a guy who espouses and then lives up to the philosophy that I'm not your head coach, we're all teammates. I've never seen him throw anybody under the bus, though they deserve to get thrown under the bus in the media. I know he handles things behind closed doors professionally. Obviously he's got a very, and he and I share the same kind of Italian heritage sort of thing, which made us pretty unique in this neck of the woods, which is something we sort of bonded over. Tony is a high vision guy. Tony is a highly emotionally intelligent person. He's a great room reader. He will not go in there acting like he's all that in a bag of chips. He will be deferential toward those veterans, and he will surround himself with quality people. And I think that if ever there was a guy in the college game worth taking a risk on, it is this guy at this point in time for the Giants.
Well, Tony, I'm not sure if you had a chance to catch some of the press, but one thing that stood out to me was, like you mentioned, just his humility. And I thought an authentic sort of first message was going to be important, especially for a lot of people out here in San Francisco who just are not very familiar with him. But also for people that have seen him, that understand how energetic and exuberant he can be on the field. You know, that tempered form of him, how quickly do you think it changes when he gets between the lines?
No. I watched the press conference. That's Tony. What you saw today is Tony. Don't get me wrong. He burns hot. He'll scream at umpires. He'll fight for his kids and fight for his team and fight for his players. But he's not going to fight with them. And I think that's a side. I think Tony gets this rap of being somebody that's going to fight with us. He's not that type of guy. We're all going to pull in the same direction. I'll take the hits for you in the media. I'm a big boy. I'm telling you, if anybody can pull this off, it's him. Now, the question obviously is, how much respect is he going to garner within that locker room? And are those guys at that level going to give him a chance? Because if they give him a chance and they put a decent enough team around him, I think he'll do a nice job there. But obviously that is a huge question as to how he'll be received and how both sides will work with each other. I'll tell you this, though. Tony is what you saw up there, the self-deprecating guy that you saw, the humble guy. That is exactly who he is. And he's the same guy he was when he came here and they were playing in front of 15 people. I mean, I kid you not. They had like 30 fans in the stands. And then when they built him a $150 million stadium here, he's the absolute same guy.
We're talking to Tony Basilio. He works on Knoxville's 105.7. Very familiar with the new Giants manager, Tony Vitello. What does he hang his hat on baseball-wise? What are his strong beliefs? Not so much his temperament or, how he's personality-wise, but what does he believe leads to successful baseball?
He's a preparation guy.
Okay.
That's Tony's language. Tony is, and you heard him say this, but nobody outworked this guy on the recruiting trail. And he will be open to anything that can help him win. Tennessee's one of the few teams in college baseball that really adhered to analytics, but he wasn't afraid to deviate from it when it didn't make sense to him, which is why it's going to be interesting to watch him sort of navigate the Major League Baseball waters. And I know that the Giants were coming out of an era where, they were really given into that, into analytics, and now they're going to try and blend the two. It seems like, anyway. I'm not going to speak for them, but it looks like that's their plan on the front end. And as Buster Posey said, we're going to kind of figure it out as we go along. Tony's a really good and a really interesting candidate to try that with, because that's what he did here. He's a people reader, but he's not afraid to rely on the data, but he's also not afraid to play a hunch as well. So, and you guys will second guess him like I did. Listen, I roughed him up some on the air here, but he always came back. He always answered texts. He always answered phone calls. And so he's got thick enough skin to handle it.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, Tony, because I feel like there's this image of the modern-day manager as just being basically an extension of the front office, right? As someone who is there to enact whether it's Posey or Manazzi and the general manager want to do on the field. And that's kind of where 2 managers ago, someone like Gabe Kappler ran into trouble, I think, with a lot of fans. So it sounds like what you're saying is that Tony is a perfect sort of mix, is someone that is willing to work with both sides. But how much day-to-day sort of hands-on do you think he's going to be allowed to be at the big league level when he does have an understanding kind of the both human and analytic aspect of things?
You guys could answer that way more than I could. I don't even feel like that's in my purview. Look, I'm a Phillies fan, and if anybody could screw up, it's a perfect thing. It's the Phillies. But that said, I just, as I watched that press conference and I watched him interface with Buster, I kind of got what they're going for. But the big question is, can they do it? Can you marry the two? Can you mix and match? Can you take 2 styles and put them together? Because if you can, and they're successful doing it, then maybe he opens the door for other college guys to come in, because it seems to me that Major League Baseball has taken some of the things that college baseball sort of introduced, these celebration props after you hit a home run, the more exuberance on the field. Those things were not done 4 or 5 years ago, showing a little more personality out there, that sort of thing. And so I don't know. It's just going to be really interesting because, again, I go back to this. I'll tell you a quick story. I told, when Tony first got that job, he brought me over there and said, "Hey, man, I need to fill this place." And I said, "Yeah, you and everybody else that I've ever talked to that's had this job, good luck to you." And he looked at me and he said, no, we're going to fill this place. And I said, "Tony, unless you have like Kenny Chesney come do a post-game concert or put pro wrestling in the outfield, or you're not going to fill the place." And he said, "We're going to fill the place." And the thing I learned about him that day was he was giving me like vision, and he filled the place. I mean, filled the place. And the thing he's going to do with the fan base is that, and obviously there's going to be people that are going to be critical of everything you do. Baseball is a great game for second guessing. Tony's going to be a guy that's going to be able to win people over when he appears in front of a camera. When he talks to you guys, you're going to see that he's just kind of a real guy. He's a guy that likes his UFC. He's a guy that likes a good spaghetti meal. He's a guy that likes a good concert. You know, he's just kind of a real dude compared to a Gabe Kappler type who God knows what he was into.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, how many times was he ejected in 8 years at Tennessee?
You know, that's a good question. He took a few showers, you know, and the other thing that he did, which I think is kind of great, is he's like a world-class guy when it comes to profanity. And people that sat down low at Tennessee games really learned some new words. and you know, guys, you guys know this better than anybody. The Major League umpires, that's probably one area of his game that he's going to have to amend, because you can't speak to a Major League umpire the same way you spoke to those college guys. There's no way that's going to work.
That's a great point.
Hey, Tony, thank you so much for – I'm sorry. Yeah, Tony Basilio joining us from Knoxville. Real quick, do I detect some Philly, South Jersey in that accent?
You got it, brother.
All right, where?
Well, I'm from the Kennett Square area, so I'm right outside the city, but my father was a mushroom grower, and he told me when I was a kid, he said, son, you're not going to work in this business. You're lazy. You need to go work with your mouth because you have a big one.
Please don't tell me he was a mushroom farmer in Reading, Pennsylvania. Just don't.
No, in Kennett Square. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania.
All right. Well, I'm from Reading, and we appreciate your time.
Brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know what they call us? They call us survivors that got out of there.
Yeah, well, I still have some love for the hometown, but I'm never going back.
Me too.
All right, buddy.
It's always in your heart. All right, guys.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. All right, we're going to go right to break here on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month at Frontier Ford. Hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to roll. Find Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara or online at frontierford.com.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry, deep three from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks, today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-490-9877. That's 800-490-9877.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick Six is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick Six is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sun and clouds for San Francisco, 65, the high temperature.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jack's in Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jack's in Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's my guru. You had to see it on the YouTube chat. Hey.
It just doesn't hit the same.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And hey, don't forget, the Warriors Summit is coming up a week from tonight. Thursday, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts going to be there discussing the Warriors. We're going to do it a little differently this time. It's going to be 9 games into the season. It's going to give everybody a chance to settle in and see what we're looking at before the summit. Here's the way it goes. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4. Then all the hosts join them from 4 to 6 live. Again, Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. We'll have great prizes. We'll have drink specials, your chance to meet all the hosts on the same day. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, Thursday, November 6th. We'll see you there. That's 2 to 4, Willard and Dibbs, 4 to 6, everybody else. Love to see you out at Jack's Restaurant on Thursday. We've had the Tony Vitello press conference. He's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. Coached 8 years at Tennessee. And then after him, we had Tony Basilio, Knoxville radio host who knows the Tennessee program very well and knows Vitello pretty well. And we're just starting to get to know this guy who has no major league experience, but he sounds like he's got the qualities that they think can translate.
it sounds like he's. And look, I told you before, what I was trying to figure out going into this is like, what is it about this guy? Tony said it too about his friend Tony. He's got, if there's anybody that could do this, if there's one person that could bridge the gap between college and the pro ranks with no experience, it was going to be Tony Vitello. So that, to me, going in, I immediately have my ears, the radar up for what is it about this guy? And after listening to him for a little bit and hearing Tony talk about Tony, I kind of get it. Like, I'm skeptical of it all working. I think that there's a reason why this hasn't been done before. I think there's a reason why it's unprecedented. But listening to him talk and then having it confirmed by someone who knows him personally, I can kind of get it. Like, I think it's hard not to be on board if you really listen to that guy. And if you're familiar with college baseball at all and you've watched Tennessee,
right?
Like, it's hard not to be a fan of the guy. When he's out there managing, it's like he's playing. But my skepticism is about, is that going to translate? But the guy himself, to me, I think there's few questions about him.
So you're telling me he's pretty animated?
Yes. And
okay, so
again, the thing that I took away from our last interview was he's world class when it comes to profanity.
And that actually got me to thinking about who I would put on my Mount Profanity more among pro athletes. And I'm going to give him an honorary spot along with PJ Carlesimo.
Got to take his word for it.
And
PJ was a sailor?
Yeah. And I got Tommy Lasorda in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking to fill out the Mount Rushmore.
Bobby Cox.
Oh, he was.
I think he's all-time in ejections. He's the leader.
Oh, but so you're just assuming he used profanity?
No, you could see it when you watched him manage.
The one thing I was thinking, and if you want to jump in here and talk about the Giants' new managerial hire, the number's 888-957-9570. There have been other guys who have tried this. Rick Pitino, PJ Carlesimo, Mike Montgomery. The one guy who you brought up that I do find interesting as someone who I think clearly has navigated college to pros extremely well, and we don't have any baseball examples, but when you brought up Brad Stevens, all right, Brad Stevens, and I agree with you, has figured out a way to navigate that jump. And I think about Brad Stevens, and the one thing about Brad Stevens that always sticks out to me is I just think he's very understated. So, which I think you have to be in that position. I think the balance is you can't be meek and feel like you need to defer because you've never done it before, but you also can't go in there thinking you know it all, and I'm going to tell these guys how we're going to remake this team and how, you know what I mean? Like, you got to, if he's credible over time, it will translate. But I do think there's a fine line to walk. You can't get walked over, and you can't walk on these guys who have been in the major leagues for years and years. And, like, that's the one thing I just feel like from the outside when I was watching Brad Stevens, what did he do to earn the respect of the players and the front office that has led him to where he is now? I don't know. I just feel like whatever he did would have been is a great template for Vitello.
Well, one difference, I think, is that, to my knowledge, Brad Stevens wasn't brought in to coach an older team. Like the Celtics, when they got Stevens, yeah, the Isaiah Thomases and some of the veterans, but like very quickly they became a young group. He was there to help develop and usher in a Tatum, a Brown, a lot of like the baby Celtics in 2017-18 when he was beginning to take over there. Like, he was allowed to coach a young group. Vitello is brought in, and let's be honest, a lot of these guys they're veterans. And our own Mark Willard, who we're going to talk to in a little bit here, I thought had the question I was looking to hear, right? Well, how do you build a relationship, or how do you gain the trust of guys with kids? How do you do it with guys that have been in the league for 10 years? And I think we've learned that like the Chapmans, the Adamises, the Devers, to some extent, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt just because they're pros. But still, you got to earn it. The one thing that I felt like listening to him, and I brought his name up before, he ain't Gabe Kappler. Now, it might not work.
Right.
Like, this team might not be good. The teams that he manages might be bad. It might just be a bad fit. Maybe college coaches don't belong in the pros. I don't know. He ain't Gabe Kappler. Gabe Kappler was fake. And we found that over the course of a long time. But Gabe Kappler was a fake person who he was to the media, what it sounds like he was to some players, and to who he really is. I think that Tony Vitello, the guy we saw today at the podium, is the guy that the players are going to see, the guy that Buster Posey and Zach Manassian clearly fell in love with, who, by the way, sounds like it was Manassian's guy.
Right.
Not necessarily
No doubt.
Posey's.
No doubt. That was a funny line, actually.
And that's the guy that we're going to see for 162 from here on out.
Yeah. Did I miss a breaking news sounder?
What do you mean?
You say we're going to get Willard on?
Oh, he's the crossover, right?
Oh, I thought he was going to make a special early appearance on the show.
He's probably still asking questions. You know,
it did sound like that, though. I agree.
Yeah, and he's more than willing if he wants to jump on for 5 or 10 minutes immediately. We can have Mark on. He's in the belly of the beast over there, dominating. Question 3. Asker number 2, because Shea had a follow-up.
Well, it's a little tough sometimes, especially when, I don't know, you've been in those kind of press conferences. You want to make a good first impression, but you don't know if someone's going to ask your question before you get to ask it.
Yeah.
And so you kind of got to ask it in a different way. You know, you hit him with the old, well, in the same vein, you know.
Sure.
To follow up on it, just to dig a little deeper. So you preface him by sounding more professional than you are.
I hated to ask questions at a press conference. I just didn't. I don't know.
As long as there's a microphone and you know when you're going, like, to me, that's the one thing I hate about Niners pressers. They're like a pack of hyenas, man. Like, as soon as Shanahan walks to that podium, people just pounce. And it's like, can I get a word in first? I still don't know what I'm going to say.
Most teams have a dude with a microphone who walks around and gives it to him. One by one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru's gone through some stuff.
He'll be back tomorrow.
You guys know that. He'll be back tomorrow. But Tony Vitello was introduced. You know, the other thing, as the next manager of the Giants, the one word that Posey used that I thought was interesting was concise.
Conciseness.
Is
that a word?
That's what I thought.
That's what he said.
But I think it might be a word. But I know what he means. That means he's a man who doesn't use extra words when he doesn't need to. By the way, Billy Martin, they're saying definitely on Mount Profanity more.
Earl Weaver
yes,
been thrown out there. He's got a couple of great clips. You know who I've heard is quite profane, but I guess doesn't really get a ton of, notice for it? Robert Saleh.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard it can
be. It's not profane when you say I'm going to end you.
Oh, yeah, we saw him at the end of that Jacksonville Jaguars game get pretty profane. Yeah, but I've heard he's a great motivator, should we see it.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Like Kyle Shanahan, I'm not sure. Well, he probably curses. All football guys.
Yeah, I think he does.
Possibly.
Like my college coach never swore, ever. Ever. Didn't
really?
Swear, never had a drink, never smoked anything in his life. Maybe.
Well, if I didn't know he was a legend, I would say, how the hell was he a good coach? But
he was a great might but you can see how, might have butted heads with him a little bit.
What? You didn't swear and drink in college?
It's college, Evan. But no, I'm definitely open-minded. He does seem like he seems like if anybody can handle it, he sounds like the type of guy that's going in with his eyes wide open and he knows what he's got to do. And the one thing, here's where I would say about Posey is, like, Posey's the kind of guy that because he played, I think he understands the importance of when a front office has supports a manager or players on a team. Like, the one thing I do believe about Buster Posey, just from watching him play, and who he is, he knows that he's going to have to, give this guy all the support he needs, and he's going to have Posey in his corner for a while. And that's a big voice to have behind you. And I don't know if he felt that strongly about Melvin, for example, but he has to feel strongly about this guy because it's his guy.
I think that also gets buy-in from the players. Like, if Posey's in your corner, you have to give Posey that respect that this person that he chose is the one. Now, I think the other part, too, that I think it was Tony Basello that said this, which is important. Vitello told Tony Basello that he wanted to fill the place at Tennessee when it was not a place that was very full. That's important because one thing that was always a topic of conversation around Farhan Zaidi and his time here was, well, the ballpark's not really that full. It's kind of empty. And a lot of that had to do with the players that were on the field and the brand of baseball that they played. But if Vitello could fill a place in Knoxville, and it's a lot smaller of a ballpark, but it wasn't a place that was known for being full, to me, that also is something that I'm going to pay attention to. Like, can this guy literally impact attendance? Like, if he's that energetic and his teams sort of embody the kind of style that he apparently has, authentic, humble, fiery, passionate, then that's going to be a team that I want to go out and watch. Like, in a way, Steiny, I think that the first few homestands of this season, I'm going to want to go to kind of because I want to see if there's an immediate impact from their manager on this group.
So, Risotto, who's filling in today, is telling me, and you guys would know more, he's saying Tennessee's baseball program was kind of hated.
Well, it wasn't football. Definitely wasn't basketball.
What do you mean?
They hated. So opponents, opposing coaches, opposing players, media, they hated everything that Tennessee team was about. Everything from their persona, their energy, the way they, quote unquote, respected the game. They were not, they kind of changed things in terms of I guess, their persona and how they went about their business.
So would it be fair to say they think of themselves kind of like the Miami Heat think of themselves with Heat culture?
Think of the term act like you've been there before, and then think of the opposite. Then you have Vitello's Tennessee baseball program, as it's been described.
You mean just
think of Drew Gilbert.
Oh,
yeah, that guy. Yeah,
sure.
the guy that you didn't feel like was having much of an impact. The nutcracker in the dugout, biting Robbie Ray's jersey and getting choked out by Matt Chapman. That guy. That's Tennessee baseball.
There are a couple things that I do wonder about, and it's like let's take some of the Giants veterans, Devers, Adames, Chapman, Webb. I don't understand when we're talking about guys like that. Devers is, if he's healthy, he's going to play 155 games. Like, all those guys are going to play. So how bad could Vitello be that, like, a guy like the veterans don't come around to him? No, and they're just going to play every day. Like, I don't think there's going to be I don't know why. The only guy, let me just throw this at you. Okay, you got a college coach coming in here, might be a rah-rah guy. Is there a player that you would think, who's the player you'd be most afraid would say, this guy's a fraud? Because I have a guy. There's only one guy I'm thinking of, and that would be Chapman. Like, I don't like, what's...
I actually disagree with that.
Do you?
Yeah, because there was a bunch of nut jobs that he played with when he was in Oakland. Like, that was a pack of misfits. He was a younger kid. He was a younger player. But...
As a manager, though?
No. Well, the managers are different. I also think Bob Melvin is a little more of a player's manager than people give him credit for. He's just very stoic in public. But to me, Chapman is actually a guy that I think there will be buy-in from. Because, like, you just look as Chapman's the one that's choking out Gilbert. Like, I think that kind of energy is infectious, and it's something that I think those guys are going to buy into. I think, I got to be honest, if there's a player that's wondering what's going on here, it's Rafael Devers.
You think?
Yeah, I do. Because Devers does it his way. And that's led him to $300 million and a World Series ring and a few Silver Slugger awards. But In Boston, he's always played for like baseball guys. And they've been old school, they've had experience, and he's the newest member of this team. I mean, he's here for the next umpteen years or whatever. He got traded and now is like, well, this is kind of strange. You know, I think not that Devers won't buy in, but if there was a guy I would be worried about, it'd be him.
Yeah, just like if the Warriors were to hire Vitello, a guy like Vitello, who's the guy you'd be worried about? Probably Draymond and Butler.
Yeah, I think so.
Here's the other thing that I always think about when these type of things happen. How much does this matter? Like, if this guy's really doing his job at Tennessee, he doesn't know anything about, the personnel on all the National League teams. Like, what does he know about pitching to a certain lineup right now? And can you learn that quickly? Just these things that kind of old school managers just know through osmosis almost.
Well, there's a built-in understanding of, all right, how are we going to attack the Dodgers lineup? Because Melvin's managed against them multiple times. But number one, we saw how that worked out. Number two, the one thing that was emphasized multiple times by Posey and by our guest was he's not going to be outworked. Like, this is a guy that is the hardest recruiter, and I say that lightly because everyone says that. But I don't think that, like, scouting reports and sort of advanced statistics, things that you need to know at the top of your head about an opposing team, I don't think that's as big of a concern for me. One of the concerns that I have just day to day is he talked about, I think it was, the difference between coaching 52 versus 162.
Right.
He emphasized sample size, but also mentioned, well, you have to look at each game individually. Yes, you do, but you also have to have a broader understanding of where we are in our schedule, where we are in the week, what do we have available to us, and how badly we want to chase this game. That's something that he has no experience doing.
I would assume that managing a major league pitching staff with 162 games and then managing a pitching staff in college is not even comparable in the least.
No. I mean, that's
Right.
why the only guy that's made this sort of a similar jump is the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers. His name's Pat Murphy. He coached in college for a quarter century, and then I think he spent close to 10 years in the minors first. And that's a little bit shorter of a schedule, but that got him ready to be a big league manager, and their team's been very successful. So I think if there's a guy that you could point to and say, well, he's done it before, but it took him a couple of years to get used to that 6-month grind. And then some. Again, you're in spring training, potentially in October. There's a long marathon-type approach to this that Vitello does not know about, and he's going to be learning on the fly.
Yep. Tony Vitello was introduced today as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. No managerial experience at the major league level, no playing experience at the major league level. So the way I always look at something like this is, well, this ought to be fun. Let's see. Something outside the box, and let's see if it works. They
definitely should be a more fun team to watch.
I would like.
You would hope.
See, I feel like I wish Guru were here now because he deserves to hear this because he was all over it. But if this guy is who he sounds like he is, and then compared to Melvin, I think Guru will be happy with the energy level increase.
Hey, Guru's going to love him.
I'm out.
I think he might
He's
too.
not going to be out because Vitello will flip the proverbial spread. God love him.
5 ejections at Tennessee, so one about every other year.
He does seem like the kind of guy that when he gets ejected, he's going to get his money's worth.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Steve Summers. He grew up in San Francisco. He's a Giants fan, Warriors fan, and he's worked at WFAN in New York since 1987 on the overnight show. And apparently he's a hoot. So I'm looking forward to that on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry, deep three from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 the game.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Throughout history, people have relied on trusted partners to answer the call. Sometimes at work, other times when relaxing. And today, it's no different. Only now, a new kind of beast answers back. Meet the Toyota Tacoma, boldly designed, loaded with technology, and built with the power and reliability you'd expect from a Toyota truck. When the call comes, Tacoma is ready to answer. Toyota, let's go places. Visit Toyota.com for details.
In a world of endless scrolling and skipping, podcasts are where real attention lives. With Odyssey Digital Services, your brand doesn't just advertise, it becomes part of the conversation. From true crime to health, business to sports, we connect your message with listeners who trust the voices in their ears and take action. It's not just ads, it's storytelling that converts. Ready to grow your brand? Partner with the Odyssey Podcast Network and be heard where it matters most. Contact us today at sfdigital@odyssey.com.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'll tell you what, Zach Manassian is building a bully over there in at Oracle. This was his idea.
Geppetto.
He's the idea guy.
He's Geppetto. Pulling strings.
Posey's an empty suit.
I can't even believe you said that.
He does look good in the suit, though. So does Vitello.
Posey's. I'm a Posey fan. Although, here you go. I'll let you take this one before we switch subjects. 530. I hate to continue harping on this, but what would people be saying if Farhan was the guy that hired a college coach with no experience?
I completely agree. I think that's an absolutely fair point, but that's why you brought in Buster Posey. I think.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get a little Hanna-Barbera vibe from Manassian.
Please explain.
Posey.
What does that mean?
There is no Barbera without Hannah. And there is no Hannah.
There was no Barbera?
No. Together, they created great cartoons.
Oh, like Abbott and Costello.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's the same thing. Individually, they didn't accomplish much. Manassian, I do find it interesting, is the holdover from the Zaidi regime. He's someone with a lot of experience. And it seems like a lot of these ideas that the Giants have been floating and that Posey is being given credit for have originated with him because he's the one who's been here before. But Posey's the one that gives those moves legitimacy and allows people to give them a chance. Like, I think he's the guy that earns the benefit of the doubt. And that's a big reason why, in addition to hearing Vitello and listening to all the things that I like, that's another reason why I got to give him a shot.
Yeah, and here's another reason to give him a shot from the 650 and the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Guru had no radio experience, and he's doing just fine when he shows up.
Oh, come on.
Tony V will do a good job, too. That's from Mr. Irrelevant.
The guy's at a funeral today.
Yeah.
Get off him.
That's true, though. Goo fit in, and he came in like a house on fire.
Well, he would even tell you it took him some time. You know, that people had to get adjusted to the goo.
Okay, and if you want to go there, I'll go there because it's
including you.
It's a very good point. When Guru comes into the media environment and nobody knows who he is, what happens? In like two seconds, 2 hours, or 2 days, you get to see exactly who the guy is, and you can't help but like him. Hey, you don't know if he's going to work, but he's already got a head. Well, no, when he comes, he won the lucky break, and you know how this business is. Oh, we're going to put him on the radio. I'm sure there are a lot of people in here that are like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? We don't even know if he can do it. So he comes in and starts doing it. And the first thing you fall in love with is the guy because he's such a good guy. And then you realize he's got a little something, and he gets better and better at it. I hope that does not sound condescending or patronizing.
No, I don't think you're trying to be. It might just come off like you're not trying, though.
I'm being dead serious.
But if Guru
were a jerk, he never, ever would have made it in this business. How about that?
Well, he wouldn't have won the lucky break if he was a jerk because it's very clear the first time you listen to him, he's not a jerk. But I do think that if Guru had a Posey in his corner, then that initial skepticism of, well, what's he doing and his style's different, it might be easier to give him that chance. Like he earned it, and after a while, it's very clear. Guru's a guy that he's going to fit. But Vitello having someone in his corner immediately with the gravitas of Buster Posey, I think that's going to help him, especially with the players. Like, we could talk about all we like. Do we think it's going to work? Do we like him? Do we not? It really doesn't matter if the team doesn't buy in. And that's, at the end of the day, what's going to determine his legacy here.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. And we'll talk more about the Giants maybe when Mark Willard and Dan Dibley come in for the crossover. Willard was at the press conference asking questions, interested to get his perspective on what he saw out there. But we got a football game on Sunday. The 49ers play the New York Giants. And Evan, who's going to quarterback? Who's going to be the starter for the for the 49ers on Sunday?
Who's going to be the starter?
Yeah, quarterback.
McCorkle.
He was day-to-day on
Michael McCorkle-Jones
on Monday.
Do you have the Shanahan sound? We played this yesterday after you left to go see Billy Idol, and I'm glad you had a great time. But do you have the sound from Shanahan about what he needs to see from Brock Purdy to make him the starter?
Yes, I do, and here it is.
That he feels confident he's ready to go based off how his toe feels. I mean, he's going to look that way most likely from getting out there. I mean, he's not going to, he gets out there and he's hobbling around and stuff, he won't be out there. So he's got to go out there and go through the practices and stuff and really let us know how good he feels, because it's hard to know what's going on with the toe, and they're really iffy things. And it's something, last time we felt like he was feeling pretty good, looked pretty good in practice. In the game, one hit and set him back 5 or 6 weeks, whatever this has been, 4 weeks. So it's kind of a sensitive situation, and hopefully getting some reps in practice and stuff will give him that confidence that it's better than it was last time.
All right, so what I'm hearing there is the first thing Purdy's got to do is say he's ready to go, and then probably either today and tomorrow, he's going to have to participate fully and show that, he can run and he can move and he can be quick and elusive and all those kind of things. They can only do so much in practice, but he's going to have to hit a threshold there, clearly, where, yes, he can feel good, but Shanahan's got to think that he's got all his capabilities with him before he puts him in that position.
Yeah, he's got to be a full participant.
Yeah.
That's a non-negotiable at this point. If he's a limited participant in practice, like, I know he's been on the practice field and he's been off to the side, but unless he's getting full reps with the ones, I don't see how they're going to let him step on the field in New York. And I don't think it has to do as much, like, the turf is a factor because it's been a house of horrors for whoever's played on that field. But I just think Steiny, when I hear Shanahan talk about it, I don't think he knows what's going on and how the toe is going to react day to day.
Yeah.
Because Brock Purdy can't practice. And that's the thing is, it sounds like if you have turf toe, from everybody I've listened to talk about it, if you have turf toe and you practice, you don't know whether it's going to react well or not. I mean, hell, they had targeted week 8, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic. And then the night of the Falcons game, or the day of the Falcons game, that Sunday that preceded week 8, he had a setback in a workout. That probably is what prevented him from playing and practicing, I should say, that week leading up to Houston, which means he wasn't going to play. So every time he goes out there to practice, not to play, I'm talking about practice, to practice, he has a chance to re-aggravate that toe. And that means that the Niners have no control and no idea when he's going to come back. And so until I hear a different tone from Shanahan that has a hint of certainty to it,
right?
Mac Jones is the starting quarterback.
I tend to agree with you. on that. And we were talking about this before the show, and it is kind of interesting. And we've talked about it a little, and then I heard Willard address it a little bit yesterday about it. Well, if we were somewhere else in another market, the Purdy questions would be coming rapid fire, and people would be just prying and prying. Media would be prying and prying for information. And there's a feeling that the media maybe isn't doing that. But let me tell you, like, as somebody who's been in the media, it's like, if you're a media guy, you're right. It's clear that they don't know where they're at with Purdy. And if we don't know where we're at with Purdy, then it's status quo, no doubt about it. And after a while, you just kind of accept it. And then you wait for, you keep asking Shanahan, but you got to wait for him to say, no, he's ready, plain and simple. And he'll do that when it's time.
Well, that said, as also a former multi-decade member of the media, could you understand why some people would feel frustrated with those questions not being asked?
Yes. Yes. And I do. I'm a subscriber to, sometimes you have to ask a question, even if you know what the answer is going to be, or even if you know that it might not get answered to your liking, but you still have to ask it. Yes. And Shanahan would have to play the role like every coach would play, just kind of hemming and hawing. But I also think that never kind of gets you anywhere anyway, in terms of any new information. But Cam Inman was on with the afternoon guys yesterday, and he was asked about that. Like, where are the questions about Purdy?
First of all, everybody's fatigued. It's been a month, in terms of Brock not being on the field. The fact that he was still limited going into today, if he was full practice, and you'd be like, all right, so then your radar changes, right? But it's been the same. However, the press conference ended with Kyle being asked about it. And those were his best quotes when he said, I know you guys want it black and white, but it's a sensitive issue that nobody knows except for Brock on how his toe is going to respond. It's a Wednesday. Tomorrow's a bigger practice. It's Thursday. If he has any chance of playing against New York, it's going to be how he feels on Friday. So essentially, you can ask all you want. He's not going to. First of all, if I'm the head coach, I'm not giving you the answer anyways. Because if I'm going to unleash him against the Giants, and I'm holding that close to the vest until kickoff on Sunday, I owe you no reason to tell you that. But the NFL always wants to know who the starting quarterbacks are. And I think the other side of it is everybody's kind of on the understanding that, okay, if it's Mac Jones, that's acceptable. They can win with Mac Jones because they won 4 of the 6 starts with Mac Jones. And there's other pressing issues like who the heck's going to rush the other team's quarterback? And now you brought in 2 new guys to do so. So tell us about that.
It's we're very respectful out here in the Bay Area. That's what it is.
You know what I heard?
Ooh.
He just said there's more pressing issues than the starting quarterback.
That's true. I would agree with that right now.
And I think that I brought it up to Willard yesterday, which I think is also something that a lot of the fans feel like. You talked about this, and I totally agree. There's not as much urgency for Purdy because you're 4-2 with Mac Jones. You're still winning games. I think if they were 2-4 or 1-5, I do think there would maybe not questions of like when Brock Purdy's coming back, but hey, is there any sort of rush to get your guy back because the season is not going the way you want it to go? The whole game plan to me, the moment Brock Purdy went down, to some extent when Kittle went down, and certainly when Fred Warner and Nick Bosa got hurt, is can you just survive? Like, can you just survive until you start to get some semblance of health? And I know that we're in week 9, but they're still in survival mode. In fact,
right.
The theme of this season, Steiny, might just be survival. Like, thinking about all that they've had to go through, the amount of games they've lost, especially key positions to injury, the quarterback that they're going to pay but they don't have, the schedule that they're playing that kind of covers up a lot of the deficiencies, which we all have seen and can glaringly look at each Sunday. The theme of this season is becoming survival. Just survive the season and then figure out what you can do from there, because I really don't know what else to kind of pinpoint about this football team aside from they're just totally banged up.
Yeah, and the one thing it feels like, too, is the there doesn't seem to be an internal feeling among the fans, and this is kind of what I want to get at, that the offense changes dramatically when Purdy's in there. And so I'm thinking to myself, man, so are the 49ers in this position, meaning no rush to get Purdy back, because Mac Jones is the best backup in football, and because he's the best backup in football, he plays to a certain level up to Purdy, and the reality of the situation is I think there are a lot of 49er fans that don't think there's a big difference between the two. And I'm wondering, is that great because they got Mac Jones, or is that concern because maybe you signed a quarterback who's good but isn't elite or isn't notches above a guy like Mac Jones?
Well, I think he's notches above Mac Jones.
Do you?
Yeah.
What about a notch?
A notch? Yeah. If I think Brock Purdy is a borderline top 10 quarterback.
All right.
Mac Jones is a bottom half of the league quarterback.
Yeah, I would say Purdy's like 10, but I would say Mac Jones could get to between 15 and 20, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, look, they're winning games.
Right.
I think this is something you have to factor in as well. The schedule. If Mac Jones was I know that they were a much better team in 2023. That team eviscerated a first place schedule. They ran through a lot of good teams, and they dominated really up until Christmas when, by the way, the best team in the regular season, Baltimore, came in and just took your lunch. But Brock Purdy was the quarterback of that team. If Mac Jones was playing a first place or even second place schedule, do you think we'd be in the same position? No. Now, he had a good win against L.A. I don't want to strip that from him because he was really good in that game. But you got to do that every week.
Right.
You got to beat a team like the Rams every single week. And that, to me, is what separates backup quarterbacks from starting quarterbacks, where I think that Brock Purdy, while he's not, again, an elite guy, he's got a much better chance to do that.
Yeah.
He beat Seattle on the road, and we're learning that Seattle's a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The afternoon guys, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday had on Greg Cosell, NFL Films, and they asked him to assess Mac Jones' performance on Friday. Take a listen to what Greg Cosell said.
It was a hard game for Mac Jones because of the way it played out. Obviously, they had to throw probably more than they wanted to at a pretty early juncture in the game. So Jones really could not find any consistent rhythm in this game. I thought there were too often he looked like he was playing fast. There was one particular route, though, that worked a number of times, and that was the outcuts versus the Texans' predominant two-shell coverage concepts. There were 4 or 5 of those plays where he threw basically they were high-low concepts outside the numbers. That was an area where they worked pretty well. But it was just the kind of game, guys, where there was no way to get into a rhythm. Because in the second half, you pretty much had to throw all the time. And that's not Mac Jones, and that's not the way they want to play. That's not the way they're built to play.
That was Greg Cosell on Mac Jones' performance. He seems to think that, and I kind of agree. I mean, if you don't have the ball, it puts so much more pressure on you, on your offense, and then they go 3 and out a couple times, and now it just puts so much pressure on the offense, and the Texans are starting, the Texans get to play with a lead, they get to play more aggressive. I didn't think Mac Jones was terrible, and maybe he wasn't great, but because the team was so bad offensively and defensively and in special teams, I think he probably avoided the scrutiny that he would have gotten if they would have played better and lost.
I agree.
Overall.
Well, you're starting to figure out that, like a lot of backup quarterbacks, Mac Jones is limited. Like, his impact of the game is dictated, and I know this is the argument against Purdy too, but his impact on the game is dictated by the script. Like, when he's been successful, it's been because the game has... And, he was really good against the Rams, but, those first 2 drives were scripted about as perfectly as you can. They went down the field, had 2 lengthy drives, got 6 points on each of them, and went up 14-0 and used that as a way to kind of sort of manage the rest of the game. And Mac Jones was good. And then they got some breaks towards the end. They made it happen in overtime and got a big stop defensively. But when the game has not gone according to the script, Mac Jones... he's powerless. Like, they needed to pick up a third down to get their defense some rest and keep Houston off the field. And I agree that the Niners' defense was not great in that football game. There's no excuse. But if your offense can just disrupt the flow of the game a little bit, then you have a better chance of maybe putting your defense in a better position to make a play. But your offense, they couldn't sustain a single drive, and they were just they were 3 and outs. They were punting, it felt like, every 5 minutes. Yeah. And Mac Jones, while I think he's a serviceable quarterback, he's not someone that can disrupt, I think, the flow of the game. If it's moving in their direction, he can manage it. He's going to be good at it. But he's not someone to me that's going to, like, in a game that's not going your way, just kind of make an impact.
Right. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 9 matchup, San Francisco 49ers versus the New York Giants. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I am fascinated and always have been with these scripts, these opening drive scripts.
Oh, I know.
And here's my question. Okay, you have a script.
Is this Steiny's stat of the day?
No, I'm asking questions that I don't know the answer to.
Well, yeah, but maybe we can find your stat of the day within this question.
Okay. Well, first of all, yeah, not a good opening drive for the Niners.
Yeah.
But so you have a script, and there it is. Houston gets the ball and takes 12 minutes off the clock, and it's now 3-0, and you're late in the first quarter. Does that script still work at that point exactly like it would work if it's 0-0 or if you get the ball first? You know what I mean?
Well, Houston had the ball first.
Right.
Kind of dictated terms. Yeah, I mean, well, you don't get to, like, choose.
But are the...
Like, I think the Niners would be better served taking the ball first.
Yeah, you don't like to do that.
I know. Because he likes to lap people.
He likes to double up.
He likes to lap.
He almost tripled up.
They
could have tripled up.
When was that?
They scored late. Lenore intercepts. They get a cheapy field goal, and then they get the ball.
By the way, if you're Houston, like, what are you doing? You got 25 seconds to try and get into field goal. Why are you making stupid decisions with the ball?
It's a Hail Mary.
You're up 9.
You know what?
It wasn't a Hail Mary.
Let me tell you what the NFL needs to do. Because this is the way we do it now. We're so soft. You know, the NBA, if now you take a heave from 70 feet and you miss, you don't get an attempt for that. And no, we won't give you an attempt for that. The shot's too long. Okay, that's fine.
Dude, Houston hit 2 of them yesterday.
When you are throwing a Hail Mary and it gets intercepted, it shouldn't be an interception. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's like an incomplete.
Well, it would have mattered if Diamador Lenore had just gotten down. By the way, so I am in agreement that it's pandering to the players for sure. You should get the points as a team. It should not be a 3-pointer towards your percentage. Like, if you're going to take away a field goal if it's a heave, right? It doesn't count as a miss. It can't count as a make. Like, your team gets the points, and it goes in some miscellaneous file under team shots.
Like team 3-pointers?
Exactly. Because last night, I think it was the Toronto game, Houston, Tari Eason hit 2 heaves. One at the end of the first quarter, he banked it from, like, midcourt, and then he hit a heave at the end of the third, and he drilled both of them. He should not have on his ledger, he's 2 for 3 from 3 in the game.
What's the distance? Do we know? Does it have to be beyond half court? Or?
I think it's like the final seconds and beyond 35 or something.
You know what's going to happen is they're just going to start saying, guy misses an 18-footer at the buzzer.
Let's
not give him an attempt for that.
36 feet.
36?
36.
That's a normal shot for Curry.
Well, 35 is. 36 is a little long.
Wait a minute.
He made that one against Denver from 34.
All he's got to do is get to 38 and take a shot, and it won't count?
Well, they're going to guard Curry. They're not going to guard Tari Eason.
But it has to be at the end of the quarter, right?
Yeah.
Like
Final 3 seconds.
Curry can't just start firing up from 40 and not going against
He's also got to
him.
wait until under 3 seconds.
Okay. All right. All right. What is it here? 1242, 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, I'm looking forward to Steve Summers, longtime WFAN host. He's been there since 1987. He's retiring. He's got a book out. He's from San Francisco. He's a Giants fan. He's a Warriors fan. And here's the bottom line. Here's why we're having him on. Because Matt Nahigian, the boss, said he's a great guest. And I told him I'll be the judge of that.
We'll see.
That segment brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month at Ceremony Ford. Hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to drive home today. Find them right off of 280 at Ceremony Boulevard or online at ceremonyford.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick Six is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick Six is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5. Get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win.
like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. And had a lot of different stuff going on. Talked to Warriors. They play the Bucks tonight at 5 o'clock. And Tony Vitello was introduced as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. We had that press conference. Also joined by Tony Baselio, a Knoxville radio host who knows Vitello very well. Great interview, great insight, and we'll see how that plays out. And coming up in 10 minutes, I'm not nervous, but I don't know what to expect from this guy. The boss has really built him up. Steve Summers, 1 o'clock, longtime WFAN host. He's been there since 87, and he's the host of the Me Here, You There podcast every week. And then he's got a book by the same name, Me Here, You There. Grew up in San Francisco as a Giants fan. And he was once a PA announcer for the San Francisco Warriors. And he better deliver. He better deliver, or that's how insubordination starts at a workplace. If he doesn't deliver, I'm not letting Egan push any of these guests on us again.
Well, first of all, we'll take him. Number 2, he looks like an original. And number 3, can I read you something?
Yeah.
So I need your help, and really my father, a loyal listener.
When you're on.
No, he likes you guys. He thinks, Steiny, that you're a good kid. So he texted me.
I might be older than him, though.
You're not.
Okay.
I'm enjoying the show today. I like Tony Vitello. I hope he does well. BTW, the descriptivist would use quote-unquote conciseness. And the lexicographer, I think that's how it's pronounced, would use quote-unquote concision. Buster ain't a lexicographer. Ask Steiny which he would use. First of all, do you know what those words mean?
I'm a journalist with words. I thought a lexicographer, if I'm even saying it right, was like the old dude. Who was the guy who, invented like the typewriter with the metal things and you had to put up there on the big thing that looked like a grand organ? Or
it's a person who compiles dictionaries.
You know what I would have done there? Not knowing if it's conciseness or concision. I would have said, I love the fact that he's concise. I would have said something like that. I would have avoided either one because I wasn't sure. But I guess they both work.
I couldn't tell if it was a shot at Buster or not. But my dad, he's a big baseball fan.
What does he think? Is he as skeptical as his son?
About who? About Buster or Tony? Actually, I think I might be more skeptical about Buster than I am about Tony. I think he likes Buster. He thinks he's pretty smart. Although I haven't talked to him too much about the Giants. He's been locked into the World Series. By the way, big day yesterday. Before we dive into everything else.
Oh yeah,
big day for Brooks County, PA.
Okay, you almost got it right.
It's not Brooks.
It's Berks. Berks. Berks County, of course, the county seat, Reading, Pennsylvania. And
dude, I said it to you in the green room. Maybe you just didn't hear me. You weren't listening. But I said Brooks, and you said yes.
That's because I thought you said Brooks, and I was like, just let him go. He won't remember. Well, Boyertown, Pennsylvania's in Berks County.
Well, you got to go see Billy Idol yesterday.
Yes, I did.
That's the other win. That's the win for Reading. And then the win for Pottstown,
which is really close to Reading,
is Trey Yesavage.
Yeah.
Who absolutely dominated the Los Angeles Dodgers for a second time in the World Series last night.
Yeah.
You got to be feeling on cloud nine.
My mom actually sent me a bunch of texts. How about this nice boy from Boyertown? Do you talk about him on the show? I say, yeah, I shoehorn him, man. You savage. So, seriously, give me his lowdown about what he's doing and when he got in here and how much experience he doesn't have.
Well, just like Tony Vitello, it's unprecedented.
Is it really?
No, seriously. There's never been a rookie in the World Series that has struck out 10 or more in multiple games. I know it's kind of a niche stat. A rookie has never struck out 10-plus batters multiple times in a World Series. He struck out 10 in Game 1, in which they won, and he last night struck out 12 over 7 innings, which is unbelievable, and they won the game. By the way, that was also the most pitches he'd ever thrown in the major leagues because he only made 3 starts prior to the postseason. He got called up in September as a first-round pick. And I think Vitello actually referenced his head coach because he played at ECU, East Carolina, in his press conference. But he was a first-round draft pick. He's got a nasty splitter and is apparently putting Boyertown High School and Pottstown, PA on the map.
Yeah, and he went to Boyertown High School, and Boyertown. So, did you play Legion baseball when you were growing up?
No, I didn't play Legion. Legion's like travel, but I only played. We kind of had a. Well, actually, we didn't really have a league. It was just travel ball in the East Bay.
Anyway, back in Pennsylvania, Boyertown is known as a baseball powerhouse. The Boyertown Bears, most storied program in Pennsylvania American Legion baseball history, and is recognized as one of the top programs in the country. So they've got an unbelievable baseball program in Boyertown. And yet, when I Googled how many major leaguers were from Boyertown, it wasn't as many as I would have thought.
No, I mean, it's not as many as like El Cerrito, California or anything. But
who do they have?
EC?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Mario Hollins, number 1. You haven't heard of him?
Ryan Hollins, yeah.
You heard of Marcus Semien?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, pretty good player. There was, oh my God, the guy that always escapes me is the Cardinals pitcher for the 1950s who went to El Cerrito High.
Bobby Shantz?
No, you hadn't heard of him either. But he had one season in 56 where he won like 20 games. He's a legend.
Hold on.
I just can't remember his name.
Hold on. Ralph Terry?
Oh. I'll find it.
I don't know. All right, coming up in 5 minutes, we got Steve Summers, a longtime WFAN host, and he's going to be on the clock today. I don't think there's any doubt about it. The one thing I feel like I got to do once we get to the crossover, and I'll ask listeners for a little help here on the text lines. So I go to this Billy Idol show yesterday in front of 50 people, and
Ernie Broglio. That's the guy. Ernie Broglio, El Cerrito High School.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, so I went to this Billy Idol show, and everybody was nice enough to let me leave at 1:30. How grateful should I be to these guys today? Like, do I have to fawn and say thank you guys so much? I'm talking about Willard and Dibbs. Even though they really didn't have any say in it, I want to make them think that they did And so I think I'm going to like really try to kiss up to them because I think they might be like a little bit jealous.
So you know me.
Yeah.
That's one option. Or because you know they're actually jealous, you can kind of, the knife's already in. Just start twisting.
I think I may do that.
Just start twisting the knife.
Because I got to tell you something, Evan, and I mean this. I go to that show yesterday, and, I'm just in there watching this guy who's 69. He's a legend, and I got a smile on my face. I'm like, I'm 5 feet from this guy he's a legend. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not apologizing for being here. I would have been mad knowing how it all went down and me not being allowed to go. So, yeah, I'm not apologizing. It was, you know what? It's a concert I'll never forget.
Could you imagine the FOMO you'd be feeling if you weren't there? The FOMO that everyone else who had to stay was probably feeling? Thinking about you 5 feet from Billy Idol. He still had the blonde spikes.
Oh, yeah. He's got a great head of hair. Apparently, he's been using this product for a long time.
And you said he was telling stories about the Stones?
Yeah.
Because he was a part of the second British invasion.
Yes. He was just, and I got to double check this story, but he said he's one of his famous songs is called Rebel Yell.
Yep.
And he told the story about how he was invited to Ron Wood's birthday party in the 80s. He, of course, was in the Rolling Stones, and he found himself sitting across from Mick Jagger, Ron Wood, and who's the other guy? Keith Richards.
Oh, boy.
And he said it was late at night, and it was one of those nights of partying, and the last thing he remembered one night was looking across, seeing Mick Jagger drinking this brown bourbon. He didn't know what it was. He didn't drink bourbon at the time. And he said he remembers vaguely Mick Jagger putting this bottle up to his lips, and he looked at the bottle, and it was called Rebel Yell, I guess, the bourbon that they were drinking back in the 80s or whatever.
And that's
80s.
how he came up with the name for the song?
That's what I asked some people, and they're like, I guess. I hadn't heard that before, but
if that's
we'll try to verify.
If that's the origin story, that's pretty cool.
Dude, he hung out with all the big boys.
Well, he is a big boy.
Yeah, he is. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Warriors play the Bucks tonight. That's a 5 o'clock start. I'll tell you what, we got choices tonight. I do. I got Warriors Bucks at 5. We got Ravens Dolphins at 5. And here's the wild card that could be a problem.
Is this the big one?
Yes, we've got University of Texas San Antonio versus Tulane at 4:30 from the Alamo Dome. From the Alamo Dome.
Now that's where the Spurs used to play?
They used to, yeah.
You ever go to a game there?
Yeah. In fact, there was a famous game there. The Warriors once opened their season at the Alamo Dome. Don Nelson was the coach, and a water cannon. Had you ever heard about this? You know how
a sprinkler system?
Yes, a sprinkler system. Only when you say sprinkler system, it's not like there's water dripping from the ceiling. Like, it's a cannon. It is a cannon of water, and it went off before the Warrior game, and it completely soaked an entire section right behind a basket. Like, the fans were soaking. I mean, it was coming out unbelievable. The floor got all messed up. They had to delay the game about an hour. Don Nelson was coaching, and after the game, he's, "Wow, what did you guys think of the water cannon?" And we're like, "Yeah, pretty amazing, huh?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's the biggest wet T-shirt contest I've ever seen."
Yeah, that one might have.
Don Nelson.
What year was that, Steiny?
Don Nelson. It was the first Don Nelson iteration, so it must have been the late 90s.
Yeah, that joke probably needs to stay in the late 90s.
Yeah. Well, he's about late 90 right now, probably.
Don Nelson?
No, he's not that.
Oh, he's he's in Hawaii now. He's living it up.
No, he is.
He did come stateside for, what was it, whose induction? It was with Dallas?
Oh, Dirk. It had to be Dirk, right?
Dirk Nowitzki, yeah.
Had to be Dirk.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah. We're efforting Matt Nahigian's best friend. We'll see if he can get him.
Well, it sounds like he could be our best friend by the end of this interview.
Matt Nahigian prides himself on this kind of thing. So 49ers and the New York Giants. Hey, Kyle Shanahan was asked. He was asked a lot yesterday. By the way, you know what? I do want to take care of this. Keon White is a guy from the Patriots that the 49ers traded for. What's his role going to be?
We need D linemen with all our guys injured. Also, regardless, he would help to any team. Thought he was a problem when we played against him last year. Really liked what he does on film, too. He can play D end and he can rush inside, so versatile guy.
How'd you view that trade?
They need bodies.
Like a survival.
Well, that's kind of what he said, right? It's like, we need pass rushers. And again, it feeds back into our conversation for the crossover yesterday. Willard talking about where's the questions about the quarterback. And I understand all that. But I also hear where Cam Inman, who was on with them yesterday, is saying, dude, we don't know who's going to be on the field on Sunday at several positions. And I hate to break it to you, if Brock's not on the field, we know who's going to be the quarterback because he's been the quarterback for the last 6 weeks.
Right.
Or a total of 6 weeks. So is Deion White going to help him? I know he hasn't had a sack this year with the New England Patriots, but at the very least, he can be on the field. Like, there's only been one dude this year that has really impacted pass rushing for the Niners for, really since Bosa went out, and that's Bryce Huff, and he's unavailable because he's got a hammy. So there's nobody, like, watching the Houston game, watching some of those highlights, like, C.J. Stroud was untouched for much of that game, and it was frustrating to watch.
We got him? Oh, we got him. All right. This is a big interview for Matt Nahigian. A big interview. His guy better come through. All right. Anytime we have a guest on 95.7 The Game, he or she appears on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Steve Summers, longtime WFAN host in New York since 1987. He also hosts the Me Here, You There podcast every week. He grew up in San Francisco as a Giants fan, and apparently he was once a PA announcer for the San Francisco Warriors. Welcome to the show, Steve Summers. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thank you. We're doing okay. It's raining very hard and very windy here in New York. Kind of reminds me of when I was a kid going to Candlestick Park in July. But thank you, guys, very much. Matt, your program director, and you guys, Evan, everybody, thank you very much for having me on. It's really an honor.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. And the San Francisco Giants just hired a coach with no major league experience, either playing or managing. You go way back with this franchise. Just what do you think about a team trying to do that? It's never been done before.
Well, that's kind of risky. I think he was from Tennessee, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I read about it online, and it is risky because obviously college baseball a little bit different than dealing with multimillionaires and major leaguers. So, and again, the dynamic is a little bit different. The rules with extra innings, et cetera, everything is a little bit different. It'll be an adjustment period. It is a risky move, mainly because he's had no major league experience or even minor league experience, unless you consider college baseball. I know he's had a good program at Tennessee, but still, that's not taking on San Diego and Hollywood.
Well, Steve, when I hear San Francisco Warriors, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming late 60s, early 70s. I hate to date you. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Well, right, in the 70s.
Okay.
Franklin Muley, who wore a beret and scarf around the neck, he owned the Warriors, and he wanted to start. He was a little bit of a maverick, a little bit of an innovator, wanted some girls basketball preceding, the Warriors with the regular season games. So I got the job. It hardly paid anything, but I would have paid them, for that kind of an opportunity. It was announcing and broadcasting, and so it didn't last for very, very long, and look at where women's basketball is now. But the bottom line, it was a fun opportunity and a fun job to do.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm assuming that you saw someone that I never had to, that I've only heard of the myth and the lore of Wilt Chamberlain. What was he like?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, and of course, known everywhere among NBA types. That's for sure. And he was with Philadelphia, and then the San Francisco Warriors, playing at the Civic Auditorium downtown off of Market Street, that kind of thing. And of course, he had 100 points in one game, and he sure was big. And it really, everyone talked about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with the sky hook, having an unbelievable shot that you couldn't block. And the only guy that really could guard and contest Wilt Chamberlain was Bill Russell. And you guys, I think I have neckties older than you do, but the bottom line is that Bill Russell and Casey Jones, two very famous Boston Celtics, played their college ball at the University of San Francisco, where they went undefeated for 2 years. And but the bottom line is Russell was a great defender. I could also score a little. Nobody ever gives him credit for the scoring, but he got you 16, 18 a game, and then 16 or 17 rebounds a game. But he gave Chamberlain a very, very tough time, no question about it.
We're being joined by Steve Summers, and he's got a book out, Me Here, You There, My 3 Decades Overnight, Under the Covers, Schmoozing Sports, or SPORT, as Captain Midnight. So you worked overnight at WFAN for more than 3 decades, and I can't help but notice there's a foreword to your book by somebody who many people are familiar with, Jerry Seinfeld. So tell me about the book.
And, well, first of all, if you have trouble sleeping at night, you want to pick up the book. But the bottom line, how I met Seinfeld is an interesting story. Late 80s, maybe as late as 1990, I was watching during the summer, and it was just sweltering heat and humidity. It was a July morning. I was watching Saturday Night Live, and I didn't work on the weekend. I only worked overnight for about 8 years. Not the 3. I was at WFAN for 34 years, but I had a spot after Mike and the Mad Dog, Russo and Mike Francesa, and I followed them at 6:30 for a number of years also. But bottom line is, with Seinfeld, an interesting story here, and I hope not to put you to sleep with it, but it was a July night. I'm watching Saturday Night Live, and at 1:30 in the morning, Eastern time, of course, just so hot and humid, I decided to walk down the block to this grocery store, Bodega, and buy a pint of ice cream. And in the Bodega at 1:30 in the morning were 2 people and the cashier. And the 2 people, one was Seinfeld, and the other was still his very good friend George Wallace, another comedian. And they had been at a comedy club that was right around the block from where I live on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. And they were at a comedy club, Catch a Rising Star.
Yeah.
And they were in there, to watch some amateur comedians, and then stopped off. And of course, where would you find Seinfeld? What aisle? The aisle of cereal. Him and George Wallace were looking at boxes of cereal. And I never, even as a kid, watching the Giants, and before the Giants came to San Francisco in '58, I watched the San Francisco Seals And, of course, Joe DiMaggio played for them. And the old Pacific Coast League was all AAA, the Oakland Oaks, the Sacramento Solons. I always refer to them as Sacramento. I worked in Sacramento. I always thought if you were a vegetable, that would be a great place to live. I had a broccoli, some corn. You know, you want to live in Sacramento. But anyway, so I had to walk up. And I wasn't that person that did that a lot or at all, really, about walking up to people you recognize as celebrities. But I said, you know what? Nobody's here. Maybe he'll, not even acknowledge that I'm there. And so I walked up to him and I gave him a business card. And WFAN had, as you mentioned, been on the air only since '87. And my mother and father thought nobody was going to be calling me overnight, midnight to 6. But New York, as you guys know, the city that never sleeps. So butchers and bakers and candlestick makers were all calling me, and bartenders and truck drivers, cab drivers, you name it, homeless. Anyway, so I walk up to him, I give him a card. He never made eye contact at all. But I gave him the card, and this is really true, and it really happened. He looks at the card, then he looks up at me, makes eye contact, and says, "You're Steve Summers?" And he was a listener. From the very beginning with WFAN, he's a big Metropolitan fan, big Mets fan, and at the time, the station carried the Mets, and they carried the Knicks, and they carried the Rangers. They don't do that anymore, but nonetheless, then they did, and he knew who I was. And you know what my reaction was in so many words? Boing, if you know what I mean. It was really like I've never felt like that before. So, again, I couldn't believe it. And then the following Monday, because this was like, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning after I was watching that Saturday Night Live rerun. And the bottom line is he called in on Monday, and over the 34 years that I was at the station, he either co-hosted with me or called in. And he would call in as Jerry from Queens, but he was really Jerry from Long Island, Manhasset. And so we had a nice radio relationship, but that's the only. Well, there were a couple of other names I could probably drop. Tony Roberts, the Broadway actor, he would call in. Joan Rivers once called in, but didn't want to go on the air, and she called in to recommend a cleaning lady because of my apartment being a real mess. My wife thinks my apartment is a dump, but I called it lived in. But anyway, Joan Rivers called one night and recommended a cleaning lady. And Bruno Kirby, who played Clemenza.
Sure. He was in When Harry Met Sally.
Yeah, right. And City Slickers he was in.
Yeah, sure.
And but again, you want to be good, no matter. And you guys, from what I understand, you guys are very, very good. And that is not a gratuitous bouquet that I'm throwing at you. You're there because you're in a top market, and you cover. The Warriors and with the Giants. And do you cover the Sacramento A's?
Not really. Once they left here, we're pretty much done with them, Steve. But
they're vegetables too.
Hey, real quick, tell everybody about that book again, the title, and where they can pick it up.
Well, first of all, it comes out. As far as the date right now, a little bit in question. The book has been published by Triumph Books, and the date has been for some time November 18 when it does come out. Now, it might be a little bit later than that,
sure,
because, but November 18 as we speak, and it is available online at Amazon. So you can pre-order the book through Amazon. And when it hit Amazon Books, it hit a very high mark, number 1 for 10 days, and I think it's number 5 and number 6. Number 8, is it, or whatever? But it got very good responses once it was posted on X or Twitter.
Right.
And so we hope it does well. It really chronicles the career that began at KYA Radio in San Francisco, a top 40 station, and also KPIX.
Sure, it's still around.
Weekend sportscaster there for a couple of years. And and I went to Lowell High School and San Francisco State University and got to know Ben Fong Torres, who was on my podcast just the other day. And I hadn't talked to Ben in 25 years. And Ben and I were a part of the campus radio station in college. And Ben, of course, an original writer of Rolling Stone magazine.
Sure.
And Ben, was also depicted in the movie Almost Famous with Kate Hudson when Cameron Crowe, as a teenager, was touring on the road with a number of rock bands. He was filing stories with Ben Fong Torres, who was the last to interview Jim Morrison of The Doors. And so for the heck of it, I had him on my podcast just the other day, and It was nice to hear his voice again. And he lives in San Francisco. Maybe he's listening to you guys now. He says he's a fan of the Giants and the A's. And to me, you can't be a fan of both. You have to be a fan of only one. And that sounds like he's a member of the Chamber of Commerce. But Sacramento is a long ways away, a good 2-hour drive from the city.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, you know the radio business. We are up against it, as they say, but thank you so much for checking in, and good luck with the book, and a hell of a career for you.
And bless you guys for having me on. I can't thank you enough. A true honor, and the best to you guys always, forever, until the 12th and never. Much good luck. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Steve.
Steve, you're the man.
Steve Summers, longtime WFAN host since the station's start in 1987. He's got a new book out, Me Here, You There. 30-plus years in the business and chock full of info. Hey.
You're a better man than me.
No, listen, he's a legend, and you might.
No, he is, man.
The story. Jerry Seinfeld, he's tight with. Come on.
Oh, I know.
He knew the Lizard King, Jim Morrison, and Ben Fong Torres. You know anything about him?
I do now.
He's a legend out here. He wrote, I believe, for what'd they call it, the pink thing in the Chronicle on the weekends? Yeah, come on, Risotto, you know what I'm talking about. Bail me out here. Oh. Yeah, the pink, what was it called? The pink section.
Sacra Tomato killed me.
All right.
That was pretty good, man. Steve's been doing it for a long time. I might have to read this book.
I might have to tell Guru about this interview. All right.
The Metropolitans.
So
he calls the Jets the Jetropolitans, by the way.
Does he really?
Apparently.
All right. That was Steve Summers. He grew up in the. I wanted to talk to him about, what brought him to the East Coast and how come he left.
I kind of want him and Goo to get together.
They would. Hey, Matt and Evan, who was that? Steve Summers.
Yeah.
Steve Summers.
A little respect on his name.
Longtime host at WFAN.
Joe Rivers called in.
Dude, Jerry from Queens. Are you kidding me? Imagine that there was someone of that fame that called into your radio show and no one knew.
That would be pretty cool.
That would be wild. And he never busted him out. So much to the point that he wrote the foreword for this book. That's all time.
Yeah, my guy Jim Mole saying the pink section. That's what it. Remember, the Sunday. Never mind. You guys are so young. It's ridiculous.
Well, he makes you young.
Hey,
dude, he was talking about
Will Chamberlain,
the San Francisco Warriors. They moved here in 58.
Yeah. We got, 3 minutes till break?
Yeah.
All right, let me tell you what. I know what. I can't
What was
do
your
that.
favorite?
You're the worst. You're the worst.
He's one of one.
Okay, I can't even play the Draymond right now because it's too long. I wanted to hear what he said about Santi Aldama.
What do you
and JJ.
think he said about Santi Aldama? Seriously, before you play the sound on the other side of the break, hit me before a couple minutes. What do you think that he said about Santi Aldama?
I believe what he said about Salty Aldama, and I'm just guessing here because I really haven't heard it. He's going to say that he's soft and that that wasn't a hard foul. He will also say that JJJ, that was nothing because he and JJJ go way back to Michigan State, and that's just their relationship, so that was nothing to see here. That would be my guess.
I think you're just about on it. Also, something having to do with respect or the lack thereof is probably involved.
Well, he might lose me there. Steiny, I remember the pink section in the San Francisco Chronicle. Used to check it out every Sunday, see what concerts were going to get posted. The pink section on a Sunday, Evan, was incredible. It had all
the date book?
Yeah, that's what they called it. But, in the know, you called it the pink section. And it was all the movie reviews, all the music reviews. I believe you could find a crossword puzzle or two in there. Of course, Ben Fong Torres' column, I believe, was there. It was a different era, Evan.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
It was a different era.
There's no doubt about it.
And, I never have seen, you want to talk about filibuster, I've never seen Almost Famous, but I've heard it's pretty good. Have you?
The movie?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Billy Crudup. Kate Hudson.
Oh, yeah, that's who
in
it is.
Kate. No, that actually is a very good movie. And I feel like I saw that when I was younger because my mom really likes that movie. I was pretty jealous of the kid. Like, he gets to just follow around a rock star. Now, he also finds out exactly what comes with being a rock star and a lot of the shenanigans behind the scenes, but that is a great movie.
Yep, and somebody asking me if I remember that the Oakland Tribune had a peach section. I don't remember that. I think you're making it up, 510.
Did you ever have we only had the Chronicle. Like, I still read the Chronicle, but
I used to get
we never had the Tribune.
Oakland Tribune. I mean, there used to be a time when there were 6 newspapers that traveled with the Warriors, sometimes 7.
I also didn't get the Contra Costa Times. I apologize.
Oakland Tribune, Contra Costa Times, San Jose Mercury News, San Francisco Chronicle, San Francisco Examiner, Marin Independent Journal, and even the Santa Rosa Press Democrat travels with Mike Silver way back in the day, since we're going back. Yeah. All right. It looks like we're going to make it. And what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry, deep 3 from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks, today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-490-9877. That's 800-490-9877.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Want to reach your customers wherever they stream, scroll, or shop? With Amazon Streaming TV, online video, and digital display, your message appears on the biggest screens and the smallest devices. Backed by the Amazon Marketing Cloud, we deliver insights that show exactly what's working. From first impression to final purchase, real audiences, real results. Advertise smarter with Odyssey Digital Services and Amazon. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs for the Blue and Gold Summit live at Jackson Pleasant Hill Thursday, November 6th. Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 4, the Summit 4 to 6. Talk hoops, grab a drink, and enjoy happy hour specials only at Jackson Pleasant Hill on November 6th. Don't miss it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, just when you think you've heard all the clever things and nicknames and plays on words, I have never heard Sacratomato.
That's going to stick.
I've heard Wacramento. I've heard Sac. I've never heard Sacratomato.
And his explanation of it, Steve Summers, the legend, was perfect. If you were a vegetable, Sacratomato would be a great place for you.
Oh, boy.
He was being serious, too.
Yeah, you know what? We'll replay that in about 10 minutes. We won't.
During the crossover.
Yeah, if you, as always, it's a great time to remind you that if you miss any interviews on 95.7 The Game or you missed any portion of the show, you can always go download the Odyssey app, and we have a rewind feature on that, and you just go back to 1 o'clock and you can hear the interview with Steve Summers, who's got a book out, a longtime overnight host at WFAN in
shout out to the boss for booking that one
in New York. Yes, shout out to the boss. It was a different kind of interview than the one we thought we were going to have with John Fogerty or John Sally, but you know what? We made it happen. So there you go.
You know, the boss, pardon me, swings big. He swings big. So whenever we get a guest from the boss, you got to give it a go. And you never quite know where the road will lead you.
No, you don't. Anyway, so thanks to Steve. All right, we're caught between it. All right, Draymond Green, as you know, is now part of our Odyssey family, and he does a podcast for us twice a week, and so he's part of the function of this station now. And I just saw this piece of sound from his podcast, and it's on Santi Aldama and JJ Jaren Jackson Jr., who Draymond got into it with. And hey, Draymond, I want to hear his rationalization. Here we go.
Just about this week's games, I know everybody had, just wanted to hear about the Aldama situation. And he's a guy who always talks. You know, every time we play them, he talks. He likes to mix it up a bit. You know, I'm all for mixing it up a bit, but what I don't like is guys that talk and act like they want to mix it up, and then you get a little baby foul and you fall out grabbing your neck, grabbing your hair like you dead. And I just disagree with fronting like that, because even if you get the call, he did. You got the flagrant one. All right, cool. Y'all get the ball back and you get 2 free throws. It's almost like you just sold your soul for 2 free throws. You just lay it out on the floor, rolling out like you dead, just to get up and walk to the bench and walk to the free throw line. What happens is you lose all respect. So now you're a sucker, and we can't unsucker you because you just act like a complete clown because you listening to some dumbass coach that's telling you if he foul, you sell it. But now you got to play while everybody looking at you like a sucker. And that brother went from a plus 15 to ending the game at a plus 2 after he did that sucker. And so I always tell guys, hey, man, don't never play like you're a sucker. Because once you play like a sucker, guess what you are? You a sucker. And there ain't no unsuckering you either. So I thought it was clownish of him to do that. He made a complete clown of himself. And I also made a clown of him when he missed them 2 free throws. You can't fall out like that and then go miss the 2 free throws, champ. I mean, not champ. Kid. So, and then obviously everybody saw me get into it with my young fella, Jaren Jackson. We didn't really get into it, but Jaren really pissed me off. As y'all know, that's my young Spartan dog. It ain't no hard feelings, no love lost. Which I would never say anything crazy disrespectful to him like I was saying to Aldama, because that's my young fella. I did tell Jaren to shut up. because, you come to the rescue of a clown. You're a Spartan dog. We don't rescue suckers. We stay sucker free. So I had to get that trip a little bit. But like I said, as y'all know, that's always going to be love. That ain't changing one bit ever. Bleed green. That was that. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
All right, Draymond Green on some of the stuff that came down during the Memphis game. I guess people are waiting for me to say what a joke, what a clown, but I don't have a problem with it, really.
There's a couple good Dre-isms in there. You can't unsucker. That's pretty good. Once you're a sucker.
I guess, I didn't know Aldama was that kind of player.
What are you talking about?
I didn't know he was a talker. I didn't know he was a pretend tough guy. I thought he was just a dude trying to make it in the NBA.
You called him Salty Aldama the next morning.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Right, but I didn't know that he was a guy who might have been disliked by players in the league.
Well, it's certainly disliked in that moment by Draymond Green. I think it just speaks to the amount of flopping that's around the NBA and how much a player like Draymond Green is not encouraging of it. Yeah, even though he takes liberation sometimes, or liberties, but I think that's again, he's saying you sold out for a couple of free throws, and you just don't want that reputation.
Well, and maybe he knew, but he's assuming that it felt like he assumes Aldama wasn't close to hurt and flopped, and I didn't know if he was hurt or not.
Well, I think it was also you got to make those free throws,
no doubt.
I mean, make one of them.
I mean, the only thing I would, and the way he had the back of the jersey or the neck, it just looked awkward. And then when you saw the replay, I don't think it looked quite as bad, but it was, in that gray area. But I didn't, it felt like Draymond was saying, he might have been faking an injury or faking that he was hurt. But I didn't know at the time whether he could have been or could have not been. So,
well, it's also just another, Draymond knows how to get under people's skin, apparently. I mean, whether you think it's cheap or not, whatever he said in that whole interaction, it worked. He missed both free throws. Dre has a history of being able to get under people's skin, and that's an advantage that he'll use to help his team get a win. And by the end of the game, it wasn't like Memphis was the one left laughing. Golden State got the dub.
I mean, the one thing I will say about Draymond is I don't think you can beat him at that game. I don't think you can beat him at that game. The combination of talking, emotion, playing in a big game, I don't think you can beat him at that game. And what I mean at that is you better be careful, because that's business as usual for him. He's immune to it in a way. He's so good at it. So I know, I think if I played against Draymond Green, I would probably keep my mouth shut, because he's better at that than every other player in the league, I feel like.
Well, or you're somebody who has to back it up. If you're going to talk trash to him, you have to be willing to back it up and own it if you don't. There's really only one play, and I don't know if he's talked trash directly, but I remember last year in the playoffs, the guy who probably talked the most trash of any opponent was Anthony Edwards. Yeah. And I think it was more playful. I remember there was a home game, I think it was game 3, because they got the first 2 in Minnesota, where Ant hit a corner 3 at the end of the first quarter and went down and was chirping at Steph. And of course, Curry was hurt, but he was chirping at him at the bench. And it was more of a playful type of thing, I was working on that shot with you in the summer, here's my work kind of deal. But Ant's the only guy that I think just has enough of the IDGAF and is also good enough to go out there and back it up.
Yeah, I think Edwards is at a certain stature now, and he also goes about it in this playful way. You're right. But I think Edwards has the stature now where Draymond would get into it with him, but and Draymond would, but when Draymond's going up against Aldama, I don't know. I think Edwards is already at a level in this league where he gets respect that most players his age don't. It's because he's
also
so
Draymond. He's smart. He knows who he's going to talk to and who he's not going to talk to.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to talk to guys that he knows he can get in their heads.
Yeah.
Aldama's a guy, he can do that. I thought it was interesting that what's Jaren Jackson Jr. supposed to do? Not stand up for his teammate?
Right.
He's like, Michigan State. We don't associate with those guys.
Yeah, Santi, I'm with Draymond on this one. Yeah, okay. Hey, the Warriors Summit is Thursday, November 6th, and that's a week from today, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing another Warriors season. We're doing it a little bit differently this time around. We usually do it before the season, but we're going to be 9 games into the season this year. Give it just a little bit different flavor, so we'll have some evidence to back up some opinions. Willard and Dibbs, they do their thing from 2 to 4, and then all the guests come at 4 to 6. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We'll have great prizes to give away, drink specials, and your chance to meet all the hosts on the same day. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, Thursday, November 6th. We'll see you there. And that segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Cliff from Richmond. The crew that came to repair our gate were amazing. So polite and friendly and helpful, they got us back up and running in no time. Their professional attitude kept our team and fleet of vehicles operational. Thank you, Fred and Sal.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Evan Giddings is in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today, and now we welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. It is the crossover. How you doing, guys? What's going on?
Oh, so much is going on. New manager introduced. We got Week 9. How have you gone so fast, NFL season? I mean, we say it every year, but
hate that.
Week 9 is here. We're almost halfway through the slate.
Yeah.
And, Warrior game.
Was it second or third question, Willard?
Oh.
At the Vitello presser.
Third question, second human being.
No, actually, I think...
no, he's right.
Well, yeah, was it?
Yeah.
Shea question, Shea follow-up.
So he was on the podium.
Yeah.
Second place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the exacta. I used to do a first question odds and whatnot. I would have had Sluss the favorite, but she was out of the country. You would have been a long shot in the exacta. It went Shea, and like in horse racing, sometimes you have the 1 and the 1A, so that counts as the same finisher. And you in third would be on the exacta. It would have been like 3-1 and 90-1. That would have been a nice price in the exacta.
I'm excited. I'm told not everybody in the Bay is a fan of what order it went in, but that's the way it went. And so that's the way it went.
You go into the belly of the beast.
Yeah,
you better be strong.
I mean,
and you. Unapologetic.
Everybody.
You belonged in that room, Will.
And I like the question, quite frankly. It was a good follow-up. And when you have that as a follow-up, then you have to follow the question that was asked, no matter, where you happen to sit the rest of the time during your week.
Yeah. Just, I mean.
What were your first impressions of Tone?
He really knows how to command a room. He really, really. Here's one thing I just said to Luke. I've been here back home almost 7 years, and I try to make, obviously not at every press conference, but I try to make the big ones over there. That was the least boring Giants press conference that's happened in the last 6.5, 7 years, and the most widely attended by anybody who works for the Giants. Take that for whatever it's worth. I don't know, but that says something to me about how this is resonating inside the building in terms of morale, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, he really he strikes that right chord of being prepared, and then answering in a way that's got a little just flair or humor or something to it. Just kind of I mean, it just makes everybody feel comfortable talking to him. That was my first impression.
We had a gentleman named Tony Baselio on who does a show in Knoxville and knows Vitello very well. He came on with us after, and he was obviously complimentary, but he also was pretty straightforward about what the challenges may be. But he thinks if there's a guy who can do it, this guy would give you the best chance. And the one thing he seemed to say this guy is sincere and authentic. And he better be, because that's the number one thing I think a guy like him has to have first before anything is, that he's got to figure out the room and his place in it.
Especially if you don't come in with major league cachet, and he doesn't. So you come in with success, and I think he won 72% of his games at Tennessee, just an obscene number, and always there, won the Natty. I mean, unbelievable track record of success at that level, but if you come in and you've never played in the bigs, you've never been a manager or a coach in the bigs, you have to come with all those other things, buttoned up, and it's work ethic he talked a lot about today, and it's like you're talking about authenticity.
Buster said something. Cal Kami got a quote from Buster after the press conference that I found to be important, because raise your hand, not just the four of us in the room, anybody listening to us, if you think in any way, shape, or form in the last 5 to 6 years that the Giants have been boring.
Oh, my hand's up.
Okay, all three of your hands up. I imagine some of you out there raising your hand. Buster said to Tim, with regard to the idea about Tony potentially ruffling feathers at times, Buster says, quote, that was part of the appeal to us when I was thinking about Tony. He's going to be okay with ruffling feathers, and I don't think that you go out and purposefully do this just to get under the player's skin. But here's the important part. He goes, if it's something that happens organically because of certain circumstances, that's sports. It's entertainment. And for me, there's an argument to be made that we are lacking that severely right now. I don't know if you're going to push all the right buttons, but what I've loved about Buster Posey so far is I really do think he gets it.
Well, I feel like I don't think a manager is ever going to be a quote-unquote draw. I just don't believe in that. But I do think a manager can create a style of play that's exciting or different or intriguing that brings people into the into the stadium. So, that's the first thing I'm looking for is when you watch them the first 15 or 20, 25 games, is there, let's say, more of a life? Are they more buttoned up in the field? Are they aggressive on the base paths? Like all that kind of stuff is what's going to bring people to the ballpark. And if this guy can instill that, then they won't necessarily be coming out to see him, but he was probably the biggest reason why the ballpark is more exciting than it's been in the past.
Well, and to your point, I think the issue with a lot of the boring teams or boring moments is a lot of fans, it feels like, associate the baseball team with the manager. And while I believe Bob Melvin is as accomplished as any over a long period of time, he's a little lifeless. I mean, let's just be honest. Every time you pan to him, it feels like he's cutting a challenge. It's like there's not a lot of fire. And so I was actually surprised to see how self-deprecating Vitello was today, how humble he appeared to be. The fire and the energy that I think you will see on the diamond at some point this year, and he's going to get ejected, and he's going to get his money's worth. But that to me was restrained and kind of dumbed down in a way I thought was refreshing. Like, he ain't Kappler. I think he's someone that people really across, it sounds like all walks of his coaching career, have had an easy time connecting to. And whether it's with the media or fans out there listening to him, I also have to assume that's going to be something with the players that will be easier than we are assuming it will be.
You said something that catches my ear there when you talked about how he will at times get ejected. Like, I think this is the first manager the Giants have had since Bruce Bochy who will actually organically get ejected. Gabe Kappler and Bob Melvin both had to fake it felt like, in order to go get ejected. It was as if, you know what, I feel like I probably got to go get ejected right now, so I'm going to go out here and fake an argument that I don't really want to have, or it's not in my belly, so I'm with you. I think there's that. What Tony's going to have to fight, though, this is another sort of observation / some conversations that I had over there. Gabe Kappler made everybody feel like, I know what I'm doing and you're stupid. And Tony, I think so far, from what we've seen, he's very good at making others not feel that way when talking to him, but it's day one. And I think that there are going to be times where Tony, same thing, is going to have to fight this idea of like, I know the right way to do this. We've figured it out. We're smarter than everybody else, kind of a thing.
But I think it's something as simple as, like, you could hear his Missouri. He said, "All's I want to do."
Yeah.
Like there was an "all's" in there, and that caught me immediately. Like, oh my God! Like this guy's, like he's authentic. He's not afraid to be the Missouri boy that he is. Day one in front of all these San Franciscans.
Yeah, and I was looking at some of his bio, and his dad, Steiny, was a soccer and baseball coach in high school for 46 years.
Oh wow!
And he actually played soccer for his dad, won a state championship, and obviously he played baseball for his dad as
Tennessee?
well. No, in
Pennsylvania.
No, in Missouri, St.
okay.
Louis.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he went to school in St. Louis, and his dad was a coach for 46 years, and he referenced his parents, and I love that answer. He's like, Mom wants me to tamp it down. Dad says bring some more, and that's the one thing that I'm going to be interested to watch over 162 is, you have to pick your spots, and this guy as his parents, and you'll get there, Evan, but you gotta pick your spots when to flip the spread as a parent or as a coach. And so when you run hot like Tony does, positive and negative, you can't do that all the time. Otherwise, your players are going to start tuning you out.
Yeah, I think, and later on in that quote from Kawakami, I saw another one that I think is maybe not a seed for concern, but something I'm paying attention to. All the young players will not like me, but I don't like guys hugging before the game. I don't like it. As a fan, I want there to be a little bit of friction at times. That sounds good in practice, but I remember last year Adames and Logan Webb talking about there's too much blue in San Francisco. Like there's too many Dodgers fans. I don't like it. Well, I saw Willie Adames before the game hugging it out with Pajes. Like there's relationships built in baseball of guys that have played together, worked together, countrymen, all the rest. That's something that, as much as I appreciate him saying we don't want to be friends with them, I don't know how that's actually going to play out.
By the way, I just point of clarification. I think that was Posey that said that, not Tony.
Oh, sorry, Posey.
Posey was the one who said, and he was talking again about what appealed to him about Tony. So maybe he's saying that Tony's the same way too.
I mean, I'm assuming he's going to. Like, it was the way in college. Like Tennessee didn't fraternize with anybody.
Right. His point was, I don't mind if Tony ruffles some feathers. And then it was Posey saying, yeah, I know the young players won't all like this, but I don't like it when they're hugging before the game. And I get it. You know what I mean? That's that whole thing in all sports that has sort of dissipated. We all got to be okay with that. But if you've been a fan for a certain amount of time, yeah, you may not like that. You may not like Draymond and LeBron hugging after games. You don't like that, right?
I don't really care for it now, but it's become so much part of the norm now. And even in the World Series the other night, might have been game 4 or 5, but somebody's at first base and they're all but towel snap at each other. And it's like, this is the World Series is on the line here, and you guys are all yucking it up, but that's just pro sports these days.
Yeah, but Vladdy shushed the Dodger dugout last night.
Pretty awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
With his bat or with his finger?
With his finger.
Yeah.
With his finger.
I would like to see one of the Blue Jays when they get on base in Game 6 to do the Shohei wiggle wiggle.
Oh, my God.
That's how you really get at people.
2 home runs in 3 Blake Snell pitches was baseball sex last night.
By the way, you're welcome.
For?
I was the only one that had the Blue Jays winning the World Series.
Oh.
Well, Mark's not watching it, so.
Yeah. I won't watch it unless...
it doesn't sound like it.
I was going to say, first 3 pitches you might have seen.
No, actually, I didn't. We were
didn't
on
have
the
it
air.
on here, yeah.
We were on the air.
air.
And we were watching like the Atlanta Hawks or something like that.
So if they're good highlights, you go back and watch the highlights?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Once I know that it's safe, I'll go outside.
Right.
I actually can't stand the hugging before the game.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, they're hugging before and after. Like, after, I kind of get it. It's a sportsmanship thing. Not when LeBron comes up to Steph when he was shooting around that video. Hey, buddy, he lifts him up. Hey, you're listening. to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You ever heard of Sacra Tomato?
Oh, of course, yeah.
God. Oh, you have?
My dad used to call it that all the
I'd
time.
never heard it.
Dr. Don Rose, the late,
That's
great
what somebody's saying here.
Dr. Don Rose,
Go ahead.
San Raquel. He would do his whole thing on KFRC, which you didn't have FM back then, really. You only had AM, and he was on KFRC, and he had a morning show, and it was all pop music, the Bee Gees in the 70s, and he would do the weather, and Sacra Tomato, and San Raquel, and all the other jargon he'd throw out there. So, yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
you want to tell me who we talked to?
He's a legend.
We talked to Steve Summers. 37 or overnight host at WFAN. He's got a book coming out and personally recommended by Nahegian. He grew up in the Bay Area, and so we had him on at 1 o'clock. And I'll take the time to remind everybody that if you missed it, you can download that Odyssey app and rewind it. It was quite a treat.
You guys came out guffawing, and then, because I didn't hear it.
And we couldn't keep a straight face.
And Nahegian's like,
it's not my fault,
if you want to smash this glass in my face right now, I probably deserve it. So I was like, what went on in that segment?
It was a great time. I mean, well, you just basically just sat back and listened to this guy just straight. Like, he's an overnight host. It's his job to talk and speak into a void for hours on end. And that's exactly what it felt like he did. I thought it was hilarious.
What are you saying about people who speak that way on solo radio show hosts and do that to a wall by themselves? What are you saying, Evan?
Well, it depends on your personality, number one. Number two, I think it's actually pretty impressive. To be able to do that for that many years is an unbelievable talent.
Well, you brought up Draymond's podcast.
That's right.
He's just ripping for 45 minutes.
Yeah, he's Draymond.
Exactly.
It's Draymond. We laughed yesterday when Will Richard came on, and we asked him to compare and contrast the leadership styles of Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. And he goes, well, Draymond is more of the vocal leader. And we were like, you don't say. Is he really? Draymond? He'll talk to you, huh? I didn't guess that.
Talk to everyone.
Exactly.
And we got Will Richard's nickname. I don't know if you guys heard it, but they call him Baby Gator.
Baby Gator.
Baby Gator. Florida Gators. Sure. Al Horford is Grandpa Gator.
It should be Grandpa Gator. I think they just call him Old Gator.
Baby Gator is what they're calling him, which I thought was pretty awesome.
Okay. I mean, national champion.
Yeah.
And he's got to carry the speaker. Wherever they go, he has to carry the speaker.
That's not too bad.
Well, it depends on how big the speaker is. If it's one of those little Bluetooth guys, we're okay. But
don't they usually give that to a veteran like Trent Williams or
well, they're
Deebo
not doing
Samuel?
the walkout. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and this is probably more
not
like
a boom box.
No,
it's not any. It's a speaker.
It's a
like a wireless.
No.
Okay.
This is like
JBL,
like a block rocker, like the big fella has.
Not a JBL, like at a rock concert. The thing that's like the amp down there.
Oh, the thing you can roll.
Yeah, you got to carry that thing with a handle.
Block rocker.
And you remember, like, our good friend Dana, you've been to Dana's house, and you go in the backyard, and he's got the outdoor speaker. It's a block rocker. And back in our day, Evan, it used to be an actual boom box with, like, a tape deck, and it had a handle, and you had to put, like, 8D batteries in it, and that was basically your music source.
Do they still do rookie hazing, like okay, so Festus Ezeli had the tires taken off his car his rookie season. And I remember Kent Bazemore, they filled his car with popcorn.
I remember that, yeah.
Yep.
And then had him go out there. Like, do they still do that, or is it just you got to carry the boombox to the plane?
They make them get donuts now and stuff and bring stuff to practice.
And they have to sing at that practice.
They have to sing.
They do that. They got to do karaoke.
I mean, I remember once there was a practice at the end where they bring all the balls out at the arena, the basketballs, and the players just punt them into the stands.
They got to go get them.
Yeah, just try to hit the third level, and then the rookies have to go get them.
And there used to be a lot of costuming for road trips.
Yeah.
Baseball would do that, right?
Yeah, well, it's about that time of year.
That was one of the things that was always really strange because Monte Ellis joins the Warriors as a rookie, and he's on the We Believe team with Jackson and Barron and Harrington and those guys. And he was a rookie, and they made him do the rookie things, getting all that, the donuts and stuff. And then when Steph came, the team was in such a different place. Like he didn't really have to go through any of that because Jackson was there, but he didn't care. You know what I mean? Monte wasn't the type of guy to put Steph through Like, Monte didn't want to, you know what I mean?
No.
He wasn't going to be like, hey, Steph, you got to bring donut. Like, he's like, whatever. That's not. I'm only in my third year, whatever it was. But, yeah, it's usually stuff like that now.
Yeah, much different. And, I mean, part of that is just the luck of a team you happen to possibly join. And Will Richard right now, you've got 4 guys who are 36 or older. And I think between Horford, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, they've got to have, 75 years of collective NBA experience?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
It's a lot of years.
Well, they're going to be tested tonight.
They'll be tested every night. But, you've got a Milwaukee team, and we can all just spend the rest of our day today talking about Giannis. Oh, are they going to trade for Giannis? I mean, kind of done with it now, maybe because they're doing so well, but I don't know. It's always going to be an ever-present topic.
I think as long as he's available.
Yeah, I think, I'm kind of with you. I was done with it, but I do feel like just because of, he said he would go to New York, and he, if it doesn't work out, he seems to be open to it. And now that to me, it's because the Warriors are playing well. Like, these guys that are producing, the younger guys, this might be the time where they might have what it takes to get him if that situation comes up. And then Joe Lacob and Dunleavy have a decision to make. But he's always going to be out. His name's going to be out there until he's out of Milwaukee, you would think, at this point.
I have no interest in the Warriors trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo at all.
At all?
None. And I say that with full awareness that maybe that's stupid for the long term. But as a fan, when your team is in the midst of what you think is title contention, I have no interest at all in talking about the future. I have no interest whatsoever. If I think that this team, and I do, can contend for a championship, 2 things. A, all I want to do is stay in the moment. And B, I would never upset the chemistry of something that you think is championship worthy. Like, you have no idea if Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kaminga sub them out and bring in Giannis. You have no idea what that would look like. Remember, you got to bring all of Giannis's brothers, too. No, well, you laugh.
You have a team of Currys and Antetokounmpos.
You laugh at the guy.
You've already dipped your toes into that water once.
The guy's on record already saying that one of the top moments of his career is the fact that he gets to play with his brothers. And I'm like, really, dude? Like, that's not a great moment. You did that. They didn't do that. The Bucks didn't do that, and your brothers didn't do that. You twisted someone's arm. It's no different than LeBron making his son the second-round pick. It's none. So anyway, I get it. Maybe I'm a dummy for not wanting one of the best players in the world who would clearly be the one for the Warriors once Steph is gone. But I'm way, way, way too into this team right now to be thinking about changing it.
And you're not going to change it right now because we're not at any point where something would break in terms of, it's going to be a while. Giannis is going to play in Milwaukee. We'll see. Warriors are going to play tonight and move on, and maybe they'll keep winning, and that'll affect things. There's no chance it happens right now, but I'm kind of with you at this point. If somebody said to me, you have to make a decision right now, Giannis, and here's the deal, I might be like, well, if I have to, let's go ahead and do it. I'd prefer, believe it or not, to wait and see what's going on here for another month or two before I'd have to make that decision.
Well, I was just over at Oracle Park where once upon a time they acquired clearly the more talented player, and they immediately started playing like crap. And I'm not blaming it on him, but the chemistry in a room is not something that you mess with. So I have no idea what Giannis on the Warriors would look like, and I don't think that's just a snap your fingers and it would be great type of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, we also thought that Jimmy couldn't play with Kaminga.
Sure.
And that seems to look a little different. Again, we got to, I think, give that some time, but early returns are good. I think it's a compliment, though, to the young players, because in past years, the reason for it not being a possibility to me was, well, there's nothing they want. Like what would Milwaukee or another team in a 3-team deal want from the Warriors? But I think with the emergence of some of these guys, it's like if you do want to make a trade, if you decide that's the path you want to go down, you legitimately have pieces to do it now. Whereas a year or two ago, we were saying, well, that's just a pipe dream. So
yeah, you trade a star, you're already kind of like stuck, right? You're not going to get exactly what you want, but what you mainly end up with is draft capital. Like, that's the other piece to it. We go, Butler and Kaminga for Giannis because the salaries work. Yeah, you'd also, like, you're giving up at least 3 first-round draft picks. You want to do that?
Steiny doesn't.
That's what I'm always worried about.
Yeah,
I'm out.
When can you trade Kaminga? Because
they say January sometime.
Yeah, because for the first time this year, I've done it. I've opened it up.
The trade machine?
Trade machine, baby. Heat it up.
Let's go.
Yeah, you heat up the trade machine. It's just a fun, like, what if. And, Giannis for Jimmy straight up. That doesn't work. The Warriors use the non-taxpayer mid-level, blah, 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 blah. So you got to cut $11 million from the Warriors incoming in order to make it work, or send out 11. So we'll keep tinkering throughout the day today to figure out how we can get the Greek Freak.
Yeah, you add in Kaminga and let them throw in somebody.
Well, you have to wait till January. We want to do the deal before Warriors Live at 4 o'clock.
True. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it appears that Giannis will be playing for the Bucks.
Birthday.
Don't look at me like that. How was Billy Idol?
He was great.
Okay.
Yeah. Sonny, what's fun is the NBA schedule comes out, and before we go around the association, Mark and I individually do a little game of how many we going to get this year.
You know how Pod circles the game in Milwaukee?
Yes.
We circle all the games that are east of Colorado.
And some years, we've been doing it now 4 years, some years you get those, like in Atlanta, Miami, Saturday, Sunday. Useless.
Yes.
Other years you catch a Wednesday.
I think there's an Orlando, Miami back-to-back coming up pretty soon.
I believe it's midweek.
Yeah, it is.
I believe Dibs knows exactly when that is.
I don't know the exact number, but Mark and I will always do the Go Shorty when it's a short show. We love our job. Don't get me wrong. But
very few schedules better than when I did a 2-hour show with Sean O'Connell from 12 to 2, and we'd get preempted every week for an A's game.
Your 2-hour show?
2-hour show, and
working like 7 hours a week.
Tony's sliding in for a little A's pregame.
Of course.
He's got to get his touches.
November 18th and 19th. Orlando and Miami.
Days of the week are more important.
That would be a Tuesday and a Wednesday.
Okay. I mean, it's, Thursday and Friday would be incredible.
Playable.
You take what you can get.
They're all the same.
It's all, just it kind of deprives us of being able to talk about sports, because day like today, new manager, you lock it in on week 9, you got a Warrior game. We almost need more show. We should have come in early, Mark. We should have come in about 12:30.
I did. I came in this morning about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, you did. I heard you.
Walked all the way down to the ballpark and back.
You.
Yeah.
Nice. You get your steps in.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Got to see Manassian's higher.
All right, guys. We'll have a great show. And sincerely, I appreciate you helping me out yesterday.
Was it good?
It was really, really good.
How many people were there?
50. Wow. It was really good. Yeah, it was great.
How many people with facial piercings among the 50? Half?
Well, it was kind of an upscale.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was a lot of clients.
Yeah. Corporate, schnuckety muck type of it. Yeah, exactly.
95.7.
Just like Steiny.
The game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Let's do this. Best day of the week is here. The Warriors are about to play the Bucks. Lamar Jackson's back. You need to make a pick. The Giants have a new manager. He knows how to command a room. He was a whole lot of fun. This could be a great day.
Too many topics, not enough show
That's
today,
true.
Mark. Because
That's
we hit that Warriors Live right at 4 o'clock, I believe, right?
And the Dodgers have lost twice in a row. I kept going, why do I feel so good today? Why did I wake up and feel so good today. That might have something to do with it, too.
Yeah, and
it might.
Especially when it's kind of an Ottoman game where Toronto, pop, you get an early lead, and your little young pup rookie pitcher goes out there and shoves, and next thing you know, Dave Roberts, forever Giant. He's out there talking about, there's no quit in this room, and we're going to go out there and just take them one at a time, and, we got to get game 6. And I'd love to see a little bit of the Dodger pucker factor.
Yeah.
Because I've got whatever. I went to school down there. You live down there. You and I both know of 1,000 million Dodger fans.
Too many in my life.
I love them all, my friends. But I wouldn't mind to have a little bit of baseball suffering because if they lose with this team.
Well, there's that, and then here's the other part of it. So, quick question. We're going to start with the Warriors in a sec, but quick question. Why are we so stupid? As sports fans, I don't know where we get these sort of like things that are either narratives or trends that we've decided we can sort of like plant a flag in the ground on them, and then they get disproven all of the time, but we don't learn. Stop me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
When you're watching that 87-inning thing that happened on Monday night, right? Was it Monday night?
Or Tuesday morning.
No, yeah, exactly. When you're watching that game and you get to the 14th inning and the 15th inning and the 16th inning and both bullpens are just dragging and there's sweat flying off of people's faces and you're thinking about bringing in pitchers that are starting the next game. You're thinking about pitching right fielders. You're thinking about all this stuff. Don't you have the thought go through your head, whoever loses this game is screwed?
Right.
Well,
you can't possibly come back from that level of disappointment.
Yeah.
Your bullpen's taxed. You had a game that you had to work really hard for, and then you lost it. Well, that team's done.
You're done.
You're done.
All they've done from that point is go on the road twice in a row and completely punk the supposed best team in the history of baseball. They told everybody we're never pitching to Shohei again. All they've done is pitch to Shohei and get him out. You're getting hot shot ground balls over to first base, and Vlad Guerrero is slapping first base with his open hand. I mean, the Jays have just swaggered around since that game. So why do we think stuff like that?
Because it's a convenient narrative. And, I wonder what the actual records are in the postseason of a team losing a deep, deep, deep game. Not like a 10-inning game, but a game where both teams really get taxed. I wonder if the team that loses doesn't actually come back and win more often than, the narrative is, you're done.
You're done.
You're done. You can't possibly come back from that.
Because you're emotionally spent and now you're physically spent. So you've got neither working for you. And all they've done since then is play perfect baseball.
Right.
Perfect baseball. So anyway, enough about that stupid World Series. But anyway, I meant what I said a second ago, and we would love to sort of dip our toe in the water with all of you Warrior fans. This is silly, right? It's only been 5 games, and I want to make sure that, like, at least from my standpoint, I don't make it about these 5 games. That's not what it's technically about. But I have no interest in Giannis at all. None. And I wonder how many of you sort of feel like you're in the same boat, or is that crazy? Like, I'm open-minded enough to be like, am I doing this wrong? Like, that's Giannis. All you want in the NBA is one of those dudes. That's all you want. And the dude that we've got, his days are numbered. So would it be absolutely perfect? And what does Joe Lacob do? What do we always hear from all the reporters? Big game hunter.
Yep.
Big game hunter. Okay. So Giannis, though, whether it's a pipe dream, whether we've talked about it too many times, okay, I get all that. But what crazy person wouldn't acquire Giannis if you could? And I guess that's me. And it's for those 2 reasons that I just brought up earlier on the crossover. Number one, if I believe in the team that I'm watching right now, then I only want to think about right now. Like, I do not have any interest now in talking about next year or the year after. And then secondarily, I really do have what I would call a healthy fear or respect for the idea that this would not look like you think it would look. And then
you just never know.
It wouldn't be turnkey. I don't think things are turnkey like that.
Well, when Jimmy came, it was pretty turnkey.
It was kind of turnkey.
And the thing about that is, you know that Steph and Jimmy and Draymond work, and you've seen it. And you've seen it now for the end of last year and into the postseason, the first round, and now through 5 games. You've seen it. It fits, and it works. And so even if it had to cost you Kaminga, which you couldn't do till January or whatever, you don't know that if Giannis came in, and I think Jimmy would have to go out, most likely, or Draymond, or you'd have to part with some of your core. And I'm with you as far as, it may not work. And what you're doing right now, it's working. You're 4-1, small sample, whatever, but the depth and your core, everything you've got cooking right now, and I know you got to knock on wood with age and health, whatever,
Sure.
Giannis will be 31 in December. He's still a phenomenal top 5 player currently going, but you have another guy in Steph Curry who's at that level.
Well, and there's also something to be said, even 5 games in, but when you see something, I'm like, I'd like to watch this. I'd like to see where this goes. So don't mess this up. I do. I want to see where this goes. I'm not sure that it's going to lead to the Western Conference Finals. I'm not positive that Kaminga is going to be on the team. I'm not positive that everybody's going to be healthy. I'm not positive that Jonathan will continue to play this way or that Jimmy will continue. I'm not positive, but I would like to see where this goes. And so that's it. I want to see where this goes.
Right.
So I don't want to upset anything. And then here's where I could almost start convincing myself of maybe odd things, because Giannis is a great player. But if the idea is, hey, you'd get Giannis, it's kind of like what the Lakers just did, right? Like LeBron's still there, but we got our guy for the future. All right, well, is the presence of that guy alone enough to ensure that you're going to be awesome down the road? Well, his presence in Milwaukee the last couple of years has not ensured crap. Right. So, why? And in fact, he had some good players around him. He played with Dame Lillard all year last year until the playoffs. And
yeah,
what'd that get you? You know what I mean? So, that's the other thing that goes through my head. Teams are still teams, even in the NBA, where the number one player is most important. Maybe a good team can't win without its best player. But if all you've got is the best player and you don't have a team to put around him, I don't think you have much either.
Yeah, and I wonder about the impact of what Jimmy Butler has done. Like you talked about him being an ultimate locker room guy right now, which is kind of different from, I guess, the way it was in other spots. But the mentoring that he's doing with Kaminga, the overall vibes that Jimmy has brought, beyond just the Buddy Hield Jimmy thing, he has come in and not only fit, but he's elevated the culture here. I'm not saying Giannis couldn't do the same thing. Who knows? I mean, Giannis is a better player than Jimmy Butler, but you would be shaking up and disrupting what appears to be a very good chemistry right now in this team.
And we've got a Twitter poll along these exact lines for you. So, Dub Nation, time to get engaged. We do it before every game. You vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. Brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Warriors against Giannis and the Bucks tonight. And Giannis' future continues to be a big story around the league. So, if it meant losing Jimmy Butler, multiple first-round picks, and more, probably Kaminga, let's be real, would you still want the Warriors to trade for Giannis? Vote now on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page, and we will share the results with you later. And yes, Warriors Live starts in an hour and a half.
Yep.
So we're firing on all cylinders quick today. We'll get to all of this. We'd love to hear from you on the idea of, do you have any, right now, do you have interest in getting into Giannis trade talks if it goes that way later this year? That's one thing. We will have more reaction from the Giants announcing their new manager and introducing him, Tony Vitello. I was over there. Very, very impressive.
You were?
I was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I went down there and we did the darn thing.
Surprised they let you in.
They did. They let me in. It
you
was
know
okay.
People.
Well, I spent yesterday being like, this is how you do a press conference. It's decide to go down there and do a press conference.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
You were pretty bossy yesterday.
You got to back that thing up.
You handled it. Great question, too, which I'm sure we'll play at some point throughout the day.
At some point. But anyway.
Let's go to Mark, not in the back.
Let's go to Mark, maybe a little too early for some. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors Summit is Thursday, November 6th, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. All the hosts together again discussing yet another Warriors season, but this time we do it 9 games in, so we get a different flavor. We got a lot more to talk about. It's going to be me and Dibs from 2 to 4, and then all the hosts from 4 to 6 at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Great prizes to give away, drink specials at Jack's. Your chance to meet us. We can't wait to meet you. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill on Thursday, November 6th. Your calls right now coming up next, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
We're 5 games in, and the Warriors are hot.
Screens for Curry. Deep three from half court, and he hit it! There's one person on the planet that would take that shot, and he nailed it!
Today at 5, the Warriors go to Milwaukee to take on Giannis and the Bucks.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Ball stolen by Golden State, but he healed up the floor. 3-ball!
Warriors Bucks, today at 5. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. on your station for every single Warriors game.
95.7 The Game.
Butcher Boy here from my friends at Ceremony Ford, where they're bringing serious heat this month with deals that'll blow your mind. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yes, you heard me, an all-electric Mustang with power, style, and range for under $300 a month. That's not a typo. That's a steal. And if you're not feeling electric just yet, well, then no worries. Ceremony Ford's got hundreds of new and pre-owned Fords in stock and ready to roll home today. From F-150s and Broncos to Escapes and Explorers, they've got every model you could want, and the team makes it easy. No games, no nonsense, just good people who know how to take care of the Bay Area drivers, just like they did for me. You'll find them right off at 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out the full lineup 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cool people, good time. Cruise on out to the Good Guys 35th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together. November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 2,500 of the Bay Area's coolest American-made and powered show cars and trucks of all years. Good Guys Autocross racing action. A Metal Crunch and Hayward Firefighters Charity Demo Derby. Nitro Thunderfest and more. November 8th and 9th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Be there. Details at good-guys.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
Can I read you some text from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line?
Yeah, sure.
Hang on, let's see. Because a lot of them just came through on this. And then we'll go to the phones. I do like this one, 415. Not getting Giannis would be like the Niners not getting Tom Brady because they thought they were good enough. Foolish.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with the comp, but I like the effort.
I was on the wrong side of the fence at the time.
I didn't think that Brady would go anywhere and win a Super Bowl, and he did. So I was wrong.
And the Niners were coming off of losing a close Super Bowl. So the idea that they were right there is not crazy. They were they were right there. But I think that's a fun kind of comp to throw in there. Let's see. 408 Willard, you're crazy not to want Giannis. What can Jimmy do that Giannis can't do better? Boy, that to me covers only about 10% of the story. This is not a Jimmy for Giannis swap.
Nope. That doesn't work, trade machine.
Doesn't work. So the Warriors are throwing in more. And, oh, by the way, don't forget, probably at least 3 first-round draft picks.
If it's Jimmy and Kaminga, you got to take some stuff back, and you're going to give up, 3 firsts. If it's Jimmy and Kaminga, it's 3 firsts. If it's Jimmy and something lesser, then it's going to be 4 firsts. So, I mean, there goes a lot of your draft capital for the future.
707, you must stop this sports talk nonsense. If you could get Giannis, you get him. Imagine the gravity with Steph. I get that there's an allure to that, but what I guess my immediate answer to that is, because I can't tell you that it wouldn't be the most amazing thing ever, but I do think that even if it was, it would take some time. And I know we've got this comp of Jimmy came in, you washed your hands, poof, and it worked. Most of the time in the NBA, when you have that much gravity on the floor, when you have people that are that ball dominant, it takes a minute. It takes a minute to be at a high level. You know what I mean? LeBron goes to the Heat. They didn't win the first year. They were in the finals.
Yeah, Luka went to the Lakers. They didn't win the first year.
So, like, I that's the other thing. I believe that this group, only Jimmy Butler being relatively new, smaller players like Horford are new, but this is largely a group that's been playing a lot of basketball together and appears pretty ready to go compete at a high level right now.
And I think the big sticking point for me is Jimmy Butler. He doesn't really need to have the ball as much as Giannis does. Giannis is a better player, certainly, but I think that Jimmy has a better ability at this point to be the Batman. I mean, the Robin to Steph's Batman. And if you have Giannis come in, then I think it's going to be hard for those two to both be able to get their needs fully met when they're both on the court. And you're going to want them both on the court a lot.
510, anybody that wants Giannis is not watching Kaminga this season.
Well, I mean, Kaminga's been great, 5 games in. But yeah, and you can't trade Kaminga till January. So the one trade I put in, it would be Moody and Jimmy. Like if they made the trade before the game tonight, Moody and Jimmy for Giannis, that works. And then go ahead and give up 4 first-round picks, and we'll see how that goes.
I think the Bucks would try to add another player in so that they could get Kaminga, not Moody.
Right. And
that's what they would ask
Moody
for.
Moody has been upgraded to probable tonight. So it looks like Moody will play with he was having some soreness in the thumb that was surgically repaired.
Here's kind of another interesting take on it, 408. Giannis, call me old school, but just like Steph Curry as a Warrior, I'd like to see him solely play for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really give a rip about that, but I get the sentiment.
Yeah.
You know?
And he's got a long way to go. Giannis is not even 31, and if he plays another 7 or 8 years, I'd be quietly stunned if he finished out his whole career in Milwaukee.
408 Willard, it doesn't matter what you think. Every GM and team will immediately trade for Giannis. No, that's not true, actually. Trades are hard. And so that would be very, very difficult to get done. And again, giving up
trades are hard.
Yeah, all kinds of first-round capital. No, it's not just an automatic no-brainer that you go do something like this. And B, does it matter what I think? No, it doesn't matter what I think, but that's what we're all doing here, right? We're like offering up what we think.
Right.
You know, like if you want a couple of GMs to come in and do this show, you can. Your information might be better. I think your boredom would be higher too, but whatever.
Yeah. And
doesn't matter what you think, Dibs.
Yeah, and what's funny is it really matters what Giannis thinks because
That's
he's got
good point.
He's got 1 year left on his deal next year, and then it's a player option. So if he doesn't want to get traded somewhere, I don't think that he has a no trade, but he has the ability to say, I'm out. So if you trade for him at the deadline this year, you might only get a year and a half. So you give up 4 firsts and a couple of your key players, and you get a year and a half of disgruntled Giannis?
No doubt this comes, wherever he goes, it comes with an extension.
Right.
No doubt. No doubt.
And, the Warriors are in a little bit of a spot already as far as the financials, Giannis is going to make, let's just say this deal happens. It's Kaminga and it's Butler. You take back a bunch of Antetokounmpos and he wants a new deal. He's going to get 5 years and probably $400 million. So now you're paying him $80 average annual?
But none of that would kick in. And first of all, Butler would not be on the team anymore,
right.
and an extension would kick in after Steph is gone. So
that's assuming Steph will be gone.
Yeah.
Steph has the ability I think at some point this year to tack on another year on his deal, and he'll probably want 70. So quickly, you're going to be pressing up against that old second apron mark.
Here's a fun one for everybody that's like, duh, of course you do whatever you can for Giannis. So someone just said, would you include Steph?
Right. I mean, sure. Sorry, Steph. You're a Bucks. You get to go play with Kyle Kuzma.
You're a Bucks. Is that where Kuzma is now? I can't even keep track.
Yep.
Is that where Kuzma is? Miles Turner's playing there now. Miles Turner.
Steph, I know you've carved out a nice little life down there in Atherton, but I need you to call Aisha and the kids. Pack your things.
You know who else is playing for the Bucks? The one Warrior that got away. Ryan Rollins. He's actually good.
Oh, he's actually good?
He is.
Yeah, good. Let's get a look tonight. And let's go to the phones. How about Don in Berkeley? Hi, Don. What's up?
Hi. I'm with Willard. I want to see where this goes. And part of that is because, for me,
following sport is like reading a novel or watching a good series on TV because there's stories and personalities. And the Kaminga thing is so interesting to me because he's finally doing all the things that if he had done them last year, we wouldn't have had a summer full of controversy. He would have gotten paid what he wanted, and now he's doing it, and he looks terrific. He's rebounding. He's hitting three-pointers at a high rate. He's hitting foul shots. He's making good plays. He's playing within the flow, whether it's the Butler influence or whatever it is. I just really want to see where it goes with Kaminga. Is he a generational talent like some people have justifiably thought? And, Giannis is obviously a great player, but I think Kaminga is, and the chemistry that they have now, they have so many interesting storylines. I think Quentin Post is a fascinating storyline, somebody that they weren't expecting anything from, and then he goes out and he pops three-pointers, he's put on weight, he's defending at a high level, and I just really like the team as it is right now. I wouldn't break it up.
Don, thanks. Yeah, that's interesting. Here's one thing that you said that let's spend a minute or two on this. The idea of, I want to see where Kaminga's stardom grows, and does he just become really good?
And he said generational talent. Yeah. That might be a little bit much for me, but
no, I agree. It's a little bit much for me too. But I'm also I'd love to say it this way. I'm not that interested in that. That's that individualism thing that I'm really just so done with. I'm so done with this whole individualistic thought process in the NBA. So every single one of you, for instance, who's ever uttered the phrase in this Kaminga conversation, let him cook, you're doing the individualistic thing. I have no interest in anyone cooking. I don't want anyone to clean. I don't need anybody to vacuum. I don't need anybody to do anything. I need the Warriors to be a good team. And what Kaminga's doing right now fits. So what I want Kaminga to do is this.
Yeah, keep fitting.
Wherever that goes next, that's where that goes next. That's a different conversation for a different day in a post-Steph world that may or may not be on this team. But I'm just not that attached to that process. Can he become a generational talent? Can he be exactly what this basketball team needs him to be? Because that appears to me to be what he figured out this summer.
So far, the answer is yes, he can be that. And I do think sometimes about the post-Steph future. And if you still have Kaminga and he continues to be this type of a productive and positive player, and you think about the other young guys you have, assuming you keep the majority of them, in 3 or 4 years, you could have a nice group of guys in their mid to late 20s. I'm not saying any of them will be superstars or all-stars, but you would have a nice foundation to then add a piece like a Giannis at 33, a real top-flight guy to come in and lift this good, solid core over the top. But I told you this a month ago going into this season, I'm just going to focus on enjoying Steph and enjoying what we have. And 4-1 it's awesome. I mean, they could be 5-0, they could be 0-5, whatever. I'm just enjoying watching that guy play basketball still and watching this team around him. And yeah, Giannis, it's always a topic whenever Milwaukee is going to be around and you play him twice. Thank God you don't play him more often. Otherwise, we'd be talking about this a ton. But yeah, I'm with you as far as interested in trading for him. I'm not interested.
Yeah, and like I said off the top, by the way, if that sounds silly, I totally get it. I'm willing to be the guy that 2 years from now, puts his palm on his forehead and is like, what the hell was I thinking? I'm just telling you where I'm at mentally and emotionally right now. I love what I'm seeing in terms of Warrior basketball these first 5 games. And I don't want to trade anyone for anyone. So you could replace the Giannis name with whoever you want. I mean, maybe Wemby. But you know what I'm saying?
Man.
You could put any name in there, and I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm kind of in the process of falling for this team. And I just want to watch it right now. So, it's more even just a mind frame I'm in right now. They've played some really interesting basketball stylistically.
They've played great basketball.
They were 12-3 last year. So I'm not sitting here going 4-1 start. Ooh, we're going to win the whole thing. I'm talking about stylistically and the answers they have to the problems that get presented on an NBA floor. I am very intrigued. So that's all. I just want to watch this thing go.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was just looking at the Twitter page and our engagement poll brought to you by Shane Co. The votes are coming in, and right now it says if it meant losing Jimmy and first-round picks, would you still want the Warriors to trade for Giannis? And it's run 53-47. The no's are barely ahead.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of yes. I mean, the yes,
Sure.
but there's more no's than I thought there'd be. People who would not be interested in trading Jimmy as a part of a package.
I think people are excited.
Yeah.
I think people are excited about Warrior basketball right now. Why wouldn't you be? They've won different styles. They've won against high-level opponents. They've already beaten the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Nuggets. Draymond Green was on his podcast the other day, and he named 5 teams in the West who he thinks are the true contenders. Well, they're one of them. That leaves 4 other teams. They've played 3 of them already, and they've beaten them all.
They held the Clippers to 30 points?
In the second half.
In the second half?
Exactly. And so, yes, it's just a start, and it's all of those little things. I get it, but at the same time, I don't know, man. This is a very, very interesting start, and I just want to go on the ride. That's my mood right now. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hi, Austin. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Hey, Will. Des, how you guys doing? Listen, I want to push back a little bit as I like to do. So it's for me. I would do the deal for sure. I would do it. No problem. You know what I mean? Bring Giannis here. Don't want to be prisoner of the moment. I think that Jimmy, while he's fine, Jimmy always feels like a rental to me. I would go get, if you want to go ahead and do the KD thing, absolutely go get Giannis. And I don't see any of the young guys that I wouldn't trade to get Giannis. That's kind of where my thoughts are today, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to sit here and call it crazy for anybody who's like, yes, you get Giannis by any means necessary. I don't think that's a crazy opinion. It's just not where I'm at. And then I also love to dive into the analytics of these things. Take this, for example, and I bet you'll get this right away. The second Jimmy Butler arrived, what was the stat that immediately went from you guys are terrible at it to you guys are great at it? Almost overnight when he arrived last year. What was the team thing that they couldn't do well that all of a sudden they did really well?
Shoot free throws?
Exactly. Who sucks at it?
Not Jimmy.
Giannis.
Yeah. Well,
under 65%.
His field goal percentage this year is higher than his free throw percentage.
Understood.
He's shooting 68 from the floor.
Yeah.
He's 65, so.
He's 64 this year. He's 69 for his career.
Yep.
But he's also, things are out of whack this year. He's shooting 57% from 3 so far. He's a 28% career shooter from 3. So he's off to a hot start.
Yeah,
good for him.
I mean,
he's averaging
57%. He's probably 6 for 11, I would guess.
I can tell you exactly what he is, actually.
5 for 9 would be 55.5%. So I thought 6 for 11 would be about 57%.
Let me pull up the game log here. 3 points. He is, almost really, really good.
7 for 12?
No, he's 4 for 7.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he's 4 for 7.
Yeah, and he's averaging, I think, 36 and 14
36
in the
points
early
a game.
going.
He has not been held below 31 in the first 4 games.
And if you look at scoring in the association, scoring has been bananas. The Heat are leading the league, averaging $131 a game. So, I mean, defense is kind of passé now in the association early on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, I mean, there's no rational way we can sit here and be like, well, here are the parts of Giannis' game that I don't like. Like, dude, he's one of the top 5 players in the league.
Yep.
This is not arguable. So I fully understand that. I just think that when you are in the mood for a trade, it's because you're not really thinking that what you've got is special. And by the way, the Giannis idea, I don't think most people even think about it in terms of what it would do for the Warriors this year. They think it's a smart move because it would ensure the Warriors have a star for the next 6 or 7 years. And let me tell you something I don't care about today, 2029.
Even 2026.
I don't care. Exactly. I mean, I care about 2026 because that's the second half of the season.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not worried about that right now. There's a long way to go with Steph and Jimmy. There's a lot of basketball games left to go this year, next year, and then who knows what happens after that. And so to me, those of you who really would want Giannis, you're basically saying, like, yeah, I need you to secure 2027 and 2028 for me. I'm just like, maybe. I'm not there. My mind's not even on those
My assumption is that when those days come, that they will do what is needed to be done to secure that. I don't think that post-Steph, Joe Lacob will step back and say, you know what? God, what a run that was. Yeah. Let's go ahead and just draft really smart and build with this young core, and we'll wait 3 to 5 years before we hopefully make it back to where we were. No, as soon as they no longer have a $62 million a year star because he retires, he's going to go out there and find a guy making $70 million and go trade for that player and do everything in his power to keep this baby rolling.
Completely.
That's Joe Lacob.
Yep, absolutely.
Joe Lacob.
707. Willard, I get you're excited about the team this year, but let's take it easy and enjoy the ride. Warriors started off 12-3 in their first 15 last year. I'd argue that's exactly what I'm doing. That's actually my point. Like, can we enjoy this ride? I want to enjoy this ride. I don't want to create a new ride. I'm not done with this one yet.
We just got started.
Right.
We haven't even gone up the first incline on this roller coaster.
On chapter 1 of the book, I really like it. I'd like to read the rest of it before I pick up another one. That's all. Nobody's jumping ahead to conclusions. I just think that this is a super interesting team that's got a lot of answers. But let's see what happens. Omar in Oakland is next. Hi, Omar. Thanks for the call.
What's going on, man? I want to make a couple points. I want to say that Warrior fans got to stop being delusional because you're not going to get a KD type of player every year. That situation happened because the salary cap was way weird back then, and KD took a less deal than he should have took on the market. And he also did a solid when he left in 2019 because he did a signing trade which turned into D'Angelo Russell, which then turned into Andrew Wiggins, who obviously helped the Warriors win a final in 2022.
Which then turned into Jimmy Butler, by the way.
And it also turned into Jonathan Kaminga.
Yep,
I agree.
Yep.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is, why would the Bucks even do a trade for Giannis is 30 years old. They could get way better offers from Orlando, Atlanta, Chicago, New York Knicks, Brooklyn, Boston. Why would they even want to take a 36-year-old Butler and all these guys? They're not in a situation of trying to get older. Giannis is 30. He's in his prime. If he is going to get traded, I think it would be a team like OKC or Minnesota, if we're being honest, or the Spurs.
Well, Omar,
where they have young pieces.
Yeah, you could be right, but remember, Giannis is the one who ends up having a lot of say in this for the reason that Dibbs just brought up earlier, which is he's not going to re-sign with a place that he doesn't want to be. So these are never conversations that include all of the teams. Milwaukee will not be, if this were to come to be where they were having trade conversations, Milwaukee's not in control. Giannis is in control. So there's that aspect. The second part of it is what teams actually want, and thank you so much, Omar, what teams actually want when they're forced to trade a star, because what they really want is to just keep their guy. But when they're forced to trade a star, what they really need is a lot of draft capital in return. So like you mentioned the Knicks, and I know that the Knicks have been mentioned as where Giannis, that's his first choice of where he wants to go. Well, all of their first-round draft picks are gone because they thought Mikal Bridges was a superstar. So what do? What do you like? That's the problem. Could they get a better player from the Knicks? Sure. But they could get a lot better draft capital from Golden State or many other places. And then, yeah, you have to answer the question of where does Giannis want to go? And does that place also want to bring his brothers along for the ride?
I mean, for the ride, sure. You two, Thanasis and Apassis, I can't remember. Thanasis.
Thanasis.
It is Thanasis and Apassis.
I know Thanasis. I don't know what the other dude's name is.
Yeah, I mean, Agassiz. It's something like that. There's a sis in there. Huh?
Kostas.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good, proper Greek
Alex.
name.
Kostas.
And Alex?
And Alex.
Wait, there's 4 of them?
Yeah, there's actually 5 Antetokounmpos.
But there's only
another
3.
one named Francis.
But there's only 3 on the Bucks, right? Yeah, there's only 3.
I don't think Alex is a Buck.
Alex is a Buck.
Oh.
I'm looking at the roster right now.
Alex
I don't know where Kostas is.
Kostas is not a Buck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not.
There's too many to keep track
They're
of.
like, get the Buck out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Thanks.
Thanasis a 6'7" small forward, and Alex is he's on a two-way. So wherever you go when you're not in Milwaukee, he's going there. But the other piece of it is if you're the Bucks and you trade Giannis somewhere, just all hypotheticals, of course, but you want that team to be no good. So when you get their picks, they're actually high picks. So you're not going to trade him to the Warriors knowing that, okay, now Giannis is a Warrior and I get their picks in 29, 31, 33, and 35, whatever it is. But the odds are the Warriors are still going to be good.
Yeah,
because they've been good.
You're forced, though. Your hand is forced. You know what I mean? Dallas sends Luka to the Lakers. You're going to get the Lakers first-round draft picks or whatever. And it's like, those are going to be lottery picks? Probably not. You know what I mean? But you're stuck. Again, what do the Bucks want to do? They would like to keep Giannis. This is the point you made. You're right. It's what Giannis wants that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm just coming at it from the fan perspective of I don't give a rip right now. I don't give a rip. I know the Bucks are on the schedule tonight, so this is bringing everyone, we would trade for Giannis. I don't care. I do not have any interest in discussing Giannis trades right now. I want the Warriors to beat Giannis tonight. That's where my head is.
Favored by 2.5. The Warriors are. Yeah, the Bucks are home dog.
Yeah, we love them home dog. We got a couple of them here on a Thursday.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
And by the way, fade the Dibbers in just less than an hour. How about 3:50? Okay.
And the pick is in.
Okay, 3:50. Fade the Dibbers. Ravens, Dolphins. Lamar is back. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also want to give you some. Scoopage a little bit on being inside the room with the Giants introducing Tony Vitello today. We'll do all that next. Your phone calls welcome, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. And it's Willard with this message. When life hits you hard, an accident, an injury, you need to hit back even harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. You want that kind of experience on your side, and also Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The NBA season tips off, and so does DraftKings' newest fantasy game. DraftKings Pick Six is the easiest way to play for big wins, with every possession giving you a shot at real money. Here's how to play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more stats, and unlock the upside every game brings. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. Pick Six is available in your state. Plus, new DraftKings customers can get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick Six bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick Six. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at picksix.draftkings.com/promos.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Ho, ho, ho! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-490-9877. That's 800-490-9877.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Spartans football is under the lights this Saturday at CEFCU Stadium as San Jose State takes on Hawaii. Presented by Habits Law. Want to be part of the action? Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the game, courtesy of Habits Law.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Ooh, we got a lot of juice on this show tomorrow.
A lot of juice.
Woo!
Oh, Jew.
That man.
Yep.
Steve Kerr.
Mama, there goes that man.
There goes that man.
Took my job. I mean, not really, but followed him.
And down, man down. Steve Kerr will join us tomorrow. Tony Vitello will join us tomorrow.
Love it. Love it. I mean,
boom.
Hard not to.
I'm a Giants fan.
Fall in love with Tony today. Just you were there.
I would know.
I was listening.
I'd love to know your impressions.
I don't do impressions.
Yes, you do.
No.
Come on.
I was impressed, and you talked about his command in the room. Well, the command came through the radio as well, and he just delivered a kind of an easy sort of like thoughtful explanation of what he does and who he is, and I'm excited to see him in action. And I do think that there's going to be some adjusting he has to do. 162 is a long, long season, and you're dealing with grown men now. You're not dealing with kids. And the last question asked by Extra Bags, Andy Bagley, was the one that I was kind of hoping to ask, and I will ask him tomorrow, and it's about the culture. He's going to have to coach a lot of Latin American players, and I was even thinking about the Korean Jung-Hoo Lee, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of people from different backgrounds and cultures, and some of these people are going to be parents, and you're not just dealing with 18 to 22-year-old kids that you handpicked.
Right.
So that, I think, is going to be a unique challenge.
Like, how you used to go into people's homes and recruit, and you would talk to mom and dad? That dad is now your third baseman.
Right.
So it's different.
Yeah, a lot of different things.
A lot of different things.
Yeah, you're dealing with, and he even mentioned Justin Verlander, who I don't know if he'll be a Giant anymore. Probably not, but Verlander is almost his age. I think Vitello's 47.
47, yeah.
And Verlander's 40-something. So, that adjustment, and he was very honest with it. Like, yeah.
Totally. We're coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Here, for me, this was the highlight. This was the highlight of the press conference right here.
It's different up here. It just is. Abnormal may sound like you're saying weird or in a bad way, but very abnormal the last couple of days since I've been here. The attention to detail, the people at the hotel that have either been tipped off or maybe already, I'm like, how much did you give these guys but it's not random, it's not coincidental, it's culture. And again, that's also a vague word and one that's overused a lot, but it's abnormal here. And I think it's probably fed into the success of the organization, which has also been abnormal.
Okay, I love that because he was very careful to explain what he meant by the word abnormal. He's right. That has a negative connotation to it, something being abnormal. What he clearly means is that it's exceptional, it's different. And what he was talking about were his impressions of Northern California. He has some history of coaching in the Salinas area, obviously at a much, much lower level.
Yep.
But he had a host family. When you're in the lower levels of baseball, that's kind of how it works in small towns. You'll have a host family. His host family was in the audience today. That's kind of how he has held that relationship, how they've held him through the years. And his impressions then of Northern California, and then as he's putting it now, being in the city and being around this organization, abnormal. In other words, just different than maybe you'd expect from other coastal towns with a lot of resource. He's from the Midwest, and I think depending on where you're from around the United States of America, when you are fed the idea of California, you go, oh, it's like flighty, rich weirdos it's just disconnected. Nobody cares about anybody else. Everybody's totally narcissistic. This is the perception that we deal with. And what we know here is that that's LA.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
I'm kidding, no, but do you know what I mean?
But having lived here my whole life, and you're not wrong, because even if you go to LA, there is like Santa Monica, LA, there's Malibu, LA, there is Orange County, LA.
Totally different.
There's the Valley, LA, there's Inland Empire, LA. There's so many different pockets of people, and the big stark contrast that he's dealing with, you go from Knoxville to San Francisco, where you might catch a Confederate flag down there, one or two, and out here you're dealing with a certain amount of blight in a city that is wonderful and also can be filled with trash at other times, and it's a wild difference from Knoxville. I've never been there. I'm just imagining what it's like to San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, and it's week to week. Like maybe down there you said there could be a Confederate flag this year. Right now here there'd be a Canadian flag. I'm considering flying one potentially as early as tomorrow night.
Yep.
Happy Halloween. But
Steiny had a Canada shirt on yesterday.
Oh, Canada, go Canada.
Go Canada.
I get what he's saying. I really do. But I say that as a native, so I'm totally biased. I'm kidding about Southern California. You're right. It's 1,000 different things, and so is Northern California. I don't think anybody's going to mistake Salinas for the Tenderloin. That's not what he's talking about, and I don't think he's been here long enough to really, really understand what makes this place tick and whatnot. But what was evident in listening to him is this is somebody who really, at a high, high level, values relationships and maintains relationships, and he has a lot here in Northern California. He has a lot around the San Francisco Giants. He's talking about a close relationship with former third baseman Bill Miller, for example. There's a lot of stuff where Tony was bringing out things that are a little bit intricate. And you hear him talk about the attention to detail and everything. And I don't know, man, for me, that always speaks very highly of a person, somebody who values relationships and maintains relationships. And that was a theme that kept coming off of this conference today.
And you have to when you're especially a Major League Baseball manager, because there's 162 games and you are day after day having to talk to your players and console players, pick up other guys, come down on other guys, and you have to be an excellent communicator. I think that was partly where the Gabe Kappler era went awry, because he wasn't as good of a communicator. Maybe he wasn't an honest, genuine communicator. And we'll talk to Steve tomorrow, and he's one of the best, I think, ever as far as what he does, just communicating with his players. Even through the Kaminga thing, it never got to the point where Kaminga didn't know where he stood. He maybe didn't like it, but Steve was able to communicate with Kaminga what the situation was.
What's my favorite word? We talked about it the first day of our show.
What's my favorite word?
What's my favorite word?
Fine.
No, that's my least favorite word.
It's fine.
What did we promise each other when we were going to do the show?
Authenticity, Mark.
Say that word again.
Authenticity, Mark. Two words.
2 words, yeah.
I think that he came across to me as authentic.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
I think that this is like if Gabe Kappler had sex with authenticity,
whoa,
you get Tony Vitello.
You take a sip after that. I think Gabe is authentic, but I don't think that he's not. I don't think that he's the kind of leader that you would want. I think he's authentically him. Like,
I guess
I shave my beard 3 times a day.
I don't know, man. Like, I just think the problem with Gabe, because I like there were
you loved Gabe.
Well, Gabe got here and won Manager of the Year. Gabe got here and won 107 games and Manager of the Year. I could, you can be as much of a weirdo and do cheeseburgers on IG all you want. You win 107 games. I don't care if you wear mismatched shoes and your hat backwards. I do not care. But what I'm reading in the end, with all of these, whoever's the manager of your favorite baseball team, what you want them to do is to be able to figure out that clubhouse. You have to figure out how to get energy out of the clubhouse. You have to figure out to get trust within the clubhouse. My God, accountability within the clubhouse, all of those things. And that's and you have to sort of fight. You have to fight. You have to fight for all of that stuff. You do have to show a little bit of, go get him. And Gabe, I think, got to the point where he was so detailed, he was so robotic with his process and believed in it so much, and for a while it worked, that I think all of that other stuff stopped being a part of what he was doing at all. In other words, it's just like, it's process, and then that's it. So if there's something that comes up in the clubhouse that's maybe off the beaten path or off script, Gabe had no clue what to do. And he would just be like, you guys just handle it. Just handle it. And turn around and go back into his weirdo clubhouse manager room thing that he changed from what all the other managers have done. He turned it into like a nouveau coffee house.
Right, like a Zen room.
Yeah, like strip all the rugs out of it and put weird art up and sit back on a couch, have the media in there like we're all in some sort of a speakeasy. Dude, it's just weird. And that's fine. I don't mind weird. I don't mind weird if it is all authentically working, and then, like all of our families or workplaces learn, what do you do when stuff goes sideways? And I think Gabe's answer was, y'all handle that. I'm going to go get a cheeseburger on IG. You let me know how it goes. And I don't think Tony's going to, that doesn't sound like this guy.
That doesn't sound like it at all. And, he comes in knowing what he knows and also knowing what he doesn't know. And that, to me, is the key. And I thought it was interesting, the question today about, whether or not it will be a group think when it comes to lineups and pitching changes and all the rest of that stuff, because he comes into an environment now where there's more information available. There are more people involved in that information. And I think Buster actually answered it. And he's like, Tony and I are still kind of getting to know each other and figuring out what the process will be. And that, I think, is a big adjustment that he'll have to make, because, when you're down at UT, you're the guy, and you have a staff, and the athletic director's not knocking on your door and saying, I think Drew Gilbert should hit 5th tonight. It's you. It's your team, and you're running it. And here, you're going to get input from a lot of different people and different levels, and that's good, but it's how you navigate the decision-making. Some people are going to, it's my way. And that was my sense with Bomel the last couple of years. It's like, I'm old school, and I'm going to make these decisions. I'm the manager. Not that he's not taking input, but, Gabe, it was much more of a, let's all get together and me, you, and the spreadsheet, Farhan, and we'll figure out exactly what the numbers say, and we'll go with that.
Well, that's an interesting way to put it that you just said there. Like, okay, if I've got a problem, don't say, yo, I'll solve it.
I was about to. Trying to stay focused, a short show.
If you got a problem, do you want, like, a computer hacker to come to your laptop and fix it there? Or do you want to go directly to the person and just be like, can we have a conversation about this? And that's overstating it. I get it. That's a little theatrical, but that's kind of what I feel is the difference between two dudes who, by the way, on some level can give off the exact same vibe. They're like, I'm here, I'm super smart, and me and my manicured beard have got this. Like, that's how both of them come off somewhat in a room. Tony's a little bit more personable, I think, but that's the problem-solving nature, my perception of these guys. Gabe wants to lean on our process. This is how we do it, and we're going to keep doing this, and when it doesn't work, that's because it's a one-off. We're going to stick to our process and you type in, and it spits out that, okay, Matt Chapman will lead off today, and we're going to do that. Tony seems much more like, let's get together and hack this out, like you and me, or you and me and him, or whatever. And Buster spoke about that, actually. Listen to what Buster said with regard to Tony and personal relationships.
I was looking for somebody that I felt like shared a similar vision, had similar ideals. You've heard him talk about people over and over again up here. To me, that's your secret sauce in everything. It's the relationships you build. And so for me, it was finding somebody that I think we matched up in a lot of those ways, and that we could grow together. The hope is that this is a relationship that lasts a really long time.
And I want to go back to that other quote that Tim Kawakami got from Buster after the press conference, and I'll just paraphrase it at this point, but he basically said, look, Tony's going to ruffle feathers. There are going to be times where things get maybe what feels like a little bit dicey, but if that happens organically, it's okay, because that's sports, this is entertainment, and we are severely lacking on that front around here lately.
No doubt.
Oh, God, yes. Correct.
Well, and it's funny because once Jung-Hoo Lee came out here, he'd yet to play any baseball at all, and we had a whole Jung-Hoo crew, and everybody's rocking the 51 jersey, and we were so hungry for a personality, and then he got hurt after a month, and it's like, oh, boy. And, the team is 81-81 every single year, and Logan Webb's your ace. He's a great player, and he's a great guy, but he's not an electrifying personality, and so now you got a manager who he's kind of funny. I thought that he had some quips, and he wasn't out there waka but he had a couple of funny one-liners, and I thought that he was super comfortable being up there. The moment wasn't too big, and he understands that this is a massive undertaking, to go from college to the pros. No one's ever done it, and now you walk into a clubhouse and you got grown men who are making 9 figures.
Yeah, but think about it, right? So here's Vitello and the way that he's going to approach it. Again, take that idea from Buster and look at some of his other moves. So he goes out and gets Rafi Devers. All right, you gave up Kyle Harrison, who was supposed to be the next big thing around here, but you got Rafi Devers. That's somebody with, like, cachet, difference, entertaining to watch. Bryce Eldridge will probably be up next year. Tony recruited Bryce. Bryce said no. Tony joked today that he'd like to have a conversation with Bryce about that
funny.
When they get to the dugout. And so add all that into what we already know. I think Willie Adames is an entertaining person out there. Let's see if Jung-Hoo Lee can get his numbers to sort of match the entertainment side of it. And then Drew Gilbert will, play Ring Around the Rosie with all of them after every hit, or whatever it is he's going to do. you start to see the makings of something that might not just be about can we win 90 games. This is a product. It's a product that people might want to watch and be around and draw eyeballs. Because, dude, I'm the biggest Giants fan in the world. And I struggle, like, getting even sometimes the people around me to, like, let's get excited about this. You know what I mean? The Giants game's on. Well, the kids are on the phone. And lovely Christy will get to the game, and in the second inning, she's like, so,
we getting coffee? Or?
Keep it moving here, right? Can we get an even quicker pitch clock? How about 4 seconds? Can we get home? You know what I mean? And I get it. Because it's like, dude, you guys are kind of a yawn sometimes. And I hate that.
Yeah. Well, especially because you're in a ballpark where it's tough to score. So if you lose 3-1 or 3-2, and they went more than 2 weeks where they scored about 2 runs a game, which is not that exciting. And if you don't have the personalities either, it makes it even more difficult. But I like the way he came out today. He wasn't trying too hard to be anything. He was just his authentic self.
We're talking out the Tony Vitello introductory press conference on 95.7 The Game, and that's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Niners and the New York Giants. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Out to the phones we go. How about Leroy in Oakland? Hi, Leroy. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Willard? What's going on, Dibs? Long time no hear from. Real quick, man, I listened in. I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and I listened in, and just real quick, I like what I heard for the first time, and listening over the radio, I wasn't able to see it, but you brought up a good point. He came off really great over the radio, so that's a full stop. What I heard and what I didn't like, but now I'm like, okay, now that I heard it is, I think we're in a little bit of a rebuild from what I'm hearing. I kept hearing build, right? Build this, build that, build this. And I think that us Giants fans are going to have to be patient with this. And, hey, Dibs, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give me a T-shirt that says, vibe it out. That's what he said. I'm going to vibe it out.
I love that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going to give, if all goes well, I'm going to give me a T-shirt because that's what he needs to do, meaning he's going to develop relationships organically, right? He's just going to feel this is his first time, and Buster believes in him. He came off great, and this is a great start. So just Giants fans, be patient because I think this is a little bit of a rebuild. And you know the Giants hate using the word rebuild, but I kind of see a little bit of a rebuild. But so far, so good, guys.
Leroy,
Thank you, Leroy.
Appreciate it.
Vibe it out.
Vibe it out.
I don't think it's a rebuild when you've when you've got what 3 or 4 or 5 guys with multiple year, long-term, high-money contracts. Now, it's how do you build around those players? That's the rebuild part of it. But by and large, for next year anyway, 3 or 4 of your starting rotation, probably more, and of your batting order, 5 or 6 of the 9. So you pretty much know who you're going to have, and I don't think you're ever going to rebuild when you've got guys with 8 and 9 year deals making more than $100 million.
No, they just need to go get probably a starter or two and kind of re-rack the bullpen a little bit. I think those are things that they could do on the fly. I think it's going to be hard to tell a very, very high-priced and in their 30s infield that this is some sort of a rebuild. But of course it's a build. It's a build because it's now a new regime. And he needs to build things like trust. He needs to build things like a process and a plan. And that word that we keep going to, relationships. I do like that he pointed to the phrase, vibe it out. That's a fun phrase. I would love to play for you the sound clip of when Tony said, vibe it out. But we don't have that sound clip because Lucas looked directly at me about 2 hours ago and said, the question you asked did not lead to an important enough answer, so we're not going to cut this one. And it was in that answer that he said, we're going to need to vibe it out.
Whoa.
So you can blame Lucas for that. I don't have it.
The question that was asked by 95.7 The Game's own Mark Willard didn't quite pass muster.
I didn't make the cut. I'm on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
I'm out.
That was a good early question, too. I was a little surprised that, and I'm not alone, a little surprised that you got in that early. Like,
it hurt some people's necks. That
was the first question asked by an on-air radio host at today's presser.
What Lucas did cut?
I was not trying to break anyone's neck. What
snapping necks.
Yeah, what did he cut?
He cut this.
Hey, Tony. Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
That's it.
That's it. He just cut me. That's not exciting at all. That's just me saying my name, except for some reason you thought, like Dibs comes in today, first thing he says to me, he goes, dude, you never introduced yourself.
Didn't do
Tony.
it.
Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
I completely did.
I must not have heard it. Or
I
maybe,
wonder what happened to
Tony.
it.
Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Tony. It's Mark. Talk to you soon.
Different tone, Willard, when he's in a presser like
Well, I
that.
had a little
Tony.
bit of...
Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
I had a little frog in my throat, too. There was a little froggy.
You sound a little nervous there.
No, I wasn't nervous. No, I wasn't
Tony.
nervous.
Mark Willard.
Yeah, I was just like...
My hero.
Of Willard and sometimes Dibs when I let
Tony.
him.
Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Tony. What's your address?
Totally.
That was going to be my question. But they looked at me. They're like, don't do that. So I changed it on the fly.
Well, his address right now is probably a hotel room.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you
too.
mentioned that.
Yeah. Willie Mays Plaza. Whatever.
3-year deal for Tony Vitello with a vesting option for the 4th. So, I mean, that's kind of cool. You get 3 years, you get 2 years, and then if you're doing well, then we'll pick up the 4th year and we'll go from there.
You know what we're going to do for the rest of this hour? Let's vibe it out.
Let's do it.
Okay? Warriors Live's at 4.
Yep.
We got a pick to do coming up in 20 minutes.
The pick is in.
And then there'll be a bunch of other stuff. It can be Vitello. It can be I don't want Giannis. We can Dodger hate watch together. Who wants to sing Oh Canada?
I like your Go Canada.
Do you know the second line of the song?
Go Canada, beat that filthy blue, make Dave Roberts cry. Shohei, you won't watch it fly. Go Canada.
It's like the white version of Eminem. Like you're just making this up as you go along.
Wear that funny coat.
But then again, Eminem is also white. Anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's vibe it out on Willard and Dibs.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles, offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
Just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Bay Area, what's up? It's your guy, Bonte Hill, shouting out my friends at Ceremony Ford. If you think you missed your chance to save on an electric ride, think again. Ceremony Ford is dropping a deal you don't want to sleep on. You can lease a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Premium with extended range for just $299 a month. Yeah, you heard that right. An all-electric Mustang for under $300 a month. And if electric's not your vibe, no worries, my friends. Ceremony's got a massive lineup of new and pre-owned Fords ready to roll. F-150s, Broncos, Escapes, you name it. Right now, I'm rolling in the Explorer myself, and man, I love it. And let me tell you, these folks don't play games or haggle. Just good, honest people taking care of Bay Area drivers like you and me. So swing by Ceremony Ford, right off 280 on Ceremony Boulevard, or check out that Mach-E lease for just $299 a month at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this show loves you too. And we are a week away from getting to see you. Y'all better stick Pleasant Hill into your maps right now. Map it out. Find out what it's going to take to get to Pleasant Hill on a Thursday at 4 o'clock. Or, if you want to be next level, find out what it takes to get to Pleasant Hill on Thursday at 2 o'clock. That way, you can hang out and get some private time with Willie and Dibby before the rest of the hosts show up. And that is the secret to getting a really good seat.
No doubt.
Show up early.
Yeah. You come for Willard and Dibbs, you stay for the summit, and also you come to realize that Jack's Restaurant is awesome.
Jack's Restaurant Bar, they'll have some drink specials. What we're talking about, by the way, is the summit. A week from today, the Warriors, we'll call it early season summit as opposed to preseason summit. So we'll have 9 games that we can react to. Obviously, 5 of them are already in the books. Another one's coming up here in an hour and a half. Warriors live in 26 minutes. The Warriors visit Milwaukee and Giannis Antetokounmpo and his entire family later on this evening. And then we're going to react to all of it all day tomorrow on what should be a really fun show because it's a Football Friday, and we'll be joined by both Steve Kerr and Tony Vitello right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. And we've got a pick coming up in 15 minutes. We will have multiple picks coming up on tomorrow's show. Fade the Dibbers, which currently sits at 22-13. Is that right?
Yep.
All right.
The fade is back. Been on a little bit of a slide, but hopefully tonight we can bounce back, and the pick is in.
Ravens are a big favorite on the road in Miami. Lamar Jackson returns to action. And speaking of Thursday night football, I just wanted to get this off real quick. How terrified, is there a bigger white flag in sports than what you see Major League Baseball do with the way it sets up its television schedule? This is hysterical to me. The Los Angeles Dodgers, I would argue right now, the biggest brand that you have. Certainly side by side with the Yankees.
The Yankees, yep.
Okay? It's the biggest thing you have, the biggest, baddest player that, quite frankly, you've ever had. And what is it that you're going to do as you lay this out for the potential of these two teams getting to a deciding Game 6 and 7, the best things in sports, right? When it all comes down to the clinchers and possibly a Game 7 where it's one game to take it all. You schedule them on a Friday and Saturday night with one of those nights being Halloween.
Yeah?
They would rather go up against your social schedule and your children's favorite day of the year than they would go up against Thursday night or Sunday night football. That's basically what that says.
And it's smart. It's smart to do it.
It's the only thing they can do.
And they started the World Series on a Friday, so they went Friday, Saturday, no Sunday. They did play Monday. They had no choice. You got to bite the bullet on one of them. You go Monday, Tuesday, and then you did, I think, Game 5, you had to go up against Thursday.
No, yesterday. Game 5 was yesterday.
Oh, it was yesterday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Because they have 3 at home.
Yeah.
That's right, 2-3-2.
Totally avoid.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Perfect.
Avoid all Sundays and avoid all Thursdays. So that's exactly what they did. And yes, when they had to go up against Monday Night Football, they were nice enough to wait until Monday Night Football was over, and then they played an entire another game that went to midnight. Boy, next level thinking, baseball.
It's crazy. And that was, that actually had a decent rating considering how late it went. It's 5.3, and the ratings they're pretty far down from last year. Last year, LA, New York, they averaged a 7.3. This year, they're averaging a 5.4, which it's kind of in keeping for where it's been. Dodgers Tampa averaged a 5.2 back in 2020. That was kind of a weird one with the pandemic.
And this should be, to me, this should be different because of Shohei. It's like you can talk about who's playing, but like Shohei Ohtani is performing.
Yeah, he is. But
when they pitch to him.
Right. And it's Toronto, and they do have some players that you would know, but it doesn't have that same cachet. And, the Monday night game, it had a decent rating relative to the rest of the series.
Sure. By the way, we're sponsored by Moderna, and another reminder, Warriors in Milwaukee tonight. Warriors Live is at 4 o'clock in 22 minutes, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place, Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's go to Spencer in Berkeley. Hi, Spencer. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, Spencer Mills, Oakland native, out of Red Oak Realty. Just want to get the intro right today. And I'm definitely, with regards to Jax, highly recommend the Euro when you're there. The Asian wings are also a big plus.
Okay.
At Jax in Pleasant Hill.
Yeah, we'll take any recommendations you got because we're in there for the long haul next week.
Definitely staples. The food gets better with the drinks. But definitely those are two staples.
Okay.
Really calling in tonight or today, I should say, because we have an interesting game tonight with the Warriors and the Bucks. And I don't know if you guys had seen it, but the whole controversy of the the 6-step gather.
Yep.
With the 2.5-step Euro from half court to a layup, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I just would be interested in your take on it. Number one, it's been going around the internet for the last couple of days. Is it a travel or isn't it? I think pre-2020, it absolutely would have been a travel. I guess we got to go back to Manu Ginobili, was probably one of the innovators of the Euro step in the NBA. But the whole gather concept now, he basically ran half the court without taking an actual dribble. So that's our competition tonight, and I feel like if the Doves can kind of let him do his thing and stop everybody else, we'll be okay.
Spencer, thanks. I did see the video. I think I sent you the video. You saw it, right? Yeah. Is it a travel? Of course it's a travel.
Right.
But it's not going to get called, and this is not the first time that social media has provided a video of Giannis Antetokounmpo, who basically has perfected the idea of when on a full run, he needs one dribble to get from half court to the hoop.
Right.
And it sounds absurd unless you've seen it.
In the gather, I'm looking at it now, the gather's fine. And the gather is such a gray area where as you're collecting the ball off a dribble, you get a step. You get a free step as you gather the ball. But he gets a gather and he takes two. So fine, that one's tough to call. But then he goes ta-tat. And then he goes womp, womp. So at the very least, it's 4 steps.
I like the sound effects that go with these steps. So there's a tat-tat,
there's
and
the
then
gather,
a womp, womp.
tat-tat. And after the tat-tat, okay, now you have to shoot. Because we gave you the gather, and you got to gather-ish. Tat-tat. All right, shoot the ball. Womp. Womp.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you guard that?
What are we doing?
Right.
Yeah. Y'all got to go find it. I mean, I know, it's radio or whatever, but go.
I think I just did it justice.
Yeah, you did it great justice. And what I want to let everyone know is you're not exaggerating.
No.
The man took, and I go, I'm going to watch this in slow motion and do this conservatively because we tend to exaggerate. We're like, he took 8 steps.
Nope.
I was being conservative, and there's no way you could watch it and not count at minimum 5 full steps.
It's 4. It's 4 to me. If you give him a generous gather, and the first step, I thought that he had the ball already, but fine. That one you wipe away. Then the next one, okay, that's your gather. And then it's the tat-tat womp-womp.
Yeah, so that's 5. The gather and then the 4.
The gather doesn't count.
Well,
the steps count after the gather.
Okay.
And so the first step is pre-gather, then he gets the gather, then it's the tap-tap womp-womp. It's an easy 4, it's a garden variety 4, no matter what. The only other travel that I remember, which was more hilariously egregious, was, I think it was Westbrook, who got an inbound pass, and he just started walking, and he forgot that you had to dribble. Mm-hmm. And then Steph starts jumping and pointing at him. It's you do have to dribble at some point.
I mean, I guess. But maybe you don't.
Right.
You don't. And Giannis is such obviously such a large, imposing presence that when you let him have extra steps, that's like letting somebody have 12 extra feet. So, yeah, he can. There's a very famous video that's from a year or two ago where he gets the ball at the full run deep on the other side of the court. And I'm not kidding. He finds a way to make it look normal at full speed. One dribble, and he is at the other rim. And you're like, that's not possible. I'm like, I know. I agree with you until you watch it. And yes, it should be a travel, but in the NBA, it's not. And there's something about him with his wingspan at his speed and with the way he handles the ball where it looks kind of passable. And so that's it. It just doesn't get called. And, yeah, that'll be a part of what the Warriors are dealing with tonight.
Yeah, just looking at it right now, it was against the Knicks in the playoffs.
Wasn't the opener?
In the in-season tournament last year.
Oh, I thought it was from their opener. He played the Knicks in their opener this year.
I'm looking at this from a year ago where he picks it up, and the dribble that he does is to throw it in front of you, dribble, and then he runs up and gets it, and it's gather, womp, womp. And he goes gather, womp, womp from about 40 feet. Because his strides are that long.
Oh, we might be looking at different videos.
I mean, I'm sure he does this all the time.
Isn't there, Grandy?
Well, you're talking about a video you saw from a couple years ago. And then you're also talking about what happened on opening night.
Yes, talking about both.
Those are two separate videos, but you guys brought up both of them.
Yes, the one that you're talking about, maybe that you're watching, Dibs, that goes full court.
Yep.
Yeah, the one that happened on whatever it was over the weekend or whatnot against the Knicks, like he would manage to do 5 steps, and this was at a gather that happened at the 3-point line. It's step. There's one step that kind of goes with the dribble.
Yep.
But it's a dribble step, then a gather, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 lay ball in. No more dribbles.
No.
I'm
looking at here. He gathers at about the 43-foot mark, below the logo, as some would say.
Yeah.
And it's a gather, and then my gather step is about a 9-foot stride, and then and he scores. So, and as a referee of the youth basketball, I'm so happy that we don't have the gather step. Like, you stop dribbling, and now we start counting. You stop, I start. And you don't get gather, womp, womp. You get 2, and if I'm in a bad mood, you might get 1.5.
Be careful. We're going to get a T-shirt out of this. We're already getting text messages about gather, womp, womp.
I mean,
vibe it out. Gather, womp, womp.
I mean, that's what the man's doing.
Yeah.
And, well, and Kaminga, we talked about his Euro. Was that the opener or the?
No, it wasn't the opener.
The second game they played. Because Steph had to steal against Denver.
Steph
gets
Denver.
the steal, and normally Kaminga would gather womp womp, but this time he went slow Euro, and he just feathered it in the growth of Kaminga. All roads, Mark, as you know, they lead one place.
Yes.
Even a gather womp womp.
We've got more on Giannis traveling. Let's go live to Keith in San Jose. Hello, Keith. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
I mean, I looked at a video. I think the one you guys are talking about is that play in the key against the Knicks. And, he doesn't really, he has big hands and everything, but he's not palming it. The ball's kind of floating in air. And when he finally puts both hands on the ball where that ball has come to a stop, that left foot is planted to gather, and then he takes 2 steps, and then I think it's 3 steps, and I think it's fully legal, and he's just a freak, and that's it. And I think he cut the ends for a bit, but
nope.
I think that one in particular was legal.
Yeah, Keith, thanks for calling. We see that one differently. I get where you're coming from, Keith, and again, at full speed with his athleticism and length, I get that it can look like it's at worst kind of a fuzzy one. But when you slow it down, and officials don't get to do this, so I'll give them that nod. But when you slow it down and watch it, I don't believe there's any way to translate that into a legal 2.5 steps. It's 5 steps.
Right.
The ball is in his hands, having come up from the ground, dribble, ball back in hands, gather 1, 2, 3, 4, half step, lob, basket.
Yeah.
That's not that's not legal.
Right. And the whole
But it is,
it's
'cause
funny
it's the
that
NBA.
you define it as 2.5 steps because you actually don't get
I know.
2.5 steps.
I know,
I don't
that's
know what
what
a half step is unless you're half stepping, and you don't ever want to be half stepping.
No, you don't want to do that.
The gather is what replaced the whole narrative of 2.5 steps because you used to get the half step, which was the gather. Now you get a full gather step, and if you're Giannis, you get 2. But the tap tap womp womp makes it a clear cut travel, and I don't know if referees in the NBA have decided that we're just not going to call traveling anymore. Everyone always says that, they don't call traveling. Well, maybe they've all decided that we really just don't call traveling.
I mean,
it's like jaywalking.
They never have.
You and I walk a mile to our car, and you always say it's an extemporaneous piece, meaning you go a different way, and so do I every time. There's at least 5 or 6 streets on which I jaywalk, and that's a crime.
At least.
Right.
At least.
You might cut a block, no car coming. I don't make anybody wait for me, but
No. I don't.
It's a crime.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's like a misdemeanor, but
So is the speed that you drive when you go home. Nobody.
not me.
Really?
I drive pretty slow.
Come on. You do not I'm not going 56 on the bridge? Come on.
Well, I mean.
Come on.
Ask the people behind me.
Come on.
No. The travel in the NBA is like jaywalking in downtown San Francisco.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Thank you. I needed that, Jan. That's one of my favorites. Whenever I hear her on our station, which is, across all shows, I think of that drop.
go to the hoop, go to the rack.
It's just something about her matter of fact. She's not wrong. That's all Giannis was doing here.
Go to the rack. Yeah.
Go to the hoop. I mean, go to the rack.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
These are the things that stick out in my mind. My poor brain.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is, by the way, we always talk about the things that change through the years. Somebody made Grandy feel old yesterday because apparently a song that's 11 years old is from a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'll give you something that has not changed in 45 years. They don't call traveling in the NBA. They've never in my life called traveling in the NBA. Not the way that they should. I mean, it's changed in terms of what you can get away with, because when you give people an inch, they'll take a mile, and that's the point. They've always given NBA players an inch, and now they're taking a mile, and they can do that too. You know what I mean? Like, there's the gather womp, as you'd like to call it. There's also what James Harden loves to do, which is go the other way. It's like the step back. They step back twice.
The step back daddy.
Yeah, you step back and then you step back again. I'm like, that's 4 steps. You have 2 feet, and they both moved twice. 2 plus 2 equals 4. That is illegal. But it's not.
No.
Because it's James Harden and it's the NBA.
And that is another reason why they put the gather in, and Steph is elite at this, where you've got the dribble, and you dribble in, and then you pick it up and you step, and then you're able to jump back and land on 2 feet, which is tap, tap, tap. But because the first tap was a part of your gather, now your tap, tap is just a step back and you can shoot the 3.
Tap it in. Tap, tap, tappy.
That's right.
That's all you need to do tonight.
Tap, tap, tappy.
One game. Just pick it right.
The pick is in.
Just pick it in.
Tell me when.
Right now. Fade the dibs. Well, all right, my friend. I think it's time for you to start a new streak because your record is still sparkly. But how many weeks are we going to sit back on the past? What have you done for me lately?
Janet Jackson.
Janet once said, and it's a question that applies to right now. And speaking of Miss Jackson, what about Mr. Jackson? If you're nasty.
That's a 5.
Because Lamar is back tonight. And so them Baltimore Ravens, they're going to be a favorite on the road. That means Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa, they're going to be one of them home dogs. And we love a home dog. Let's find out if we love this home dog. The Dolphins, plus 7.5 tonight against the Baltimore Ravens. Dibs.
Interesting about home dogs. This year, they are 21-24 against the spread. So we love a home dog, but the record this year would show that they don't win as much as we tend to think that they win. Look, this is a difficult one to assess because, Lamar is back, and that helps the Ravens offense inordinately. My problem with Baltimore, and you could see it, Mark, you're an astute football watcher, their defense is really, really not good. Is it better when you have Lamar? Yeah, because you can keep the ball longer, and the defense has a better chance to go out there and battle. The Dolphins' defense isn't very good either. So when you look at these two teams, put aside the names on the back of the jerseys, Baltimore's a better team, but their defense is not great. You're going to give me 7.5 and a home team? I like that. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take Miami. I'm not even done yet. Show some respect. I'm taking the Dolphins in 7.5. Goosh. Skagash. Wait, why am I clapping? Did you pick the pick?
I did.
You even mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I knew he was going to go Dolphins plus 7.5. With which I do not agree.
Yeah?
Lamarski tonight for 1,000
yards.
Whatever.
He's also from Miami. I don't know if you guys knew this.
Ooh, it's a Lamar revenge game.
Last time he was there, he threw for 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think that he could throw for 5 touchdowns again. Baltimore could win 42-37.
This will be Mike McDaniel's last game.
I'm not predicting a Dolphin outright win. I'm just taking the 7.5 because the Ravens' defense is bad.
Okay.
It's been bad with Lamar helping them offensively and without.
Your record is good. You have been cold. I believe the Ravens win by 8 or more tonight. That's all.
I don't have to worry about
I want y'all
what you
fade with
think.
me. I want y'all fade with me.
Yeah, fade the Dibber. 22-13.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or 14 tomorrow. We'll see.
Could be 23-13.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
I won't push. I guarantee that.
Weren't you like 22-10?
I was 16-4. That was the high water mark.
Right, 16-4, and then now you're
22-13,
and 9 since then.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Did I get that right?
Yep, 6-9.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. The big number. This is his 101st. Dibs, your 101st pick.
Yeah.
With a loss, you could be 50-1.
Dude, you're like the Giants. Just, yeah, you're just like,
Go Dodgers. Okay. All right, that was unnecessary.
If they did it 4 times, it would be unnecessary.
Yep.
Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game. Presented by Shenko, your friend and jeweler. We did it today, Warriors versus Giannis and the Bucks. And today, Giannis' future continues to be a big story around the league. So we asked if it meant losing Jimmy Butler, multiple first-round picks, and more, would you still want the Warriors to trade for Giannis? And in what I would refer to as a mild upset, the no's have it narrowly. 52% of the votes said no, 48% said yes.
Still have 22 hours to vote if you're so inclined.
That's true.
Because we always set these 24-hour polls.
Right, but we're not going to talk about it after right now.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is I think that's a real testament to the way the Warriors have started this season, that you could even get half the people to be like, not interested in Giannis.
Yeah.
Giannis, not interested.
Nope.
And I'm one of them.
That's because he cheats. Travel.
I know. I don't like that.
Respect the game.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're about to respect the game for a half hour because Warriors Live ahead of Dubs and Bucks is next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
And Dan Dibley here to add more to Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. I've been a customer for 7 years, and I love being a part of this bank because they are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community all around them. I've got multiple accounts there, and I was able to open up an additional account because of what I was just describing. They are committed to my needs, my savings needs, and so they got me into a little CD. I could do a short-term thing and earn more with my money as opposed to your garden variety savings account. That's the sort of attention to detail that I love from a bank. They're looking out for me and helping my money work harder for me. And when they get my deposits, they reinvest it into the community, home ownership, philanthropy, businesses, and all the rest of the great things that we love here in the Bay. They've got 21 branches scattered throughout the greater Bay Area. You should go into one and see exactly for yourself what full-service banking looks like with no compromises. It's Fremont Bank. They're here for you and here for good.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle. And neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Ready to make a powerful play with your audience? Score big with Odyssey Digital Services and advertise during streaming TV live sports. Whether it's a last-second buzzer beater or a game-winning touchdown, your brand can be right there in the moment, connecting with fans when their passion is at its peak. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be a part of the action. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com to kick off your winning campaign today. Odyssey Digital Services. Game on.
Partly cloudy and cool tonight in San Francisco with the low in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Who are
A 4-1 start has the fan base activated. The voice of the Dubs might even call it an activation sensation. And tonight, they take on one of the other best players in the league off to their own 3-1 start. Thank you. Tonight it is the Bucks hosting the Golden State Warriors right here on 95.7 The Game. Willie and Dibby with you here for Warriors Live tonight, which is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And Dibs, imagine that with Giannis on the schedule. It brings about the often traveled and sort of obvious question, which is about Giannis and trades throughout the NBA. And for the first time...
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Hello.
This just came down. We're going to get to the injury report in just a little bit so you can let everyone else know everything else. But Giannis has been ruled out with knee soreness. He was probable. He's now out.
He's clearly been traded.
Right?
I mean, no, Lucas, I didn't say to the Warriors. I mean, maybe he's the Knicks.
Wow. Giannis.
Well, there you go.
Giannis out.
Giannis is out. That changes everything. And remember, Steve Kerr, once upon a time, told us he hates it when this happens.
He does.
He hates it because it makes the whole team relax.
Yeah, and I wonder, man, if the spread probably is, it's probably off the board now, or maybe it jumped up to Warriors -7 if they don't have Giannis, right?
You said it was at about 2.5.
2.5 is where I saw it on ESPN.
Okay, I'll get you an update on this right now. Let me see where this sits. Yep, OTB, off the board.
Okay. That's too bad. That's really too bad.
It is too bad.
He's a fun one to watch. And, I don't make a point of watching a lot of those games, but, when the Bucks and the Warriors face off and it's Steph against Giannis, there's extra excitement. ESPN still has it up at 3.5. And I don't know if that's in light of the news or if it got bet in that direction, but as we know in the association, it doesn't automatically mean now that the Warriors are just going to come out and win.
No.
Sometimes teams, they play harder when they're without their star.
Look, and sometimes your whole game plan needs to kind of be reworked and whatnot. And so, they're not nearly as dynamic, but there's still a bunch of NBA players on their home court. And somebody else is going to come in there and fill in for them. And who knows what that person's got in their hip pocket tonight. But anyway, that was a surprise. So what I was actually just about to say is for the first time in a few years, I think the way the Warriors have started this season sort of makes it so that, as we've talked about today, like I'm not into the whole, like, could the Warriors get Giannis thing? Sure, that's a conversation maybe for a different day around the league. But I think the Warriors start this year has allowed this fan base to just kind of feel all in on this particular group.
Yes, certainly. And, you still can't get to the deadline without having some of these conversations. And honestly, if you're Milwaukee and you're thinking at all about making this deal with Golden State, you'd want Kaminga to be a part of it coming back, especially the way he's been playing. And that can't happen until January anyway. So, you focus on the Warriors, and everyone leans back at last year in 12-3. They were 12-3, and then what happened? Well, they went out and they lost 5 in a row, and the season didn't go south, but 12-3 became 12-8 in a hurry. So we're not getting ahead of ourselves, but when you have a 5-game start, the only thing better than 4-1 is 5-0. So, 4-1 is pretty awesome.
It's pretty good.
You got a Milwaukee team tonight without Giannis Antetokounmpo, and so you should be able to go out there and get it and stack another one and get to 5-1.
Glad you brought up Kaminga. Draymond Green went in depth on a lot of stuff about Jonathan Kaminga on his podcast, the Great Draymond Green Show, which is, of course, brought to you by Odyssey. So I want to play that for all of you here in just a moment. But I think what I would love to say just about this Kaminga start is twofold. And I hope it allows all of us to do a little bit less of the box score diving, because what I'm seeing from Jonathan Kaminga is, sure, there's an ability on certain nights, and quite frankly, we've always known this. Jonathan is capable of going out in an NBA game and getting 25 points. Like, that's always been true. That's never been the rub. The rub has been, what about the other stuff? Is it able to work within a team concept, particularly this team concept, Is he giving his all after rebounds? And what kind of a defender can he be? And I love two things that I've seen so far. First of all, his effort level on those other aspects is clear. Maybe even better, though, is the stuff that you hear him say. Like, he was asked point blank the other day, what does it mean that you're starting? What does it mean that Steve Kerr is showing faith in you? What does it mean that we're seeing rebounding numbers the way that we're seeing it? And Jonathan, to his credit, did not say anything along the lines of, well, I'm finally getting a chance.
Right. Like my agent said, when I get minutes, I get rebounds.
Jonathan said it means I'm growing. And I can't tell you how many moments there have been like that already this year where you're just like, Eureka. Eureka. Y'all figured it out. And every championship team that has established players needs someone else to sort of pop in a way that you didn't think they would. And right now he looks like he's threatening to be that guy.
Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins.
Exactly right. And Jordan Poole at times that year.
Yes, and even to previous years in the first title, Strength in Numbers 2015, you had guys make big-time impacts, and a lot of guys stepped up. And if you look across the Warriors, Kaminga is an obvious one because he's been the headliner and all roads lead there. But Moses, who's going to play tonight, not to jump ahead of the injury report, but it looks like his game is better, and Pods has taken a step forward. And a lot of these other players, Quentin Post, he looks better and bigger and stronger than he has. So it's not only all roads leading to Kaminga, it's everybody improving, and so far they have.
One piece of news on Pods that you bring up, he had his fourth-year option picked up by the Warriors today, so Brandon Pajemski will continue to be under contract with the team, not just this year, but into next year as well. All right, the Draymond sound in a second. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Check this out. Draymond Green apparently has put a little challenge on the plate of Jonathan Kaminga. Again, this from the Draymond Green show.
JK, the way he's defending, we told him at the beginning of the season, like, if you want to do it differently, become all defense. And he's taking that challenge. That man guarded the out of Ja Morant on Monday night and then guarded the hell out of James Harden on Tuesday night. That is elite level defending. He's picking up guys full court. He's pressing up and using his length as they get into the paint, doing a better job of learning to defend without fouling, although he's pressuring. The reads that he's making on the offensive end, the passes that he's making, he's so poised and under control.
You got to find a lot of different ways as a leader, I think, for an entry point. Because not everything, sometimes it's not words, sometimes it's not action, sometimes it's one, the other, combination of both. Maybe it's a different person, a different voice that's going to get through to someone. I love what Draymond is saying here with regard to the idea of we challenged him. We actually put something on the table of like, dude, why don't you make the all-defense team?
Right.
And again, it doesn't matter if he makes the all-defense team. What matters is that those voices and that challenge resonated. It resonated to the point where he's putting forth that kind of an effort and willing to go out there and take the other team's star.
Right, and different stars as well. He is going to be able to guard 2 through 4. I'm not sure if he's quite able to guard centers, but if he can guard shooting guards and wings and certainly power forwards, depending on the athleticism and the matchup, if he's a guy who can truly go out there and be a versatile defender, and you've seen him even guarding Harden, which is not easy with all the pump fakes and the sleight of hand and the double step back daddy, as you were talking about. He's staying in front of guys, and he's playing good, solid defense.
And he also then gets to the subject matter of Jonathan starting, which has been such a hotly debated thing over the last few years. Chicken or the egg deal, right? Do you get numbers if you start? If you start, do you get numbers? That kind of a thing. Draymond, for one, though, loves having JK right now in the starting lineup and thinks he sees that having an emotional effect.
Jonathan Kaminga is playing incredible basketball. And it was so great to see Steve come out and say, listen, he's a starter. He's right there with those guys. We'll figure everything else out, but he's right there with those guys. Like, to hear that from your coach, we spoke about it before. I've spoken about just Kaminga and Steve relationship and how it takes time for those things to grow. And do you know when you're going through building that relationship, and then that very guy come out and say, nah, I'm stamping him. He gets the stamp of approval. Do you know what that do for your confidence? So I'm excited to see how much more confidence JK has.
I've told you this already. This was my big concern after the offseason of how quickly, or if at all, this group could kind of find a way to brush all the controversy to aside. And maybe it wasn't that controversial. I thought that this would not be possible. It clearly is. That starts with the way Jonathan's playing. It's not about any decision or anything anybody says. It doesn't work if he's not playing well, but he is playing well. And the fact that now, Jimmy Butler the other day is he's full of joy. He's happy. We haven't just arrived at a spot that Jonathan's starting and he's playing really well. We haven't heard it from his mouth yet, but it feels from people around him who knows, maybe he even wants to stay.
Right.
I don't know.
Too early to tell, but you're in a great spot if you're Kaminga, and you're in a great spot if you're the Warriors. If this continues and you get all the way through the end of the year and, man, it went great and he's actually happy here, well, it's a team option, and they can pick up the team option, or they can go out there and rip that up and give him a better deal, an even juicier, longer-term deal. So the better he plays, the more it turns into a win-win as the season goes.
Again, the breaking news, Giannis is out tonight in the game against the Warriors. The injury report in a moment, but one more from Draymond Green on the way Jonathan is playing.
It's a beautiful thing, man, and to go through what he went through with his contract situation and to come out balling the way he's balling, showing the growth that he's shown, I tip my hat to the young fella. Keep it going. Keep it going, because there's a lot in store for him if he keep playing the type of basketball he's playing, averaging 18 points a game on a career low 10 shots a game. How about that? So shout out to Jonathan Kaminga. I think he's doing an incredible job, and he will continue to get better and better.
Everybody should hear that stat one more time. Averaging 18 points per game on a career low shots per game. The efficiency of this player has completely changed.
Right, and it's because he is more composed, and maybe it's the contract, maybe it's the mentorship of Jimmy Butler and the other vets, but you've seen it through 5 games. He used to get it and attack the ha-ha and cook. Now he's getting it. He's attacking under control, and if it's not there, he's making the smart play much more often, so you don't need to go out there and try to prove it anymore.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Let's do the injury report. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. We'll start with the Warriors. It's a quick report and a pretty good one. DeAnthony Melton, obviously with the knee injury, continues to be out. That's no surprise, but this week there was an update on the injury, and the Warriors say the rehab is going well. They will start to ramp him up, and then he will go through a reevaluation again in 3 weeks. So looks like we're looking at maybe still at least 4 weeks, about a month or so, 4 or 5 weeks before he's actually entered into a game. The other thing, though, about DeAnthony, it's almost like people are wondering, when he comes back, who goes to the bench?
Right.
I'm not going to say they don't need him. You really want that player. But, man, minutes are already hard to come by for some people you'd like to see out there.
Yes, and as you know, you get deeper into a season and guys are going to have little small, annoying injuries, and you're going to have to sit them. And also, Melton's not going to hit the ground and suddenly play 30 minutes a night. It's going to take him some time to ramp up the minutes and get into the rotation deeper.
Moses Moody has right thumb soreness, but he has been declared in, so he is available for this game. Let's do the Bucks side. We already mentioned Giannis with left knee soreness was listed as probable, but in a surprise, about 15 minutes ago, he was announced out for this game. So no Giannis against the Warriors tonight. Kevin Porter with a left ankle sprain is out. Starting for him, former Warrior Ryan Rollins. And he might get even more sort of focused run within the offense with Giannis now not available.
Yeah, it makes sense, and he's coming off a great game, so get a chance to see Ryan Rollins, one of those former Warriors that you never really got to get to know because he wasn't here very long and didn't get a lot of minutes when he was. So a little bit of a different-looking Bucks tonight. Dame Lillard obviously back in Portland, recovering from the Achilles, and Giannis won't play, so Yeah, you're facing the Bucks kind of tonight, some Bucks.
Well, I mean, Ryan Rollins is their second leading scorer so far in the year.
Early on, I mean, coming off a great game.
15.3 points a game.
Let him cook.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it is going to be kind of a group where you're like, all right, let's get to know these guys again. I know Miles Turner was the big offseason acquisition for the Bucks. He hasn't done that much in the way of numbers so far. 8.3 points, 6.8 rebounds. Look, it's a very small sample, and maybe he's working his way into a new team. But with Giannis out, you do immediately start to look at these Bucks and go, all right, there's no Dame Lillard, there's no Giannis. Where are the points coming from? Your other double-digit scorers so far this year, Ryan Rollins, Gary Trent Jr., who is essentially, I don't want to say he's only, but he's dangerous from the outside. He's an outside shooter almost exclusively now. There's A.J. Green. There's Cole Anthony, who was an acquisition this offseason, and the aforementioned Kevin Porter, who's also out. So this is, I would think, an opportunity for the Warriors to flex some defensive muscles again tonight because the Bucks are going to be in search of points. They don't have a lot of capable players.
Yeah, that's always going to be the best foot forward for the Warriors, and you're not going to get a lot of 30-point halves and points allowed like you did against the Clippers the other night, but go out there and take advantage of a Bucks team that doesn't have their unguardable player on the court.
It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I don't know, my eyes are on Buddy Hield for some reason tonight. Oddly only had 10 minutes of action against the Clippers the other night. I think he'll get in there a lot more tonight, and I always think that his three-point shooting is such an elevator for this Warrior team. They have a hard time losing basketball games when he's hitting threes. Give me Buddy Hield and multiple three-point makes tonight in this game.
I like that, and, Buddy can go from being 1 for 6 to suddenly being 4 for 10 or 4 for 9 in a hurry. He can get hot. All roads lead to Kaminga, and I'm going to make sure that this road also leads there. And boy, he's had such a great start to the year through 5 games. I'm going to say Jonathan Kaminga tonight, double-double. We're going to get him in double digits in the boards. Double digits in points is, I think, a little easier to come by. As we mentioned before, I think he's had 10 or more rebounds 12 times in his career. Tonight's going to be one of them. No Giannis out there. He's been active trying to get to the glass. I'm going to say JK double-double.
That would be huge.
Yeah.
That would be huge.
It's an In-N-Out burger night for JK.
He's averaging just under 8 rebounds a game, so it's not crazy to think that he's going to get to 10. And obviously, the Bucks lose a little bit of size with a guy named Giannis and not length. Being in there. Yeah, so he is now probably the most athletic guy on the court since Giannis isn't going to be out there. And I know that that's what the veteran Warriors have been sort of trying to impress upon him. Dude, you've got this great athleticism. That doesn't just mean scoring the basketball. That means you can sky over all of these people, get more rebounds, and he's been doing it. So, good pick.
Yeah, be fun. I like the pick. I like the player, so exciting. Little bit muted, though, not being able to watch him go up against Giannis, but as I've been saying all season and even before, I'm just basking in these games. Steph won't be here forever. This Warrior team is really gelling and playing great, so let's go out there and enjoy another one.
Fun question that just came through on the text line. Just something to ponder since all roads lead to Kaminga. What if Moses Moody wasn't hurt game 1? Steve Kerr already said out loud, I would have started Moody if he was there.
Yeah.
So what if? What if Moses Moody was healthy in L.A.? Where would we be on the Kaminga conversation?
Depends on how he would have played coming off the bench. I don't think that that's a deal breaker for JK.
No, it never has been before.
And there probably will be times this year where he doesn't start.
Maybe. There may be. But again, you hear Draymond a few minutes ago talk about what that does, not for the stats and not even for the physicality, but for the emotions. The emotions of the young player after what they've been through, for him to come out right away, put him in the starting lineup, have it work, and then stick with it, that's big.
It's a vote of confidence for sure, and I do think that now 5 games in, him playing the way he's playing, that's got to give him a huge vote of confidence.
All right, Steve Kerr and Tony Vitello on the show on Willard and Dibbs tomorrow from 2 to 6. So, do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time, yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll do it again tomorrow. For Dibbs, for Granny, for Lucas, I'm Mark, and we will remind you to shoot your shot. It's all you got. Also, that Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit Pettinelli FP